Are y'all ready? It is time to finish what I have started. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to finish Redundancy. Let's fucking go. We fucking take these. We will win. We will triumph over the boring chapters and reach to the good ones. Ladies and gentlemen, Nanahoshi chapters. We're finally getting into the good shit. No more Aisha shit. No more Aisha trash. We made it. We all made it. We are here. Welcome to the live stream. This will be the last Redundancy live stream. I will be finishing Redundancy today. This whole background's a mess, but I don't care. Fuck it, I need to fix it. We got it. All right. We got it. All right. Now, let's start with the stream. So, we have the Nanahoshi chapters. After that, we have the final chapters with Christina Greyrat being the main focus. But, apparently. So, yeah. Let's get started.
When I woke up, I saw someone coming out from the dim bedroom. Someone may not be the right word. It was Tsukikito of time. He had left the room in silence after checking if I had woken up. Fwa. I stretched my body while letting out a yawn. My name is Nanahoshi. Nanahoshi Shizuka. A high school girl that came to this world from another world. I'm what you would call a trooper. Though I experimented with teleportation magic to get back to my own world, it seems that I won't be able to return anytime soon. Staying in this world for too long will result in me dying by an illness, so to diagnose it, one of Perogia's subordinates known as Tsukikito of time used his time-stopping ability on me and made me skip time, only waking up once a month. Such is my current situation. Waking up only once a month. One day is short. After taking a shower, eating and then hearing about what has been going around in the world, the day ends. Furthermore, for me, a single year is only 12 days. In the blink of an eye, years pass by. If it was the old me, I would have been worried about every little thing. However, these days I live in comfort partially thanks to Rudius. That's how it is, but I'm worried about one thing. It's Tsukikito's time-stop ability. There's one huge flaw to this ability. I'm hungry. I become extremely hungry when I wake up from the time stop. According to Perogius, it's because I'm a person from another world without mana and he believes that it is not a big problem. Whether it really is a big problem or not, I'm starving after I wake up. My stomach growls. The feeling of not eating something for an entire day assaults my stomach. Even today, I felt like I was going to collapse if I didn't eat anything immediately after I woke up. However, the meal comes later. I got up from my bed and exited my room. The place I'm headed for is a place where I can wash myself up. In other words, the bathroom. Taking a bath is a must if I want to stay at Perogia's castle. Perogius loves cleanliness. Within this vast castle, there is not a single piece of trash on the ground. Naturally, a human living in this castle must also be clean as well. If you aren't clean, you will be stared down by Silveral's unpleasant gaze. Therefore, I walk straight towards the bathroom and wash my body while holding back my hunger. Holding a towel and soap in my hands, I wash my body while rubbing my half-asleep eyes. This is the least amount of courtesy that one must provide to stay in this castle. After taking the shower and getting cleaned up, I sat down on the floor in hunger and put strength in my legs to face my room. The bedroom is my own room that was assigned to me. In there is someone. In there may be Rudius and Zanaba or Sylvie and Aisha, waiting to greet me. In terms of how frequently they visit, I guess Rudius would be number one. Good morning, Nanahoshi. It's Rudius again today, huh? I relaxed after seeing his body.
No newcomers. It's always the same. Nothing changes.
Hunger problem or not, he always brings me food. Carriage and curry, cream puffs, those kind of things.
Oh yes,
After
cream
reproducing
puffs.
the food from our world, he brings them here. Occasionally he brings something weird, but instead of it tasting bad, it makes me laugh as it is something different. Sniff sniff. Today, I could smell a sweet scent coming from within the room. AHH, this smell. AHH. I wonder what it is today. Gulp. I accidentally swallowed my saliva as it built up inside my mouth. My stomach growled. I want to eat it already. As if my body was being controlled by my stomach, I started to approach Rudius. Good morning, Nanahoshi. Rudius moved towards the table near the window and put 7 objects on the table and began to heat them up. They had a triangular shape. With a fan on his left hand and holding a brush and a pair of long chopsticks on his right hand, he began to roll the things and brush them with something. When he used his brush, a dark brown liquid close to the color of black began to ooze out. Afterwards, when he started brushing the 7 objects, a sweet aroma filled the room. I can't be wrong. That black liquid must be soy sauce. Today is going
We
to be
did
yaki
it.
nigiri. I sat down on my seat as if I had agreed to his words.
It took a
As I moved the
while,
table,
but they
the
got
outside
soy
view could be seen from
sauce.
the window. Perugia's most proud garden and white clouds.
They got the
The superb
Japanese
scenery that
food
could only
back.
exist in a fantasy world expanded itself. No, I guess if you go to certain places in my old world you could see the same thing. Such as the Machu Picchu. If I remember correctly, wasn't there a Machu Picchu in Japan as well? When I looked, I could see a tray that was covered with cloth on the table. When I removed the cloth, I could see a bunch of white onigiri placed side by side. As I expected, there is no seaweed. Yaki onigiri. It's my first time eating it. Huh? You've never eaten one before. We didn't really make onigiri back at home. Huh? Onigiri, huh? Rudius nodded with a vague face as if he understood or didn't
Fucking
understand what I was
animal.
saying. But
This
I do have some
bot.
experience with such a face. That's a face one makes when they feel a generation gap. But it was just my house, other kids made and brought onigiri all the time to sports events or field trips. It's not a matter of difference in age. Well, here you go. With a small sound, a single plate was put in front of me. On the plate were 2 steaming onigiri. There's also miso soup. Are you going to drink it? As Rudius said this, he brought up a huge pot towards the table. When the lid of the pot opened, the smell of miso gently filled the room. Although I didn't reply to Rudius poured the contents of the pot into a wooden bowl as if he understood what my reply was going to be anyways. As for the reason why the bowl was made of wood, it's probably due to his obsession with them. When the wooden bowl full of miso soup was placed before my eyes, my mouth filled with saliva as if I had already tasted it. Of course, drinking miso soup in this world isn't a first-time experience for me. Rudius had already brought it with him multiple times before. It isn't like before when the dashi wasn't put into the soup at all either. I think that each time he brings it, it gets closer to perfection. I'm pretty sure that Sylvie and Aisha back at Rudius' home is working hard on it. Itadakimasu. I met my hands together and bowed. As I was about to start eating, I hesitated for a moment. To my side was a knife and fork, and chopsticks as well. I guess he is being considerate in letting me eat in whatever way I please. But, I reached out with my bare hands intentionally. I know that it's bad manners.
Your
However,
only
when thinking of
meal
onigiri, an image of using
in the
one's hands to eat
month.
it pops into my head.
Or
It may be that I simply admired the way of
the only
eating
meal
onigiri
you've
with bare
had in a
hands.
month. Enjoy
I
it.
gripped the onigiri with my fingers and put it into my mouth. A crunchy texture. As I chewed the onigiri, the fragrance of soy sauce filled my mouth. Furthermore, the place that I chewed on the most was the hot white rice. As the flavors of both the white rice and soy sauce met together, I could sense something tinkling on the corner of my brain. I took a bite into the contents in my mouth once more before I swallowed it down. At that moment, I could feel a strong sensation inside my mouth. There was something inside of the onigiri. It's sour. Is this perhaps umbashi? The other day, I went to visit Ariel and saw her boasting about her garden. In there was a tree that resembled a Japanese apricot tree. So just to try things out, I took a few of its fruits and realized that it was spot on. Heh. After this, Rudius began telling me the origins of this tree, and how Ariel said to him, "Are you planning to poison someone?" when he was taking the fruits, but I had no interest in his stories. Enough of that, this is umbashi. It was something I never really ate in my world. I didn't
She
really
does
like it
not. She does
What was
not
it?
care about the
This sour taste that is
backstory of
unique to
this
the umbashi.
fucking shit. She's
Despite
like,
my mouth being full of
it's
food, my
here.
saliva
I don't
overflowed
care.
like a tsunami. Inside my mouth, my saliva was gathered and the white rice, umbashi, and the soy sauce flavored burnt rice began to blend together. White rice and umbashi, I've now found out the reason why these two are usually eaten together. Before I swallowed the contents in my
man.
mouth, I chewed it 3 more times. As I implicitly stuffed the yaki onigiri into my mouth, the soft rice, the soy sauce flavored burnt rice and the umbashi sour flavor met together. AHH. It's so good. HNN. As my throat got stuffed due to swallowing it all down, I drank the miso soup to wash it down. The miso soup's thin taste helped wash away the flavor of the plums and the soy sauce and refreshed my mouth. Phew. After taking a breath, I keep repeating the pattern of eating and drinking. As I did so, a single yaki onigiri disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was delicious. The next one is going to have okaka in it. It wasn't made with skipjack tuna so the taste might be different, but it is still delicious.
I mean,
Okaka. I've eaten that many times
these
before.
small tiny
Especially in
snacks.
kindergarten,
I
it was a
mean,
regular
like
dish that went
with
with an egg
how
on
she
my
was
rye.
describing herself
reproduce
as
that
like
taste,
being
I want
insanely
to be all
hungry
right.
in the beginning. I don't think
Nanahoshi,
these tiny
listening to
snacks
me
are
while eating
gonna
is fine, but
do a number.
I have a little thing I want to discuss with you. I felt a bad premonition. He sometimes brings something to discuss about. Whether it is something about his children or having a
Aisha.
fight with his wives and wanting to know what he did wrong. Of course,
Aisha.
I'm being helped by Rudius as well. Work as hard as you can, say what is on your mind. I tell him to do such things and think of it as giving him some advice. However, sometimes he discusses things that I give a proper answer to. For example, telling me that he made a doll that looks exactly like me and that it has lewd functions. Or worrying that him and SLYPHY are having a hard time making a third child. Although I give him some advice during these times, it doesn't seem to help. Because I'm nothing more than an inexperienced female high school student. What's up? To tell you the truth, Lucy. Lucy. Rudius' oldest daughter. In my memory, she was a little girl with long ears and a lot of energy, with a little shy side as well. It feels like I haven't met her in a long time. I wonder how old she is right now. I wonder what the heck Lucy did. She didn't become a delinquent by any chance, did she? Maybe it's something like Lucy rode on her horse every night in the alley, doing nothing but fighting, and after all that gathered all the nearby thieves and made a Grey alliance with whom she set sail with to take over the nation, and to top it all off she is currently being oppressed by some army and sitting in a juvenile detention center. She is going out with Clive Kun. Clive. If I remember, he was Cliff and Elenali's son. I guess he is Lucy's childhood friend. Sorry, but how old are those two again?
Bro,
Lucy is 14 and Clive is 12. 14 and 12. Clive is a bit young. But it's by no means too early for him to go out with someone. Though when I was 12, I never dated or had a broken one-sided love before. But, thank God. It seems that today won't be about a heavy topic. Are you against it? I'm not particularly
It's not nearly as bad as Aisha.
You want to discuss it, right? No, I just thought that it would nice to say something to her as a father. As a father? Are you planning to say something? No, how should I say it? I want to tell her that
That's
love
probably
is fine,
what she thought. She was like, bro, when Rudius just brought that Aisha and R shit to my meeting, I had no clue what the fuck to do. Like, I just wake up a month later and he just spitballs this shit on my lap. Like, bro, what the fuck? Bro, Aisha's like 26, bro.
Focus on her studies as well. Or telling her to use contraception as well.
What the
You
fuck?
shouldn't tell her about the last one. It's important, but it's way too early for that talk. Okay. But if I was in her position, what would I do?
Oh,
Being over 13 years old, dating someone in my class and having my father nag at me about it. If it was me, I wouldn't like it.
I laughed the pain away. I laughed the pain away.
I don't know how Lucy would take it. But Lucy is probably working hard to be recognized by Rudy. Though it's been a long time, so I don't know how she is now. But since she is a diligent child, she probably is still working hard on it. What would happen if she stopped to catch a little breath and her father started scolding her for it? When she would usually work hard and the moment she took a little break, her father would tell her keep studying. She would probably hate it. Then right now it is better to just leave her alone. But at such a young age, can a kid in love come back to studying and sports? Since I don't know much about love, I can't say much. It's just that since there are so many people in society who go crazy about it, wouldn't it be hard for her to focus on other things as well? Well, I think it's just a matter of how you say it. How I say it? Something like telling her to date in moderation until graduation. It's a matter of how one says it. Outright denying it without listening or showing too much interest into her relationship isn't good. Also, there's the fact that the Grey household sends their kids to the Magic University at the age of 7. When they graduate, they will be an adult. If that's the case, well, it's a matter of being responsible for oneself. I see. Moderation, huh? That's a good word. I got it, thanks. Rudy sighed with a relieved face. It seems like he received good counseling this time. Though I don't know what the result will be. Well, eat up. What will you have for the next one? Uemi or okaka? When I looked at my plate, all the okaka ones were gone. It seems like I ate all of them during our counseling session. I couldn't feel the taste at all. Although there remained a bit of a delicious aftertaste. Alright, next time I'll make sure to savor the taste more. Okaka. Alright. Rudius used his brush to smear the white onigiri with soy sauce and put it on the charcoal brazier. After a few seconds, the smell of the burnt soy sauce floated in the air. It's a fragrant and a little sweet smell. Even though I had just finished eating 2 onigiri, saliva gathered around my mouth yet again. To cook food inside, it seems that you lack common sense. And so, someone entered the room. A silver-haired man with a splendid white coat wrapping around his body, it was none other than Perogius. Silveril could be seen behind him as well. Ah, my apologies. But not to worry, we are using ventilation. It's fine. Although you seem to lack common sense, my chaos breaker is strong when it comes to heat as well. With this much, not even a stain can remain. I thank you for your leniency. Snorting in response, Perogius had a seat. What are you eating? It's called
Although you
yakiniigiri.
seem to lack
It's a
common
dish that consists of cooked
sense.
bunched up rice coated with soy sauce or
Bruh.
miso. It sounds like something that an adventurer would eat. It's a dish for the common folk after all. Guess I'll try one. Perogius is always like this. He would say things like how the cooking style is shabby or that it looks bad. But he never refuses to eat it. Rudius responded with the usual yes, I know, and put one of the 2 cooked onigiri in front of Perogius. He also put one in front of me. Do you eat it with your hands? Perogius looked at my dirty hands and frowned. Eat it however you like. Hearing Rudius' reply, he grabbed a knife and fork and cut the onigiri. He then put the cut onigiri into his mouth with his fork. It's an elegant conduct. It puts my dirty fingers and mouth to shame. How is it, Perogius-sama? Perogius frowned after a bite. Was it not to his taste?
It's fucking
Perogius-sama,
shit.
there's no real need to force yourself to eat a dish from another world. Said Silveril. Even though he hasn't even tasted it before.
Where's the
Something as good as
lamb
this.
sauce?
No, this is a taste that I've missed for some time. A taste you've missed. During the Laplace campaign, among the soldiers' provisions, there was something like this. It was a hardened bread which you would soak in a sauce and cook until it was a little burnt. Because of the needlessly strong taste, I can't say that it tasted good, but it does take me back. Perogius narrowed his eyes and looked outside by the window. Out there was a garden full of multicolored flowers and a sea of clouds. I don't know what kind of thoughts Perogius holds in regards to his past. He talks about his heroic past frequently but never really talks about his sad memories. Rudius. Yes. It had a good flavor. Thank you very much. I ate my okaka onigiri as I saw them exchanging words. I forgot to savor the taste again. Well, it was delicious for sure. I wanted to savor the taste more deliberately. However, with this I've eaten 3. I'm slowly getting full. A full stomach is a palate's worst enemy. No matter how delicious something is, if you eat it with a full stomach, the taste falls. Especially for dishes with a strong flavor. One more. That is most likely my limit if I want to savor the taste. Should I do okaka as my last one? But I've already eaten 2 of them. Would UME be better? Wait a second, how about putting half of each in it? No, the cooking time of the UME and okaka is different. Well, it's time to wrap up. As he said this, Rudius lifted the kettle from the table. He put his hands on the exterior of the kettle for a few seconds. When he did this, steam began to come out from the kettle. At first I wondered what he was doing, but it seems like he is using magic to warm it up. I can't smell the contents of the kettle. I wonder what's inside. When you eat yaki onigiri, this is always the finisher. Rudius put the cooked onigiri into a container and began pouring the contents of the kettle inside it. From the gentle sweet smell, I could tell what was inside the kettle. It was tea. However, it wasn't the aroma of black tea. It was green tea. Oh Kajik. I shout out my thoughts. I see that you had tea. Well, the ingredients for both black and green tea is the same. Though I never had yaki onigiri in my original world, I never knew you could eat it like this. Oh Kajik is also a standard dessert after a meal. Even with a full stomach, you can fully savor the taste. Here. Give it a try. I grabbed my chopsticks and began splitting apart the yaki onigiri that was soaked in the tea. The cool aroma of the green tea increased my appetite. It had akame soup. I began to stir the okajik wholeheartedly. The green tea softens the burnt rice and neutralizes the strong flavor of the soy sauce. The smooth texture goes down my throat.
Alright.
Furthermore, if you cut the umami inside...
Alright. We started off strong this chapter. Alright. It's kind of tapering off. You know, I'm fine with people with a few pages, like 2 pages of people eating, but... And I know it's important to Nanahoshi, but this is a little ridiculous, not gonna lie. A little ridiculous. We're going on a bit here.
The onigiri, it becomes omshik. If it's this, I can eat as much as I want. Phew. Before I knew it I had eaten everything. When I was eating I thought I could eat as much as I wanted, but after finishing it, I am left with a full stomach and a feeling of satisfaction.
Again, I know it's redundancy, but like, come on. We have more important shit to talk about here. You established it in the beginning of the chapter. I mean, you have 3 chapters to go, but like, I don't know.
Around, I can see the garden and clouds. It feels as if I went on a picnic and ate until I was full. It's happiness. Perogia-sama's garden sure is beautiful. As I mumble to myself, Perogius does not reply. With a face that seemed to say obviously, he slowly drank the okajik. Rudius stayed silent as well as he ate the uncooked onigiri. A moment of silence. Rudius would at times drink his miso soup and the sound of him drinking echoed throughout the room. This island has a lot of trees and flowers. However, there are no birds. Other small animals are non-existent as well. For some reason, that gives off a strange feeling.
Oh, I just find that hilarious, bro. Oh, fuck. I think, you may not have noticed if you were watching the stream, but as soon as I gave that take, I just lost half of my viewers. It's just hilarious.
In such a place, we are eating onigiri and drinking miso soup. This situation seemed like an extravagant moment of good luck, even though the cause of me coming to this world was due to an unfortunate event. But such happiness during times of sorrow is a blessing.
I shouldn't keep my eyes on it, but it's hilarious, bro.
I'm definitely going to go back. Do your best. If I do go back to my world without any problems, I'm going to travel and see the world. Taking a onigiri with various ingredients inside. With a container full of miso soup. With a small bottle of soy sauce, I'll go to a place where cooking is permitted and cook and eat my own yaki onigiri. Such were my thoughts. For some clarification. Umbashi equals Japanese salt plums. Umami equals Japanese apricot. Okaka equals dried, fermented and smoked skipjack tuna. Onigiri equals Japanese rice ball. My name is Nanahoshi. Nanahoshi Shizuka. Due to various circumstances, I am currently freeloading in Perogius's castle, Chaosbringer.
Alright, cool. We're done with the eating
waking
session.
Up once every month is how I live right now. This lifestyle is the result of my I can't return until I achieve a certain something in this world theory. But let's leave that aside for now. In my previous world, there was a fairy tale called Sun and Neteru. TL note, the name means he who slept for 3 years. In a certain village suffering from persistent drought, there was a man named Neteru. He did not do any work in the village and merely slept through his days for 3 years, raising the ire of the other villagers. One day, Neteru woke up and moved gigantic boulders from up in the mountains. Every single day, he threw these large boulders into the river, finally changing the course of the river towards the drought-stricken village. Because of this, the crops in the field were able to receive water and the village was saved from its long years of drought. He wasn't merely sleeping. All this time, he was thinking about solutions to save the village. Such was the story. I am doing pretty much the same thing as him. At least that's what I think. However, what I am doing is not something noble like helping the people of this world. Instead, I am merely doing this so I can return to my previous world. Of course, I am indebted to the people of this world. If they are in trouble, I would want to reach out and help them. Leaving that aside, it is time for lunch. My stomach is empty today as well. It is growling with a gugu sound, requesting me to eat food even while I am showering. I am now a hungry wolf. Whether it is Little Red Riding Hood or 7 goats, I can probably devour them all. Nonetheless, being assaulted by such intense hunger every day, actually every month, I might slim down so much that I look anorexic. When that happens, people might not recognize me when I return to my previous world, and I don't want that, which is why I must eat my fill today as well. While my mind was filled with such thoughts, I arrived in my room. A pleasant smell reached my nose. At the same time, the figure of Rudius preparing something at the table came into my view. Ah, good morning Nanahoshi. Morning. Placed in front of Rudius is a pot made from earth magic, being heated up by something that looks like a portable stove. A nice bubbling sound reverberates in the room. It looks like we will be having nabe today. Soups like this with many ingredients cooked together are not uncommon in this world. Normally, the ingredients are thrown into the pot as is, resulting in a soup with a strong pungent stench and horrible flavor. Even when made by a capable chef, the soup would turn out to be something edible, but remain unappealing to the appetite. However, what's this aroma of miso that tickles my nose? This smell cannot be produced unless the flavor of the dashi stock is properly brought out and the miso paste is dissolved completely. Ah, my stomach is growling again. What is it today? With a passable greeting, I arrived at my seat. If we are using fire in the room, won't we get scolded by Perogius? I recalled that I forgot to warn Rudius about this, but it should be fine. Perogius will also be eating here anyway. Today we'll be having. Here, look. Rudius lifted the lid from the pot, revealing the dish beneath the steam. As expected, it is a dark brown soup. What looks like chicken meat, spring onion, and mushrooms with a white egg in the center are bubbling in the soup. Furthermore, beneath all those ingredients lies something white, long and thin. White noodles. That means this dish is probably udon. That's right, it's miso udon. Miso udon. You made udon noodles. Yup, I had some difficulty
Congratulations.
but actually making these is
You
not that
unlocked a
difficult.
new
It is
recipe.
mainly Aisha that recreates the dishes from our previous world. After listening to explanations regarding the cooking method and the finished product from Rudius, the dish is recreated through trial and error. The miso udon we are having today is also a result of that process. Alright, eat it quickly before it becomes soggy. While saying that, Rudius skillfully transferred the miso udon into a bowl using a ladle and chopsticks before serving it. The miso soup's aroma drifts into my nose. Saliva fills my mouth as I immediately grab the hold of the chopsticks. Itadakame soup. Just when I was about to eat the udon noodles, I stopped. I put down the chopsticks and took up the spoon. I decided to first taste the soup. I cannot start eating the noodles before first tasting this rich miso soup. NN. The flavor of the dashi was splendidly brought out in the soup. It is most likely seafood based. A deep miso flavor is layered with the taste of the dashi, and there is a mellow aftertaste that is hard to describe.
Hungry.
At that moment, my stomach started growling again, as if it's hurrying me to eat solid food. Stomach, please give me solid food now. Me, please stop rushing me. I can hear these words resounding in my mind. Me, calm down, I'll eat it even without you telling me to. With that, I once again picked up the chopsticks. I picked up the soft udon noodles floating in the soup. Even though I am confident in using chopsticks, the udon noodles that I haven't had in a while broke up and fell back into the bowl. Unfazed, I picked up the remaining pieces of udon, blew on them and slurped them up. And phew. This is definitely udon. It may be due to the quality of the wheat flour used, but the taste is a little different from what I'm used to.
So we're
However,
back to
this
eating.
is without a doubt, the taste of udon. It is so soft that I can swallow it without chewing.
I guess this is
it's so
Nanahoshi's
nostalgic.
life, but
Speaking of which, I've eaten this kind of udon a long time ago.
gosh dang
My
it.
mother prepared it for me when I was down with flu back when I was still schooling. The udon I had back then was bland, and the lack of flavor was made worse by my illness. Compared to that, this udon is delicious. Phew. I took a breather after I swallowed the udon noodles. Next up on the menu would be the spring onions. Spring onions in this world have a strong raw stench. They taste as if they might contain poison when eaten raw. Maybe because these spring onions were being cooked in the miso soup for a long period of time, the stench is almost non-existent. The more I eat, the more I can taste the unique flavor of the spring onions. It doesn't make me
I'm
sick at all.
looking something up
Rather,
here.
it was as if every bite is preparing me for the wave of flavor coming from the next mouthful of udon. The taste of the udon noodles and spring onions come together in perfect harmony, bringing the tastiness of the miso udon to the next level. What about the mushrooms? From the appearance, it does not look like shiitake or enoki mushrooms at all. It is unique to this world. The bright colors make it look poisonous. Perhaps this mushroom was once a monster.
Fuck, it's called
I picked up the
Nanahoshi
mushroom with my
Gourmet.
chopsticks
I
and
just
put it in my
realized that now.
I savored the texture of the mushroom by chewing slowly. The intense umami flavor burst out in my mouth. It tastes a lot like shiitake mushrooms. No, this is definitely shiitake. Yup, let's just call this mushroom shiitake. Before the aftertaste of the mushroom faded,
I
I
was
quickly
so
took a bite of the
hyped.
chicken. As usual, this world's chicken does not taste exactly like chicken as well. But how do I put it? Maybe because it was simmered in the soup for a
Why
long
did
time.
no one
this meat
tell
melts
me
in
in
my
the
mouth.
Discord?
The umami
Gosh
flavor of the
dang
shiitake
it.
and chicken, coupled with the miso, spring onions, and the udon
It's
noodles.
all
Truly a match made
eating.
in heaven.
It's
I
all
continued chewing and
meals.
swallowing this delicious meal. The ingredients are cooked
It's
so
all
tender that I can
fake.
easily swallow it and it goes into my stomach without much resistance at all.
Everything's
Before I knew it,
fake.
the bowl was empty. Seconds. Alright. Rudius scooped out more udon noodles from the pot. I started eating the moment the bowl was refilled with the noodles. Spring onions, udon, chicken.
Bro, I
udon,
thought we were gonna
mushrooms,
listen to
udon,
some like
refill. I
heartfelt,
kept
like
eating in this
deep
cycle without
shit.
talking.
Like it
I
kind of
probably did
okay.
not eat miso udon at all.
Hold. It fucking established some deep shit in the fucking beginning, but for some reason now we're just okay. 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 I need to clarify something. There are a lot of Mushoku Tensei fans that like this type of content. And for you, I'm happy for you, okay? I'm cool with you. But I don't want to see a glorified food channel episode in the form of a Mushoku Tensei web novel chapter. I do not want to. Especially when it's centered around Nanahoshi, and she has a lot of interesting stuff going on in her life right now. Mainly the fact that her life's being paused to the point where she can only do stuff one day every month. Like, don't you want to see like how her life like progressed over a long period of time, like how her days went, like over like, let's say in her time, a month, what happens in her month to everyone else? After the last chapter, I kind of expected this. This is kind of that, actually, I guess. But what I was hoping for after that synopsis was that we'd be going through day 1, month later, day 2, month later, day 3, month later, and then you just see things like everyone else's lives progressing while Nanahoshi's is staying stagnant, going through a depressing phase of just her having to constantly get recapped on everything that was briefly mentioned upon in this, but we're currently in a food channel episode still. Just keep reading. It's exactly that. Okay, I'll trust you. But for right now, it's a fucking food channel episode, and I don't like it, and it's not a healthy balance. I'm fine with it being like they're eating, they're appreciating the food, but they're talking while they're eating, and stuff is happening during it. I want a healthy balance here. This is like, I get you. I get it. You found Japanese food, great, but like, okay, whatever.
That much in my previous world. Even if I went to an udon restaurant, I can't imagine myself ordering this at all. I would have ordered another kind of udon. But now that I know how tasty this dish is, things would be quite different.
That ain't a
This
meme.
udon
That's
would be the
just
first
a
thing that comes
fucking
to mind when talking about
depressing
udon. I
video
might
if
come
that's
to
the
utter such a
case.
phrase like I
Unless
am
it's
some
just,
udon connoisseur, even though I really know
unless
nothing about
her
it.
going through time is literally just like day 1, ramen, day 2, miso soup, day 3, like a fucking onigiri, day 4, what the fuck, a fucking donut. I don't know, jelly donut.
Udon. Is it good? Yes. But I cannot let my guard down. Although Rudius would feed me good food, this comes at a price. Sometimes, he would come to me asking for advice. By the way, Nanahoshi, listen to this. Even though he asks for advice, the topics are usually not serious. Things
Okay.
like how ours is so popular at school, and how he's worried that ours would lay his hands on girls here and there. How Sieg has become very muscular, and would corner Rudius with his powerful sword strikes during practice duels. How Lucy and Clive started going out, and are often seen going on dates in town. How childish Lara still is, frequently playing pranks on people. Trivial stuff like that. I arm wrestled Sieg the other day. Arm wrestle. Yeah, and Sieg's arm has gotten really big. Just by grabbing my hands it feels as if he was about to crush it. If I am not wrong,
Yeah,
Sieg
I
one
was
taken
just
in by
I was
Alexander,
just
was it? As an
wasn't the
aside,
first one
That's
jelly
right.
donut. Yeah,
North God
yeah,
3, I don't know
I
if it's
know.
because he
It's
was a
just
great
like
teacher or our
I
Sieg
was
has
just
talent, but Sieg is mastering the North God style at a shockingly fast pace. Alec also commended his learning speed. So what
I
happened
was
to the arm
just
wrestling match?
naming
Did you win?
shit.
I won. As luck would have it, I was wearing my magic armor at the time. With that, I protected my dignity as a father. I wonder if he really protected it? Looks like the topic today is trivial as well. But I cannot relax yet. Depending on the circumstance,
Stop being
Rudius will
trivial.
start off with lighthearted topics like these, before going into heavy topics. When that happens, he will sneak peeks at my facial expression
Please.
before addressing me with "Hey,
I
Nanahoshi"
see.
sheepishly.
I see.
Hey,
I see something.
Nanahoshi-san. On another topic.
Come on,
Here it comes.
please.
The way he says it with a difficult
Here
expression.
it comes. Yes.
Furthermore, he addressed me with a "san" suffix.
Interesting
Today's
stuff.
topic is going to be considerably heavy.
Please.
It is not really an easy thing for me to say. What? To be honest, I don't want to talk about it. Once it starts, I would become so exhausted that I cannot really enjoy the taste of the food. But I am someone who is always treated to such a feast by him. It isn't good to ignore someone who has been taking so much care of me. I may be wrong about this. It's coming. What is it going to be about? Haven't you been gaining weight lately? Something unexpected. Me. How should I put it? You kinda look a little plump compared to how you were like last time. I touched my cheeks instinctively. Did I really become plump? I haven't been looking into the mirror lately, so I am not really sure myself.
There might be
There are
something
mirrors in this
important
castle,
here.
but unfortunately it is not as common as having it in every toilet like back in Japan. They are so uncommon that I couldn't find even one mirror within walking distance. As expected, there isn't one in this room either. I have gotten fat. Really? No, but it can't be. My body is in a weird state in this world. I don't age, my nails and hair don't grow, and I don't even have periods. So getting fat should not be possible. Even so, I still get hungry. If I consume food, I will still excrete waste. Meaning, the food will be digested and distributed as nourishment to my body. If I can get hungry, it implies that this nourishment is used up. In other words, at least for a time, this digested food...
Okay. Fuck. Okay, I take back what I said on the freaking Mushoku Tensei Discord. There was someone, I think it was Saturnus or whatever, got mad at me for calling like a few chapters in Redundancy like mid or something, or like referencing it as not good. And I made the excuse that it's not memorable, I don't remember too much, therefore I don't have fond memories of it, compared to other chapters and other parts of Mushoku Tensei, where I do remember what happened and it's fun. Take back what I fucking said. Dude, these Food Channel episodes, bro. These Food Channel episodes are grinding my fucking gears. Do something!
So,
holy shit!
The food is not only used to maintain my physical state, but also stored in my body. Even though
you
I
have
get
so much
hungry in the
potential here.
AHH, my bad. It's probably rude to say something like this to you. Not really. If you are worried about it, why not I make a weighing scale? It won't be able to display accurate readings, but it can at least do something like compare my weight to yours. How about it? I don't need it. I can't imagine myself getting fat.
And for those of you who's saying, just wait, bro, just wait, it gets better, bro. Come on, we have already gone through 3% worth of the entire Redundancy chapters, and shit has still yet to fucking happen in these chapters. Come on.
The hunger I feel when I wake up must be because I used up all of the energy gained from my previous meal. That must be it. Yes. That's why it must be his imagination. It's not like Rudius sees.
At least I'll remember him. Yeah, I will remember this one though.
Not be able to notice how different.
And I will remember Aisha.
Isn't it the opposite?
One of the more memorable chapters.
Every day that he notices the changes
one of the more memorable set of chapters.
I have only been eating and sleeping. When Rudius started making Japanese food, the amount I ate increased as well. I used to only eat the bare minimum to survive, but lately I have been devouring food till I am bloated. Me being constantly on an empty stomach may have further fueled my appetite. But when I think about it, my stomach will get empty even without me doing anything. Illustrations of Sun and Neteru also often depicted him being fat. So, I really got fat. With this lifestyle. Rudius. Even while having 3 wives, it seems like you still do not understand a woman's feelings. While I was trembling from the thought of possibly becoming fat, Perogius entered the room with those words. It seems like Silveril is with him as well. A woman's feelings. It seems like I am still inexperienced. Appearance is everything to a woman.
I need to take off
if she had put in everything for her hair, makeup, and clothes, to point out changes in her weight is an action of utmost insensitivity. I believe you should have prepared a portion for me as well, right? I see. Here you go. Perogius sat at his seat as if it was the most natural thing to do and requested his portion of the meal. Unlike what he said, I am someone who isn't all that conscious of my weight though. It's just that I thought there was no way I could become fat, and got a shock when I found out the truth. Even so, I think I wouldn't want to get fat. More importantly, wouldn't your pure white coat be stained if you slurp on the udon noodles? Even if it isn't curry udon, the color of miso udon soup is still quite dark. Did Rudius not notice this? Oh yeah, do you know how to eat this? Rudius did not notice it at all and said that instead. In this sense, it is indeed true that Rudius does not understand a woman's heart. But on whether paying such attention to clothes is part of having a woman's heart. Even I have no idea. You bastard, are you making fun of me? My apologies, it is because we do not really see things like noodles in this world. They were lost to the war with Laplace. There might be remnants of such food remaining however. Oh, I see. Due to the war 400 years ago, humans were practically annihilated aside from those in the Azura Kingdom. That is why the food culture has perished alongside those who died in the war.
I wore a freaking nice jacket in preparation for this chapter.
It wouldn't be bad if some part of it remains. Having said that, it has been a long time since I ate this as well. I only had this once during the war. Furthermore, it is the first time I have it with these ingredients and soup. Perogius picked up the fork while saying that. Isn't it very difficult to eat udon with a fork? As I was about to point that out, Perogius skillfully curled the noodles using the fork and put it into his mouth with majestic grace. There was no way for the soup to splash anywhere. It looks like I was worried for nothing. The taste is good. I am relieved. But this is too soft. What I ate before had more elasticity to it. Isn't this food for the elderly? Miso udon noodles are almost always soft. This is because it is simmered in the miso soup. However, after hearing Perogia say that, I suddenly had cravings for normal udon noodles as well. Not that I have any complaints with miso udon, it's just that I also wanted to have a taste of springy udon noodles. I knew that you would say
Nah,
that.
she fat.
While saying that, Rudius took out some
There's no
noodles that was in
doubt.
a sack. He came prepared. It was boiled once before, so it might
Just
not have
like
that much
me,
body
she
to it,
wants to eat all the
but I
time.
think it has the texture close to what you desire. Rudius lowered the noodles into the pot to boil it as he said that. The noodles bubbled in the soup. Watching that scene, I started to recall a noodle texture different from what I ate a moment ago. Can I also get a refill of that? Why, of course, eat up. With that reply, I once again leaned forward holding my empty bowl. I ate my fill today as well. My appetite is fully satisfied. The hungry wolf returns to the forest with a bloated stomach. I have been gaining weight, huh? I asked to be brought to see a mirror after the meal. To be honest, my figure did not change that much from what I remember. But maybe, as I thought, I got a little plump. Perhaps due to it being right after a meal, my stomach is protruding out. It's not like I absolutely hate becoming fat. Even so, I would prefer to maintain my current figure. It's fine if it's just a little bit, but I would hate it if I were to become so fat that I was mistaken for someone else. I should exercise a little. I told myself just before I went to sleep. My name is Nanahoshi. Nanahoshi Shizuka. Due to some circumstances, I am currently running in the garden of Perogia's castle, Chaos Breaker. The cobblestone path circling the castle is definitely not easy to run on. Even so, I will keep running. That is because I need some exercise.
Right? There's a
Recently, I have been
purpose
running like this every
behind
single
this
day. The
repetition.
castle is surrounded by this beautiful garden and its appearance changes every time I wake up. Different flowers bloom every month, resulting in a rotating assortment of colors. If I were to wake up every day instead of once every month, I would be able to fully appreciate this gradual change. Phew. 3 laps around the castle. That takes up just about an hour. Of course, it's not like I was continuously running for an hour, I don't have the stamina for that. If I have to take small breaks, I will. Initially, I was plagued with muscle cramps due to my sedentary lifestyle, but lately, this level of activity rarely results in cramps or sores. This must be a result of my body becoming more physically fit through training. If I can train to become fit, then it logically follows that a lack of activity will make me fat. Anyways, if I am running with this frequency, I shouldn't be able to get too fat.
Okay.
Not that I am against getting fat. It's just that I don't want to be mistaken
So
as
we
someone
are
else
going
when I
through
return
multiple
home.
days here.
After catching my breath, I took a shower, changed clothes, and returned to my room. I wonder what's on the menu today. What will Rudius bring me today? I pushed the door open while having those thoughts in mind. What's wrong? Your chances of winning are slim now. Surrender. However, Rudius is nowhere to be found. In his place are Zanaba and Perogius. Between them sits a table on which they are playing a game similar to chess. The chess pieces are well crafted, such that minute details can be made out even at a distance. This set was probably taken from Perogius' collection, or bought somewhere by Zanaba. As for the state of the game, it seems like Zanaba is being outnumbered. Even without looking at the board, you can tell that Perogius is winning by looking at Silverl moving her wings with pride. Come to think of it, this world also has a game like that. How nostalgic. Back in middle school, I was really into games like chess and shogi. I used to go to a dojo-like place in the neighborhood to play from time to time. In fact, I won quite a lot of those games. I stopped all of that once I got into high school, though. Please wait a moment. In the Chiron Kingdom, we fight to the last man without surrender. You do not have the makings of a ruler, it seems. Even if you lose the war, you can rebuild the country as long as troops remain. You mean there existed a country rebuilt with just surviving troops and a dead leader? How ignorant, Zanaba Chiron. It is the very country you were born in. Your country descends from one that was annihilated in the war with Laplace. I see. It is no wonder that the downfall of my country occurred in my generation. Leaving aside the contents of the conversation, I am more interested in what they were eating while playing their game of chess. 2 slices of white bread cut in either squares or triangles, with something in between. From what I see, that something consists of green and yellow stuff. Regardless of what is put in between the 2 slices of bread, the name of the dish remains the same. It's sandwiches. Long time no see, Zanaba. Oh, Nanahoshi Dano. Good morning. It has really been a while. Zanaba has really gotten old as compared to the Zanaba I remember. Much of his hair has become white and his face is filled with wrinkles. He is now over 40 years old, from what I have heard. Zanaba is officially an old man now. So it's not Rudius today, huh? Shishao one has been busy recently, you see. Remember that
Shishao!
AHH. Some time ago, Rudius consulted with me on a dreadfully serious topic. It was regarding the elopement of Ars and Aisha. As for what happened during his consultation, it's so heavy for someone like me that I did not know what to say at all. All I could do was to give vague responses or keep quiet. He brought in donuts on that day, but I could not appreciate the taste at all. In the end, more than half of the donuts remained unconsumed. It seems that the issue is still unresolved. Even so, as you can see, Shishao has prepared food for everyone here. You should eat up too, Nanahoshi Dano. Itadakimasu. I sat beside Zanaba. Although only a third of the sandwiches remain, there are still a variety of fillings to choose from. There's one filled with tomago yakitu, some with what looks like smoked meat and grilled fish, as well as those with white filling, probably potato salad. For now, I reached out and grabbed the tomago yaki sandwich. It may have caught my interest because of its bright yellow and green colors, but it was also due to nostalgia. As my family did not make an nigiri, my lunch boxes were often packed with sandwiches. Among them, there were always tomago yaki sandwiches. Thick cuts of tamagoyaki and a lettuce-like vegetable are held between the bread slices. I held it with my bare hands and started nibbling the top part of the triangle. The inner side of the fluffy bread has gotten soft from the moisture. Biting into the lettuce-like layer, I feel a slight crunch as a subtle bitterness spreads in my mouth. As my teeth sink into the softly fried tamagoyaki layer, saltiness hits me with a slight hint of sweetness, balancing the bitter taste of the lettuce. A salty aftertaste is left in my mouth, intensifying my urge to take the next bite. Just when I was about to take a second bite, the tamagoyaki slipped out of the bread and landed on my plate, possibly because it was too thick. I picked the tamagoyaki up with my fingers, returned it in between the bread and took my second bite. This may be bad table manners, but I don't care. While wiping my fingers with a handkerchief, I took my third and fourth bite. Bread, lettuce, and eggs. Even with just 3 ingredients, this wonderful balance of flavor is achieved. There's also me being hungry from the physical activity, as I instantly finished eating the first sandwich. Still, it is quite unbelievable, what happened. Even wise people would act so rashly. How is that unbelievable? That is human nature at work. With a snort, Perogius moved his chess piece. Zanaba reacted with a hug to Perogius' move, and reached out for a sandwich while staring at the chessboard. What do you mean by that? Humans are the most foolish when they desire something. They fail to do something they are usually able to do, and they take the easiest and most irrational route. Don't you remember such times, yourself? Yes, I do. As expected. This chessboard is the perfect demonstration of that. You left yourself defenseless, trying to take my king. You throw away your troops needlessly over and over again with those reckless attacks, all the while not realizing that the king was just a bait. Perogius has an overwhelming advantage in the chess game. Zanaba lost more than half of his army and is being surrounded by Perogius troops. Subsequently, after experiencing your defeat in this match, you would probably stop taking baits that are dangling right in front of you. Even if you are tempted by your desire, you would be able to control it. However, after a few matches, you would fall for the same trap again and choose the simplest way to attack. That is human nature, and humans are foolish. So you are saying that no matter how smart one is, he will repeat the same foolish actions. I don't know about that. But for someone that always makes the optimal decision after considering the cost and benefits, which route she chooses when desire takes over. Wouldn't that be a sight to behold? I see, is that why Perogius-sama would not tell Shishao about Aisha's whereabouts? If that is the case, pardon me as I would have no choice but to say that you have bad taste. I have no intentions of moving my subordinates for such a trifling matter. It seems like Rudius had sought help from Perogius. If only Perogius had swiftly found Aisha, I would not have felt so needlessly depressed. Though you say that, doesn't Perogius-sama also have desires? Oh. Your obsession with Laplace, isn't that in Perogius-sama's own words, utter foolishness? Zanaba, are you trying to say that I am a fool? My apologies, that is not my intention. Fine. You are right, I am foolish by nature. But Zanaba, a person can make wise decisions with full knowledge that they are foolish. Having an increasingly strong urge to let out a heavy sigh, I reached out for my next
I'm
sandwich.
gonna mute myself.
wise
I
or
need to
foolish?
blow my nose
What
pretty
a drag.
bad.
If I think too much about what Perogius is talking about, I would definitely not be able to savor my sandwich. And even fools come in many varieties, for example. Hey, how long are you guys gonna go on about that topic? When they heard that, both of them exchanged glances. Zanaba adjusted his glasses while Perogius snorted in displeasure. My apologies, this isn't something we talk about over good food. Perogius-sama, let's leave it at that. The conversation ended and both of them returned to playing their game in silence. I should also go back to having my meal. Next, the ham sandwich. It had a rectangular shape, made to fit the shape of the ham. This is probably the Grere household's homemade ham. When I hold it in my hand, it can feel that the ham is covered in spices. What was this called again? Yes, it's pastrami. The ham itself is cut thickly, giving it a juicy appearance. Lifting up the bread a little, I can see that the inner sides of the bread and the lettuce are slathered in a brown-colored sauce. It looks incredibly delicious. Without a second of delay, I opened my mouth wide and bit into it. The bread felt a little harder compared to the previous ones. I feel the body of the ham and the crunchiness of the cucumber and lettuce, hitting my teeth with a nice resistance. If I were to describe the tamagoyaki sandwich as an experience of softness upon softness, then this sandwich would be an experience of denseness upon denseness. On top of that, the sauce accentuates the meaty taste of the ham, stimulating my taste buds. The spicy taste in my mouth gets stronger with every bite. Looks like the spice used on the meat came from the meagered village in the magic continent. Just as I was thinking that aloud, Silveril came serving tea. Her displeased expression might be because this spice came from the magic continent and was produced by the hands of a magic race.
Is it Rudius's mission to always come up with a new recipe every fucking month for Nanahoshi? I mean, it's only highlighting a few days, so I can't imagine that. But like, oh my gosh, I can't. All right.
Subordinates do not take a liking to people from the magic race. Maybe her displeased expression was because of what Zanaba said as a rebuttal to Perogius, or even due to me ending their conversation prematurely. Is this okay? Even if it's made by the magic race, an ingredient is still an ingredient, they are not the magic race itself. Was what the generous Perogius-sama said. Through Rudius-sama, we hold some of this spice in the castle's kitchen. Ultimately, Perogius prioritized his own desires and took the easier way out. This spice was purchased from the meagered village by Rudius. In the end, his money is going right into the pockets of the magic race. Anyways, I couldn't care any less about that. I took a sip of the red tea and gave a sigh of relief. Let's see, which one should I eat now? The potato salad sandwich looks nice. Check. Surrender now, Zanaba. Looks like I have nowhere to escape. I surrender. If you had said that 20 moves earlier, your troops would not have
This
died in vain.
fucking hurts.
While talking, Zanaba added salt to his vegetable sandwich and ate it.
In case you're wondering, like, if I'm, like, hating this chapter with how many times I'm, like, face-palming myself, no, it's not that. It's just I have a really bad fucking cyst on my nose that hurts painfully, and I just... I can't help but... Face-palm in pain. Just randomly. So, if you see that, it's not because I'm hating on the chapter. Right now, it's way better than what it was before, but... No, it's just me being in pain because my nose is a fucking mess. Allergies and a fucking cyst. Combine the two, you get hell.
So you can eat it that way too. When I saw that, I start to crave the sandwich with the tomato-like vegetable filling. As expected of Perugia-sama, you are too strong. I cannot imagine myself winning. That goes without saying. I have been playing this game for several hundreds of years. As if I would lose to humans who cannot even live past 100 years. No, let's go with the other sandwich. The Menchi Katsu 3 sandwich, which is the only other option left. Right, Katsu sandwich it is. While I am still hungry, I want to eat something with more of a bite to it. Nanahoshi, how about it? One match. No thank you, I'm good. I see. Not only did you cut our conversation off, you would also refuse to have a match with us. No, that's... Just when I was about to reach out for the Katsu sandwich, Perugius took it and bit into it. That was the last one. If you looked at the sandwiches on the plate, 4 flavors of sandwiches were lined up together. In other words, there should have been 4 Katsu sandwiches. They were placed closest to Perugius. There were 4 people in the room. Theoretically, if each person were to eat one type of sandwich each, I should have my share of that Katsu sandwich. Silveril wasn't even eating this time round. So Zanaba, shall we have a rematch? Or Silveril? You sometimes lose on purpose, so I can't really trust you. I will do it. Please teach me the rules and how to move the pieces. Hearing me say that, Perugius broke into a wide grin. Seeing that expression, I finally understood. He probably ate my Katsu sandwich predicting that I would do this. I pushed Zanaba aside and sat in front of the board, in full knowledge that I thoroughly fell for his ploy. 4 wins and 11 losses. That's my score for today. More losses than wins. At first I lost 3 games in a row, which allowed me to learn the rules and features of this game. As it seems like classic shogi tactics are often being employed, I used the double check and open check techniques like it was the most natural thing to do. After the 4th match, I learned the trick to smoothly build an encirclement of the enemy. Winning became much easier, but I haven't fully grasped how to attack properly, resulting in a fragmented offense. It ended up with me trying to fend off various offensive moves from Perugius. While doing that, I attacked with shogi tactics similar to the climbing silver and the 4th file rook. Having these attacks in my arsenal, my scores with Perugius were about 50-50, with me winning the final match. The moment Perugius lost the last match, his face was filled with frustration, despite having more wins than losses. Losing 4 times to a beginner player like me must have damaged his pride as a perfectionist. Being able to see his twisted facial expression, I will leave aside my resentment of not being able to eat the Katsu sandwich. As game was ending, I finished up the remainder of the sandwiches. I had my fill today. Satisfaction. It is too bad that I couldn't eat the Katsu sandwich. I'll request for it again next time. My apologies Nanahoshi-dano, it seems like I have done you a disservice today. As he was about to leave, Zanaba said that with an apologetic expression. I wonder what he is apologizing for? We didn't really talk today, right? He was observing at the side the whole time I was playing the game with Perugius, occasionally giving me advice. We did talk. If it's not about not talking to me, then it must be regarding that topic. I should be the one apologizing. I may have appeared a little irritable today, I shouldn't have stopped their debate. If you have any message you want to leave to Shishao or anyone else, should I pass them on for you? Let's see. To Rudius, I pray that his issue is resolved soon. Can you tell him that for me? Understood. Well then, I will return again, next time with Shishao and Clip Dano. Exchanging those words, I saw Zanaba off. It was good that Zanaba came for me today. There was a day where neither Rudius nor Zanaba, not even Perugius came to visit me. I spent that day quietly in a daze, alone in my room. My mind wandered off and was filled with negative thoughts, making me needlessly depressed. Compared to that, I would much rather be having conversations, even with the kinds of topics discussed today. Lately, I think I have come to better appreciate the value of having liveliness and company. It's not like I absolutely need company, but with no one around, it feels lonely. Alright, please come again. I replied Zanaba, feeling thankful for his words. However, while having a meal, I would prefer to talk about brighter topics. With such thoughts, my eyelids grew heavier as I fell asleep. My name is Nanahoshi. Nanahoshi Shizuka. A high school girl hailing from another world. In other words, one of the teleported. Currently,
Okay, yeah,
in
this
preparation for the
repetition
same
is
day, I am
definitely
living in
here
Perugia's
for a
castle while
reason.
skipping ahead in time. To be blunt, it's a decadent life consisting mostly of sleeping right after eating.
Alright,
I
no
started
more
doing some
food channel
exercises. I've been
bullshit,
putting
come
on a
on.
little weight lately. Mostly doing jogs and stretches. Also, under the instruction of Silveril, I am doing some hand-to-hand combat training. Apparently, I don't have much talent in that. Now then. Today, as usual, I started exercising the moment I woke up, and got criticized by Silveril. Something like, focus your killing intent onto your enemy when you attack. As someone who is just doing this for the sake of slimming down, there's no way I can do that. My mind is so occupied with thinking about burning fats that I have absolutely no space for killing intent. Speaking of which, the effects of exercising are amazing. After my daily routine, my stomach goes completely empty. It lets out a nice big growl, begging for mealtime to come. Now then, who will be visiting today? What will they bring for me? I returned to my room holding those thoughts. And then, sitting there at the table was Rudius. Lately, when I see the figure of him, I feel a sense of relief. A pleasant aroma of some sauce and bonito flakes drifted in the air. When I focused my eyes, I saw a bunch of brown spheres piled up like a mountain on a plate. Looks like we will be having takoyaki.
Okay, now I'm
With this
facepalming
realization,
for.
saliva rushed in to fill my mouth. Gulp.
Now I'm
Swallowing my saliva,
facepalming for the
I sat down
content
on my
of this
seat.
freaking
I want to eat it now.
chapter.
Morning.
Gosh damn.
AHH. Good morning. Nanahoshi. Unfortunately, while I am relieved that Rudius came to visit, there is one downside to it. Sometimes, he comes to me asking for advice. Things like this and that happened in my family, what do I do? Of course, I am indebted to him. To my utmost limits, I would think about the matter and give my thoughts on it, hoping that whatever I said could be of some help. However, sometimes, he brings up unbelievably heavy topics. In those times, Rudius will have a look on his face like he was about to die, and greet me with a voice like he was about to die. Yes, just like how he is right now. Not only that, the Rudius today is lying flat on the table, still carrying that dying look. Without a doubt, the topic today is going to be awfully dark. He sluggishly propped his own body up, and faked a smile. I made some takoyaki today. There's takoyaki sauce and mayonnaise. The bonito flakes aren't made from bonito, but it smells similar, right? The octopus inside has a
Get
poisonous
to
color,
the
but it's
good
safe to
shit.
consume, so you don't need to worry. Thank you. It looks very good.
What
Anyways,
is
have a bite. I think
the
it turned out pretty well this time
awfully
round.
dark
Let's enjoy it before the dark topic comes.
news?
In that spirit, I picked up the takoyaki with the toothpick sticking out of it and ate it. It
Aristide.
looks like it's fresh off the
Boom.
stove, but a little time has
There you
passed.
go.
It's hot but not to the point where it would burn my tongue. There's also the
Fucking
savory smell of the somewhat salty sauce and sweet mayonnaise. When I bite into the soft exterior, the runny filling rushes into my mouth.
just
The burst
being
of flavor hits every
ours.
part of my mouth.
Boom.
Delicious.
There you
By
go.
reflex, I took a second bite. Amidst the runny filling, I bit into something with a stiffer texture. It's the octopus meat. I don't have a tongue so sensitive that I could taste the flavor of the octopus, but there is a huge difference with or without it. It has been a long time since I ate octopus meat. Was it 10 years? At the very least, I
His
haven't had any
12-year-old
octopus since I
son
got
has a
teleported into
kid.
this world.
Yeah, yeah. Ours
you.
being ours.
Maybe because I stuffed my mouth full, such a sound leaked out. When I breathe in, the smell of the food passes through my nose and a subtle aroma of spring onions and red ginger too remains. This smell further intensified my hunger. making me
Ginger
reach out for the
2,
next
not
takoyaki.
Ginger 1.
Is it good?
Ginger 2.
It's good. I see. While he also snacked, Rudius watched me voraciously
I
devour
think
the
there was
takoyaki.
something wrong with
It's embarrassing to
the
be watched while eating,
converting the
but I
files
can't stop
here.
moving my hands. This takoyaki has a nostalgic taste. How do I put it? It
Oh,
tastes
we
cheap.
got
The surface doesn't have
yeah,
any
another
crispiness to
one.
it. It does not seem like tenketsu 3 or yam was used in making these. Still, it tastes nostalgic. Ah, I see. This tastes like the takoyaki mom bought me in the supermarket food court. The taste of temple festivals. It definitely isn't cheap meltingly delicious, but I never would have thought that I could eat something like this just a few years ago. There were times where I thought about how I would never be able to eat takoyaki again. I am on the verge of tears. Hey, Nanahoshi. It'll be great if you can listen to this while you eat. Ah. I have something I want to talk to you about. Here it comes. What? To be honest, I don't want to hear it. The topics Rudius talks to me about are too heavy for me. Though it is true that I have been in this world for a while, I am but a mere high school girl in the previous world.
They're too heavy for you. He hasn't said shit. He hasn't said shit. This entire fucking time, your highlights. He hasn't said shit. Get to the good shit.
Even if you ask me about things like family relationships,
Come
I don't
on.
have any decent answers for you. Actually, Lucy. Lucy. Rudius' eldest daughter.
Lucy?
The most outstanding of the kids, who has her act together. That outstanding Lucy, what exactly has she done? It can't be that she's laid her hands on her little brothers. That incident with Aisha and ours should have been resolved. Please spare me from another heavy topic. She brought Clive home the other day and told me, I am going to marry this person. Clive Khan. Ah, that should be Cliff's son.
Better.
Lucy, he should be a childhood friend. If I recall, he moved to Mealy's.
Thank you.
How old was Lucy again?
Thank you.
Sorry, Lucy Chan.
fucking.
How old is she now? 18. And Clive Khan? 16. AHH, they have already reached that age. They were only 14 the last time I heard about them. It might be due to my lifestyle now, but time really flies. If I am not wrong, one is an adult starting from 15 years old in this world. Those young children have grown into splendid adults.
I don't know
Come
how
think
to
of it,
pronounce
Lucy
it.
has
I'm
surpassed me in
sorry.
age, not counting the years spent in this world. Wait, but huh? Before this, you told me that Lucy Chan and Clive Khan were already dating, right? Yeah. Even though Clive Khan moved, if they kept in contact and marry when they reunite, it wouldn't be strange. It might have been decided between them without the knowledge of Rudius. Then is it a problem on Clive Khan's
Wait.
side? Then, did Clive Khan...
Wait, hold. Fuck, you're right. They are blood related. Gosh dang it. Fuck, why do they always have to be blood related, man? Every single fucking time. You're right. Elnalise, fucking grandmother of Sylphie, and then Sylphie, Sylphie's child's Lucy, and then like Elnalise's child is. Holy shit, bro! What the fuck is happening? What the fucking? Hold up. I need to pull up a picture here. All right. Opening in a new tab here. All right. All right. So. Fucking hell. What? I can't zoom in. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. So I believe this is the one that I can use for. No. Window capture. Ah, I see. It's being cringe. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay. So we had Zenith and Paul. So far normal. We got 2 separate families here. Married, had kids. Cool? Cool. All right. Then we got Norn, Rudius, Aisha. Little confusion here, but okay, we're all good. It's normal. Okay, Rudyard and Norn, not blood related, completely different person. All right, here. But meanwhile, on the over here, you have Cliff Elnalise. All right, who then had Laws and Sylphiette's mother to get Sylphiette. Okay. And then Rudius over here. Okay. And then holy shit, what the fuck? It goes full circle. And then what the fuck's happening here? Hold. No. Christina gets married to someone related to her too. Bro, what the fuck? I thought we knew everything, bro. What the fuck? Okay, dude. So like, okay. I mean, I guess that's about as like incesty as Eris and Rudius, which admittedly is pretty fucking bad, but let's just ignore it. Let's just ignore it. But if you I love how this is labeled as a bro moment. Bro, what the fuck? Highlighted in blue. It gets its own special color here. And another bro moment right here. Alright. Okay.
Not get employed. Nope. He became a priest of the Mealy's church. Having good grades, he was already someone of status when he was dating Lucy. He is indeed impressive. Then what is the problem? Did Rudius get into a big fight with Cliff or Ellen Elize without me knowing? If it's that, then I can at least be the mediator. It's not really a problem, but somehow I am the only one that didn't know. About what? About Lucy's wedding. Notwithstanding Sylvie and Roxy, they even consulted Eris. But I was the only one who didn't know, and it came so suddenly. Isn't that normal? Aren't meetings with the bride's father all like this? Even I would probably do the same thing. I wouldn't go out of my way to report every detail about my dating life to my parents. There's nothing to hide, but until the decision to marry is confirmed and finalized, there wouldn't be anything to inform. Is that how it is? That's how it is. Then that's fine, but when she dragged Clivecon to me, saying she would marry him, I asked about many things like Clivecon's future prospects and their goals. Hearing their answers, I felt that the way they think is indeed inexperienced, but steadfast and realistic. When I was in admiration of how much he resembled Cliff Senpai, Lucy suddenly said, "This probably doesn't seem like much to Papa." For a joke, it sounds a little too sarcastic and felt a little sulky. Even though I didn't think like that at all. It might be that I am hated by Lucy. Rudius has a face on the verge of tears right now. Even though he is a full-grown adult, why is he making such a pitiful face? Regarding his relationship with his children though, he has completely lost his confidence ever since a few years ago. That's why I told you to properly talk to your children. I talked to them. Properly. Yeah. I intended to do that. But the kids, when they talk to me, they somehow use honorifics and are very stiff. It's different for Lara and Chris though. AHH. It might not seem like it when he is interacting with me, but it seems like Rudius plays the role of a strict father in his household. If that's the case, then it would probably wear on the children. My family wasn't like that, but one of my friends was. She was always complaining that she couldn't talk to her father about anything. Thinking about it, ever since I graduated middle school, I don't think I have been properly talking to Dad. It's not like I have a reason not to, but I was going
Imagine Rudy being
One
a
becomes an adult at
strict
age 15 in
parent,
this world,
bro.
but
Just
puberty comes at around the same
imagine.
age. There's nothing out of the ordinary going on here. Hey Nanahoshi, what should I do? What you told me just now, it would be good if you tell that to Lucy as it is. Clive-kun is someone who is reliable and grounded in reality. I wish you both happiness. As far as I know, Lucy did not hate Rudius. On the contrary, she should be working hard to meet Rudius' expectations. Of course, I might be wrong as I haven't met her for years. AHH, I see. Okay. But how should I bring it up to her? Perhaps in a bath. In a bath? You are joking, right? Seriously. I'm joking. Sorry. Maybe while eating. No, invite both of them to a meal. Wouldn't it be good to talk it out over the three of you? And then talk about Lucy-chan's good points. Maybe something like, she is my pride and joy and I will never forgive you if you bring her unhappiness. To Clive-kun wouldn't be bad. You can even talk about her weaknesses and say something like, my daughter is like this but please take care of her. I think that would be good. You are right. I'll do that. But wouldn't it be better not to talk too much about her weaknesses? Her good and bad points, it would be better if you talked about everything. At times like this it is best to be frank. It would be very obvious if you tried to sell some weird pleasantries. Got it? Somehow, Rudius is making a face as if he was saved. It seems like I have been of help this time round though I don't know how it will turn out in the end. Speaking of which,
It
I
ain't
wonder how I
gonna
managed to make such
fucking
bold
help,
statements about
dude.
something I have never even experienced before? Perhaps this is what I want Dad to tell me when I get married. Dad, huh? How is he now? He must be worried. Go ahead, eat up. Alright. For the time being, that ends the sentimental talk. Rudius and I started reaching out for more takoyaki. Alright. When I get back, I will definitely eat takoyaki. If possible, with Dad. Oh, looks like you are eating something unusual today. While having those sentimental thoughts, a certain man arrived at the table. One can feel a majestic aura emanating from his white regalia, a man with silver gray hair. It's Perogius. Behind him follows Silveril, as usual. When Rudius brings in food, he would always appear like this. As a food connoisseur, he cannot resist trying avant-garde food such as this. I shall have some too. Please do, please do. With a face full of smiles, Rudius served up a plate of takoyaki. Perogius grabbed the fork offered by Silveril, got a piece of takoyaki and ate it. Oh. I see, this has a cheap taste. Well, it's a dish of the common man. But this does not taste bad at all. There is something cartilage-like inside. What is this? I wonder how Perogius-sama feels about eating octopuses. In this world, I have never really heard of anyone eating octopus. Even in our previous world, Westerners do not really eat octopus. If they found out we fed them octopus, wouldn't they get angry? It's from a great tentacle. Rudius said it simply like that.
Great tentacle.
Great tentacle. You say. Perogius' actions froze. With a stiff facial expression, his gaze fixated on the takoyaki served in front of him. Maybe because of that, the air around Silveril changed. She's making a face as if she was saying, what did you just let Perogius-sama eat? Hey, the one who said he would eat it first was Perogius. Such a nostalgic name. Unexpectedly, Perogius' expression softened. With a hint of sentimentality, his eyes narrowed. Using the fork, he cut open the takoyaki and took out the octopus meat. But what? I shouldn't have seen this. It's green, a green octopus. Red on the surface with green flesh. If I recall, you were attacked by one of these and lost all your rations during the Laplace War, right? The tentacles remaining on deck were then grilled for food. Yeah, it was Europen's idea. Given its color, I thought it was definitely poisonous but surprisingly it was not. Since it was the moments right after a battle, it tasted very good.
This fucking
I see,
chat,
to think
bro.
that I would be able to eat this again. Phew, looks like there wasn't a problem. It seems that Rudius already had knowledge that Perogius had octopus before. Without anyone noticing, Silveril went back to her normal demeanor. Silveril. Yes sir. Take down the recipe.
Damn.
Understood. Rudius muttered something like I knew you would say that, took out a piece of paper and handed it to her. I made these soft and chewy this time, but a way to make the surface crispy was also written down in the recipe. Please do use it as a reference. Crispy takoyaki. I want to eat it too. What should I do? Should I request for it? But requesting
Alright.
it is. It seems a little too overbearing and I
Alright.
don't want to be.
Alright.
Nanahoshi.
So we had a serious topic for 1 page. 1 or 2. 1 to 2 pages. 1 to 2 pages. I kind of stretched it out because I was going over the family tree. And now we are back to, guess what? Ba-ba-da-ba! Food channel. Fuck these
I
chapters,
will
bro.
bring some next time. Alright, please
Better
do.
not keep this
Did
up.
he learn magic to read my mind? Nah, If he could read minds, then he would not have agonized over the issue of his daughter.
It's fucking
It must
debating
be
me
that I am
so
easy to read.
hard.
Well, we have known each other for a long time, so it can't be helped. Still, I'm a little frustrated.
Fate food fight.
Silverl. Yes, sir. My throat
Alright.
is dry. Bring us some drinks. Shinseken flash, with a few drops of Asuran wine.
Get drunk,
Understood.
please.
Before I knew it, Perogius started preparing drinks.
Do
My
something.
apologies, I wasn't thoughtful enough. Your preparations are always one step lacking, Rudius Rere. I have no excuses. Turning
Interesting.
around, I see that Silverl is moving
Please.
her hands quickly, preparing tea using the tea set that the room
It's
was equipped
fucking
with.
tea, of course
Then,
it fucking
I noticed
is.
Armin Pi carrying something to our table, 3 cups of tea, steaming hot and fully prepared, in front of us. Please enjoy your tea, it's Shinseken flash. I am served one of the cups. Takoyaki and red tea. Certainly, there is the aftertaste of the sauce remaining in my mouth and I'm starting to get thirsty. But I feel like these 2 items won't make a good match. What drink goes well with takoyaki? Cider? Cola? It's good. Sipping it with those thoughts, a gust of spring breeze blew in my mouth. Surprisingly, the taste of the tea did not clash with the intense flavor of the takoyaki sauce and mayonnaise. In fact, it accentuated it. After gulping it down, my mouth feels fresh with only trace amounts of the bonito flakes aftertaste remaining. I instinctively crave the next bite of takoyaki. It feels like the combination of having milk right after and pan. Point 4. To have tea that goes well with takoyaki. As expected of Perogia-sama. That goes without saying. I have experienced food from all sorts of places and time periods. I am different from the likes of Bagla Hagla 5 who's interested in only filling his stomach. When complimented by Rudius, Perogius puffed out his chest with pride. While Rudius is an expert at flattery, this is another level of amazing. Food from
Alright.
our previous world, paired with drinks from this world.
Wake me
There
up
properly exists something that goes well
when
together.
it's time.
In the past,
Oh wait.
I didn't care so much about that and merely pursued the taste of our
not
original world.
ChatGPT.
Yeah.
I need the
If you are
fucking
so
chat
inclined,
to speech
I would
on.
even personally pair every meal you bring here with my drinks. That would be a great help. By all means, please do. I can use it as reference for my food habits going forward. Ha ha ha. Very well. Perogius laughed. I have no idea what triggered that reaction, but Silverl also seems to be in a good mood, and Rudius looks relieved. The takoyaki I'm having in this pleasant atmosphere tastes really good. Thank you for the food. Having finished the takoyaki, I joined my hands together to give thanks. The color of the octopus gave me a little shock, but the taste was not bad. Well, it's been a while since I had octopus after all. By the time I ate my fill, it was sunset. Rudius is already in making preparations to leave. It seems like we meet just about every other day to meet, but it's once a month for him. Nanahoshi. Yes. Here, in addition. I thought of some more things I wanted to add. I'll leave it to you. Lastly, Rudius handed me a piece of paper. Folded 4 times, it was a small letter. All right, definitely. I don't look at the contents, carefully placing this letter into a small pocket that I never let leave my body. When the time came to see
If it's
Rudius off,
interesting,
it
there's
was
no
completely
sleep
dark out.
stream.
As I walked to my room, I thought about today's events. Lately, it feels like Rudius has been coming less frequently. As he adds on more years to his age, he too gets saddled with various responsibilities.
Okay.
That's right, age. Compared to when I first met him, he has aged considerably. Rudius is now 35 years old. His children too, are becoming adults one by one. That small and cute Lucy-chan is going to get married soon, time goes by too fast. There will come a day where Rudius will just suddenly stop coming altogether. Somehow, I feel like I am being left behind. That's wrong. Of course I knew. It isn't me that is being left behind, it's the opposite. I am the one that is jumping ahead into the future. Returning home to our previous world in the end. When I think about that, I feel a tinge of loneliness. How many more times will I be able to meet Rudius or Zanabal like this? I patted the small pocket that I never let leave my body. Inside it, contained several letters Rudius wrote for his family back in the previous world. He writes a new one every few years. He too, is now giving his all, living in this world. I am deeply indebted to Rudius. In my life, I will probably never meet another person who would take care of me as much as him. He is someone similar to Dad and Mom. I don't know whether delivering these letters would suffice as repayment for his kindness. But if I manage to make it home, I will see to it that they are delivered. Then I will tell his family about how he is living properly in this world and how much he took care of me without leaving out a single detail. Alright, I am in your care.
It ain't
Tsukito-san.
gonna fucking
Yes.
happen. No
With my head
fucking
filled with those thoughts,
shot.
I once again go back to sleep. Some translator notes. 1 kind of fried dumpling containing octopus meat, video link right arrow curving left.
Okay.
2 also known as benishelga, they are ginger that is pickled.
Okay. Hold. Okay. Why do you do this to me? Refusion, why the fuck did you make this chapter so fucking meaningless? Holy shit. It's meaningless. Nanahoshi's such an interesting character, yet you turn her chapters into a fucking food channel. Yes, I saw the trailer for season 2 today. I don't care about that right now. I'm insanely pissed off right now. Holy shit. This is why I want to get done with redundancy. I know people are saying that chronologically I should do Old Dragon's Tale right now instead of this next chapter, but I'm getting rid of this shit right now because I fucking hate redundancy for reasons like this. So the mountain of potential was so fucking high. And you ruined it. You fucking ruined it by turning the chapters into a fucking food channel special. Why? Should have gone with Old Dragon's Tale. Even if I was going to go with Old Dragon's Tale, like, I would have done the Nanahoshi stuff first. But, like, I need to get this shit. I need to get this shit, okay? I need to contain this shit. I need to package it, stomach it, and throw it out. All right? It needs to go away. It needs to go. It needs to get out. It needs to get out so that we can enjoy the rest of the content, for bad or for worse. If it's worse, then holy shit, I am scared. If it's better, then cool. Now, for those of you who are very big fans of redundancy, bro, I understand that you're a slice of life fan and you enjoy this shit, and you may call me a shonen cuck because I enjoy seeing my characters get beat up and like go through some depressing character arcs and see some character progression and go through some interesting things. But I'm sorry, but you're probably the person that goes through Genshin Impact not skipping any dialogue scenes, going through reading every single NPC piece of fucking dialogue. I understand that this is a fucking book and you are supposed to read, but you can make it the text at least fucking interesting. Instead of giving me something for a food channel, I know you could do that shit occasionally, but you shouldn't dedicate an entire fucking chapter to this shit. Holy shit. You had so much fucking potential. You set this up. Nanahoshi going through her months, years worth of days that she has paused through time, and seeing all the people around her progress. Zanoba getting getting like flashes of him being 40. Cool. It would have been fucking insane if she got to see one of Rudy's kids after like how many fucking years? Like after 20 years of seeing them? Or something interesting instead of seeing the same characters over and over again and talking about the same fucking shit, specifically food. It's like, I've made a discovery in food. All right, we got some udon now. Dude. And she's complaining that Rudius only talks about heavy shit to him. The heaviest fucking subject was a cursed marriage. Huh? What? No talking about like any character's deaths. You're not gonna go through like the I know I'm asking for a lot here, even though this is just add-on content from the chapter, and you could talk about whatever timeline you want and whatever point in time you want. And the sequel of fucking Mushoku Tensei will probably not have anything to do with Rudius's family, or well, not family, but like Rudius or his wives. But what about the time like when Eris fucking eventually dies from training? Like you're not going to go through and have him talk to Nanahoshi about that? That would be an insane fucking scene, and that would be an insane fucking chapter, and I would love to fucking read it and have like, and Nanahoshi's like, when was the last time I saw her? Fucking 50 years ago or some shit. And apparently she's gone through her entire life. But yeah, okay. Hold up. I'm gonna fucking... Okay, I don't understand what you expect from Redundancy. It's not a continuation, just mini stories from Mushoku Tensei lovers. No plot points. Okay. I expect something. If you set up a concept like this, I expect you to fucking deliver. Instead of just... meh. Just meh. No, you established the fucking... You established a good fucking start to the beginning of the chapter. A good fucking start. A good concept. A very good concept that you can stretch out. I've seen it done well with Steins Gate, the Steins Gate light novel. I've seen shit done like this very fucking well, where people are stuck in time and everyone else's lives are progressing. Meanwhile, they are in a very tough situation that no one else really understands. I love shit like that. Instead of dissecting that, instead of dissecting the point you established at the beginning of the fucking chapter, you instead just decide to stray off and do some pointless fucking garbage. I understand it's redundancy, but you could do like a chapter of, or like a set of chapters like this. You could do a set of chapters like this instead of just like, meh. We saw stuff like this happen with ours in the Aisha and ours chapters. We saw a character progression. You could do this in redundancy. You can do this. You can do this. It's not unheard of. We've seen it freaking 2 days ago with ours. In a shit chapter, admittedly, but it was character progression. We saw it. What am I expecting? Stuff like that to happen with Nanahoshi. Her to come to realization of the situations that she's in and go through some fucking character progression. Is it slice of life filler? Sure. But we saw it done before. And he established the point. And I wanted to see him dissect it. Fuck. Alright. Now I'll read the chat. It's not a continuation of Astoria, just mini stories from Mushoku Tensei lovers XD, no plot points XD. I'm a sucker for slice of life, but it made me bored as hell with redundancy, and it was one part of this that has suspense is incest and was the reason I dropped redundancy. That thing you want is for the sequel, not here. Because they're humans, they're gonna die for the sequel. Humans don't gonna live for the next part. I wish it was more clear what the fucking sequel is gonna be on about. If like the entire Rudius family is still alive in the sequel, I guess I understand. But like, oh my gosh. Whatever. Nanahoshi's probably going to be a recurring character, but she's probably not going to be shown off too often because of the situation that she's in, only shown up like once every single fucking month. But anyway, humans are gonna like, hey, Mushoku Tensei from Nanahoshi's point of view would be an interesting fanfic, actually. Fucking amazing fanfic, but it shouldn't be a fanfic. It should be in these fucking chapters. It should be in these fucking chapters. We don't need to rely on the fucking fanbase for everything. This should be it. This should be it. Instead of fucking... Oh my gosh. The envelopes will be cool if she eventually delivers them in the sequel. If. I'll be turning fucking 40 by then if that fucking shit happens, bro. Holy shit, this shit ain't gonna happen in a while, bro. Whatever, bro. Like, the fucking... why do you establish a point like this in the beginning of the chapter if you're not gonna dissect it? That's what I'm fucking confused about. Apparently, sequel's 80 years later. Okay, yeah. So you can talk about Eris's death and shit like that in these chapters. You can talk about that because you're not gonna fucking reflect on it later. It's not gonna be nearly as impactful. Because apparently you're never gonna write about it. Apparently, you're never gonna write your reaction to it. Maybe you'll have her like reflect on it, but other than that, no. Silent learned to run for an hour a day. Big step progression for. True, she took steps. She did take steps in the process of working out. Yeah. The sequel won't come out until the anime is over, which will take a while. Yeah, I know I know it's gonna take a while. I didn't know that it was gonna take after the anime releases. Actually, wait, I remember someone saying that, but damn, that's fucking depressing. 80 years IRL at this rate. Yeah, I can't stand shit like this. You. I've said it already. You introduced a point. That seemed very interesting, a concept that seems very interesting to dissect, and you're not going to fucking analyze it. You're not going to go any deeper than surface level. Bro, come on. I know this writer's capable of emotional storytelling. We saw glimpses of it with ours. We saw great examples with Norn chapters and fucking volume 11. I still refer back to that. Volume 11 Norn chapters are the best. It's one of the best fucking chapters in the entire fucking series. And it's for a character I didn't give a shit about before. This author is great at emotional storytelling, but he just refused to do it. He had a great setup, but you fucking ruined it, you piece of shit. The last time we had something like this with Nanahoshi was in volume 14 with her own like point of POV chapter. That shit was great too. I loved that shit. And I was hoping we'd get another one like this in Redundancy. But instead of just having like a somewhat interesting slice of life chapters, instead we get fucking Food Channel garbage. Oh, I thought it was impossible to ruin Nanahoshi. And from what he established in the beginning, I thought he wasn't going to fuck it up. But he definitely fucked it up. And now I'm left here dumbfounded. Now I'm just sitting here just fucking debated. Author wanted to hold story over from Norn's POV. I'm not talking about Norn at this point. Are you talking about Nanahoshi, like her plot points being held over for the sequel because she might be a recurring character? But like again, it'd be so fucking interesting to see Rudius is too old to visit you now, Nanahoshi. Instead, it is I, Sylphie, here to fucking scorn you for long periods of time. Now, I am the one visiting now, out of obligation. And now it is turned into a fucking visiting your grandparents once they're way too in like the retirement home. And like, I'm doing this out of pure obligation, and like I don't know you that well, so I can't really talk to you for like that deeply, and we can't really enjoy a conversation as well as your deep friends and family members. Like, and then maybe like turning that relationship into something like more important and more like impactful and more like deep, or having Nanahoshi reflect on the shallow relationships that she now is stuck with. Like, something like that would be interesting. But now, we don't get that. Maybe it'll happen in the sequel. See you in 10 years, I guess. Fucking hell, bro. Like, fuck, dude. At least give us a fucking tease if you're gonna fucking do it. Because you introduced a fucking concept in the beginning. I expect you to go deeper. I've said this already. I'm not gonna repeat myself. I thought at the end of the chapter she would look forward to seeing Rudius, but establish that he's dead and would. Thought at the end of the chapter she would be looking forward to seeing Rudius, but establish that he's dead and would be emotionally. I assume you mean emotionally traumatizing or something. And I would be fucking great. It would be fucking great if he added a few pages and said like, "Oh, where's Rudius? Oh, he's too old. He can't visit you now." And then it's like, okay, is anyone here? No. Go do your exercise. We have some food here, but it's not Japanese. Just, I don't know what you're gonna do. And then she goes through a day. Happens a few months. Maybe some character visits her once and then updates her. Yeah, Rudius is dead. Sad. And then you can either have her reflect on that or have it end. And then that's your sequel bait. If you want to hype up your sequel, I think that would be a good point, huh? I think that would be a good way to end it. But no. Fuck you. You get Food Channel. Gordon Ramsay. Or at least say she attended Rudius's funeral. I mean, I don't even think, like... I think having her miss the funeral would be cooler, but I don't know. I don't know. Am I more upset about this over Aisha shit? Yes, because he hasn't done a rewrite on this. This is actually frustrating. Because I know what this writer is capable of, and he just fucking... He dud this one. This is more egregious than the other redundancy chapters, because the other redundancy chapters, you don't really have any expectations. You didn't really establish any expectations in the beginning of the chapters. You knew what you were in for in the beginning. This one... Caught it from hitting the floor. Let's go. I can't. What the fuck? Ah, man. This sucks. This really fucking sucks. Okay. I need to reflect on this shit because, like, I can't move on from this because this is so egregious. This is such a... Do I say it's bad writing? I don't know. Because if that's not the point that you're trying to do, then I guess not. But like, but again, you're setting expectations so high in the beginning. Why the fuck? Why the fuck would you not explore this shit? Last Nanahoshi Gourmet starts the same. Then Nanahoshi woke up. She remembers it's been 50 years and everyone have passed. Yeah, that would be a good start for the sequel. Because apparently he's going to start it 80 years fucking later. So all this shit that he could have potentially written about... Gone. Fucking gone. And I doubt Sieg's going to visit her in Jobless Oblige. I doubt anything's going to happen in Old Dragon's Tale because I'm pretty sure that's a fucking flashback. I doubt he's going to write a side story for Nanahoshi. I fucking doubt it. I really doubt it. Fucking hell. if Laura's the main character for the sequel, doubt that Nanahoshi's going to be the main character for the sequel. If that other dude that gets reincarnated later is going to be in is this MC for the sequel, again, I doubt Nanahoshi's going to get much screen time. I'm pretty sure she's just going to be a side character and not have much about her. So, your only hope for something like this to get explored is either a short chapter, which you can hope is to the quality of Norn Volume 11 chapter, or you get an entire side story. Which I doubt. Because I doubt he's going to write anything, because he's currently busy polishing it for the freaking light novel. Polishing Redundancy for the light novel. And probably polishing Old Dragon's Tale after. For a light novel version. Probably same thing with Jobless or Blush. So I doubt anything's gonna fucking happen in regards to this. Not until at least 5 years from now. They did explore points of this in Redundancy, I admit. There were some points that, like, there were some aspects that were explored about, like, her current situation in these chapters. But again, I point this out, surface level, nothing else. That situation was not really tested. It wasn't really tested. We didn't really go beyond, like, it's like really the only problems that she encountered with this, like, with this lifestyle were minor inconveniences. Oh, the Rudy didn't get to see you this month. Sorry. Shows up next month. Oh, you got a new meal. Okay. Wow, everyone's growing up so fast. Oh wow, ours got married. Lucy got married. Wow. Okay. You have a problem with this, Rudy? Oh, you got over it insanely quickly? Okay. Next day. And that's the end of the chapter. Yes! I fucking did it! I wrote a masterpiece! Bro, what the fuck? What the fuck? Roxy gets serious? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh. Next
Christina
chapter.
Rere is my youngest daughter. In our family of 6 children, we affectionately call
Rudy
her Chris.
POV.
Being the youngest child comes with having to endure unfair treatment. Always being on the lowest priority, the last to choose candies and having hand-me-downs for clothes, such is the fate of the youngest child. However, Chris...
honestly, Nanahoshi could be a way more interesting of a character than Rudius, but guess what? She's not, because she won't get any lick of good treatment from this writer, apparently, because look at that fucking chapter. It's proof that he doesn't want to fucking write about it. Whatever, bro. You're fucking crazy, bro. I don't... Again, I'm playing it up for the camera a little bit, but I'm still fucking pissed.
It was different. Maybe because she was too good at acting cute, or due to the fact that the eldest child, Lucy, was keeping the
It's
rest
not
of the
the end of
children
the
in line.
world, but, you know,
Chris was able to avoid the fate of other last-born children.
fucking sucks.
Not needing to endure much of anything, she grew up leading a carefree life. Maybe I have spoiled her too much. Not that I had any intentions to spoil her. I planned to love all my children equally. But out of all the kids, it was only Chris that I doted on without restraint. Lucy and the rest of my children were all afraid of me. I couldn't understand why at first. Somehow, it felt like I was being avoided. When they have things on their mind and want someone to confide with, it was mostly with Sylvie or Roxy. Well, if you want advice, of course you would go to Sylvie or Roxy. But aren't there things only shared between men? Maybe I am hated by my kids. There are days where...
Oh, you're talking about that freaking side story manga. Oh, yeah. I guess he did write... Did he write that? Yeah, I think he did write that. You think I give a shit, bro? Like... Dude, I'm not gonna read the manga. Like,
I mull over things like that. Last I heard from C, it doesn't seem like I am hated though. I am well respected in the house, thanks to all the effort I put in till now. My children are all working hard so as to not disappoint me. Things like coming to me for advice are so
if it
absurd to
was
them that it's out
really
of the
good,
question.
okay, if it was really good and people are saying it was really fucking good, and like some insane shit happens in it, then I'd be like, cool, nice. But it's like a flashback, and I know how things are gonna turn out, and like I don't care.
Naturally, I am happy about it. It's respect after all. I can't be unhappy about it. In my efforts to become a father with dignity, I more or less achieved results like I wanted, after all. But at the same time, it's kind of lonely. Even I want to play catchball with my sons on off days, or listen to their troubles over some drinks. I did the latter with Sieg the other day. I feel bad for Sieg who has this and that on his mind, but it was one of the happiest times I had. Point 1. Thanks to Sieg, the misunderstanding with Lucy was also cleared up. I can't thank Sieg enough. And, amongst the children, only Chris wasn't afraid of me. Speaking of not being afraid, Lara probably wasn't afraid as well. Anyways, Chris was different from the other kids. She always calls out, Papa, Papa. Wanting me to spoil her. Kids like Lucy slowly become independent when they enter the magic university, but
Here comes the writer again, introducing some great plot points, but we'll never fucking explore it unless Jobless Oblige. Here, right here, in this fucking page, right here, he establishes a conversation that he had with Sieg at one point. Okay, now, I understand that this is chronological. I understand that this could possibly be explored in Jobless Oblige. And if that happens, thank you, writer. Thank you for doing something that's actually cool. Jobless Oblige has it. Okay, I'm starting to understand why Jobless Oblige. I need to read that first. I want to get this shit done. But if they're going to do stuff like this, then I probably should read Jobless Oblige first. Fuck. I don't want to have redundancy end my fucking time with Mushoku Tensei because it's shit. Fuck. I made the title and thumbnail already. We're fucking finishing it.
Chris remained a daddy's girl even then. Just when I thought she'd stop sticking so close to me when
complaints
she
are out the
she
window
still remained the
now.
same.
It's
Almost every
something
day, she would
it's
talk about
my
what happened in
bad
school
this
with a wide
time.
smile. When she has issues, she would come to me asking for advice. Yeah, of course I would end up spoiling her. With just a bit of pestering, I would have bought cute clothes or other things she wants for her. It's not like I am giving Chris special treatment. If the other kids wanted me to spoil them, I would have done so in moderation. Because they don't come to me wanting to get spoiled, it ended up with my spoiling Chris a little too much. Truthfully speaking, I've also been spoiling Lara recently. Just the other day, she came pestering me for a lump of metal, which I prepared for her. Top quality Radius brand metal bars. They're made with earth magic, so rather than metal bars, it would be more accurate to call them lumps of rock. But it's the same quality as the ones used to make my magic armor, so it's almost entirely made of metal. I don't know what she'll be using them for, but since she wanted them, I prepared some for her, to which she said, "Thanks, Papa," in monotone while hugging me. Lara is, how should I put it? Rather than wanting me to spoil her, she seems to think that I am an easy person.
Bruh, it's like Lara's like, can I have 2 clumps of uranium? Thanks, Papa. What are you doing with it? Nothing. Goes to her room. Fucking hell. The dog goes to Rudius. Bark, bark. What the fuck is happening? Goes to her room. Lara's fucking dead. No! Or no, it's this. Daddy, daddy, I found a way to kill Hinagami. What? She just pulls out a giant fucking gun. It's like, okay, what does that do? Look. Fucking hell, dude.
Well,
I don't
that's
know.
fine. I don't mind being an easy person. It's better than not being able to spoil her. Leaving aside the matter with Lara, now it's about Chris. To be frank, Chris isn't that outstanding as a kid. Mediocre for swordsmanship, also mediocre for magic. She wasn't slacking off or anything, but she also wasn't that passionate about it either. She wasn't the worst of the kids. Just ordinarily graduating from the Magic University, ordinarily becoming an adult and ordinarily attending the Azure Royal Academy. In our family, after graduating from the Magic University, children have to attend the Azure Royal Academy. This is so that they become independent. Being left in the real world alone, they have to somehow learn to live. Life comes with its struggles. No matter what kind of lifestyle we lead, it will have its own share of difficulties. As with most difficulties, overcoming them is possible, either through personal strength, coming up with tricks, or even with aid from the friends and comrades we made in our journey. Naturally, included in those ways of overcoming difficulties would be requesting help from our parents. There probably exist young people who don't want to ask for help from their parents, but the option is definitely there. Well, leaving aside matters of other families, if my children want my help, I will definitely try my best to help them, depending on the nature of the request. Be that as it may, it's not like I can always be by their side. Though our relationship as parent and child will never change, there are times where it just isn't possible for us to help, for instance, when I have passed away from my limited lifespan. That's why, in school, where they can keep failing without consequence, they can get as much rehearsal as they want. Solving problems by using their head, moving their body, taking on responsibility for all of their actions. To be honest, even though I said so much, I am still worried. That is because Chris is so ordinary, honest to a fault, a crybaby, and the most childlike out of my children. That crybaby going on with life without my protection, I wonder if she can really do it? My worries don't end there. Chris has always looked up to dazzling and pure princesses. Even attending the Azure Royal Academy is something she had been looking forward to since a long time ago. Anyways, real princesses really do attend the academy and they are indeed dazzling and pure, it's not necessarily untrue. But the Azure Royal Academy is not as simple a place as that. Just like its namesake, it is a simulation for the actual Azure Royal Palace. A whirling mess of conspiracy, well, not to that extent, but power struggles between students are a daily occurrence. For the time being, I made sure to properly teach her about that, but it falls on her deaf ears. After a moment of looking at me blankly, she laughed while saying, "Papa is such a worrywart. Such a timid and spoiled child going into that harsh place with a mistaken impression. I can't help but keep worrying. Some incident will definitely occur. Just like how Sieg was hit hard by reality, Chris might become a need. Honestly, we don't have to force her through the academy. For example, Lily didn't attend the Azure Royal Academy. Of course, that's because she had a clear path she knew she wanted to go down. Even when she secured employment, she wanted to be taken into apprenticeship of becoming a craftsman. It was only due to her strong determination that I allowed it. Anyways, I didn't want to let Chris attend the academy. However, even with me opposing it, in the end, I couldn't stop her. She is misunderstood about the academy. Dazzled by the illusion of a pretty and clean Azure kingdom. She would probably find out soon that it's all a lie and get a huge shock. But that is all part of life. Lions would toss their cubs into the abyss and tigers would spend 10 years training newbies to become villainous wrestlers. Point 2, it's okay if you fail. Even if you become like Sieg, we will look after you for a while. Even Sieg spent some time being indecisive at home. In the end, he found the path he wanted to go down as well. That is why I steeled my resolve and sent Chris on her way.
I'm
Surely,
glad he's
she
being
will come back
vague
home as a
about
mature
it,
adult,
at
or
least.
so I believed. No, if you ask me whether I believed that, I actually did not really believe it that much. I thought she would come back crying to me in the first year of the academy. Instead, contrary to my expectations, she didn't come crying to me. Although there were many complaints in the periodic letters she sent me, there weren't any nasty rumors. She must be doing well. That's what I thought. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Azure Royal Academy Graduation Ceremony. The graduation ceremony happens annually at the Azure Kingdom Royal Palace. Speaking of the graduation ceremony, all graduates are aligned in rows while standing up. Amidst the dignified atmosphere, one can imagine a scene where names of graduates are called out one by one, to receive graduation certificates. Graduation ceremonies in my past life and in the Magic University probably also felt like this. However, things at Azure Kingdom seem to have a slightly different feel to them. The graduates are gathered inside the castle's huge auditorium and an extravagant party is about to be initiated. Parties of similar styles like this often occurred inside the castle. An obligation to be formally dressed up. The orderly lines outside the entrance. Greeting those of a higher social status than you. All of these are seen as an obvious thing to do in the society of Azure Kingdom, and that is exactly what is happening at this moment. However, this reception party had two differences from the society of Azure Kingdom. Firstly, the arrangement of having buffet meals while standing. This arrangement became a common practice after Ariel became queen. The lower to middle aristocracy were praising it, saying it gives us more chances to interact with people of higher status, while the upper aristocracy gave a different review, saying this made it easier for us to win over people of lower standing that we had an eye on, denying the edge for other nobles to get ahead of us. Supremacists and other nobles who couldn't bear with standing due to their obesity were not really happy with this arrangement though. Either way, it would be no problem if they just host another party in the traditional format. It's all about segregation. The second difference is that every single graduate present in the ceremony is deemed to be of equal social status. The students in the Azure Royal Academy come from various different backgrounds. From peasants to nobles, and even the upper or lower classes of aristocrats within the nobility, there are many levels to the complex social structure. Even after graduation, the students will differ vastly in their future endeavors. Some will go on to become knights, government officials or maids. Some will be married off to a foreign country and others will become feudal lords and succeed their parents in governing a small piece of territory. But at the ceremony itself, everyone is equal. They are given the social status of graduate and are allowed to remain standing even in the presence of royalty. Even if you were born in a slum, stole as a kid and had no ambitions after graduation, if you entered the school and survived the entire process, you would be graduate today. To manifest this equality, everyone was given an exquisite set of ceremonial attire that no peasant could ever hope to afford. It was packaged such that wherever they go, they would not be embarrassed to be recognized as a graduate of the Azure Royal Academy. Only for tonight, they enjoy a special social position. They are the guests of honor and have the spotlight for tonight. Of course, hierarchy still exists among the student population, so they are not necessarily treated the same. Grades, popularity, contributions to school events. It would have been fine if that was all that mattered. However, if one were to be frank, the social status of a family is what really matters when it comes to determining the hierarchy. While equality is constantly being emphasized, it was only for appearance's sake. Either way, seeing how the graduates would lose their identity as graduates and return to their formal social status the next day, it couldn't be helped that this was the case. Differences in social status are callous and unforgiving like that. Now, the top of the hierarchy. Among the student population, the most superior. The one who garners the most attention, and contributed the most to school events. Furthermore, the one who carries the lineage of the upper aristocracy. One such person is now at the graduation party making a speech. A speech representing all the school graduates. As it is called, a commencement speech. This graduation party is attended by Azura Kingdom's well-known aristocrats. Among them, without a doubt is Ariel and Azura, the queen of Azura Kingdom. Being able to give a speech on how well performed you are, and how much you have contributed to the kingdom in front of the queen. It is a role of great
This
honor.
is a Chris chapter, so we just finished the Nanahoshi chapter.
Yet, it is just not for the honor alone. It is also a chance for the upper aristocrats to remember your name, and to show them how superior
I ranted about the Nanahoshi chapter. I'm not going to rant about it anymore.
your house is. That is why, for the parents who are heavily involved in the power struggle happening in the royal palace, they have placed a great deal of expectation on their kids. They repeatedly emphasize to their kids, time and time again, the importance of being the top student, and kids, being kids, will try to live up to the expectations of their parents. In order to attain excellent grades that will not bring shame to one's family and allow one to confidently graduate from the academy, one has to be earnest, be it in their studies, school events, or even in recruiting allies into their factions. Of course, their parents' expectations are not the only reason to strive for the top seed. There is a good chance that people recruited into their factions would become retainers in their family after graduation. Also, it serves as good practice for those in the ensuing power struggle happening in the royal palace. Being able to take over the top seat also meant that one could work in essential departments in the Azura Kingdom. Of course, any student with ambition would strive to be the top student regardless of whether their parents were involved or not. The one who emerged victorious from this intense competition and became the graduate representative was a single young lady. The eldest daughter from the Azura Yellow Snake family, Viola Yellow Snake. The Yellow Snake family might not match up to the Grey Rats of the four feudal lords in terms of pedigree, but they hold an important post as the managers of the treasury of the Azura Kingdom. They exist to help manage the finances of the country. In terms of their status, there is nothing to complain about, and no one had any qualms about her holding the post of the graduate representative. The head of the Yellow Snake House was also extremely proud that his own daughter was able to attain the top rank of the school even in face of competition from the Grey Rats or even royalty. Viola is a beautiful young lady. Her characteristic brownish blonde hair was tied up in a braid. What endowed her body was a deep red dress. Usually, her thin, slightly pointed eyes leave others with a mean impression of her, yet at the speech her eyes displayed a dignified gleam. Her manner of speech was bold, and you could tell she was used to speaking in front of a crowd. Impressive. From now on, the ability, knowledge and experience acquired from school will be used diligently to contribute to the country. Glory to the Azura Kingdom. Her speech ended without any problems and the audience unanimously gave a loud applause. That signals the end of the graduate representative address. What's left is just for Her Majesty Ariel to give her congratulatory address, a toast with Viola with ceremonial music in the background, and it will be time for food, dance, and small talk. Then I will be able to go over to Chris and give my blessings. While I have those thoughts, I can't help but let loose a smile. Chris probably also has her position to consider, so I have to greet her with my smartest face. As I was lost in those thoughts, something unbelievable happened. However, there is someone that is unworthy of being called a graduate from the venerable Azura Royal Academy. Viola continued talking. The speech has ended, but it seems that she still has some things she has to let off her chest. Even though she was delaying Ariel's congratulatory address that's happening right after this. She actually did something so disrespectful, but Ariel only made a surprised face while being silent. Since
Don't
Viola wasn't
roast her.
reprimanded, she continued what she was about to say.
Don't roast her like
Viola began
this.
exposing all the evil deeds that person has done right from the beginning. She started the story with trivial harassment, like placing needles on shoes on the day of the dance event, destroying the textbooks of students of higher grades. She raised her grades by selling favors and engaging in flattery with the teachers. Also, she arranged for students of lower social status to sneak into the staff room and steal the test answers. How cunning. She bullied the female students who lost their home and used her large entourage of male admirers to boss people around. Undeniably an underhanded, evil, and unpleasant person. She fed a stray dog that wandered into campus grounds and built a doghouse at the back of the school.
This is Christina.
She even crushed a cockroach that came out of the staff room with her bare hands. The speech also included things that didn't make much sense like this as well. To kick down others, to give evil such a high evaluation, are such actions appropriate for a graduate from the Honorable Azura Royal Academy? While carrying herself like she was in a performance, she looked at her surroundings. There sat the highest nobility of the Azura Kingdom. In response to her words, they frowned and began saying things like, outrageous. Or if that's true, then it is unacceptable that this person is allowed to graduate. Well, the so-called evil deeds she brought up are daily occurrences in the Azura Royal.
Okay, we have to appreciate this for a second. We have to appreciate this. I kind of read ahead here. We have to appreciate this for a second. This page ends at the perfect time. I mean, it's probably Christina, but like, holy shit, bro, this ends at the perfect time, bro. This is a coincidence. I could change the size of this page whenever I fucking want, but bro, luck, we take that.
This evildoer. Reason being, if people are caught committing crimes in the royal palace, they would be severely punished. In other words, committing crimes without getting caught is their brand of justice.
Dude, this is a
Viola's gaze was
spice I
directed towards the
need.
deepest parts of where the Azure nobility were. There sat the queen of this country, Ariel. Towards Viola's stream of accusations and exposure of this evildoer's crimes, she listened while keeping quiet. When Viola looked directly at Ariel, the gazes of the crowd naturally shifted towards Ariel. Following that, the noisy crowd gradually started to settle down. When silence returned to the audience hall, Ariel opened her mouth. What is the name of that person? Those were quiet words, but for some reason it resounded clearly throughout the audience hall. Viola raised the corners of her mouth without her realizing it, and pointed towards a certain place in the venue. That person. There lies the figure of a girl who had already started eating chicken nuggets with her fingers before the toast was done. Right beside her was a docile girl with brown hair who hurriedly tried to wipe the nugget-eating girl's mouth. Opposite of the nugget-eating girl, with a table between them was a handsome guy acting as if he was saying, already?
She's a
What am I going to do
bully,
with you?
a
Besides the
prankster,
brown-haired docile
and a
girl was another handsome
cheater.
guy with a wry smile.
Nah.
Wait, around that nugget-eating girl, there's somehow a lot of handsome guys. Could it be that
Why
she's really
can't you
popular?
be more like
Is
Laura?
Christina Grere? In response to the stares coming from the entire audience hall, she only showed a blank face. Some translator notes. One events that happened in Jobless Oblige.
I gotcha. Oh wait, hold up. Did I skip anything? Oh. Okay.
Dreamy and wonderful place. Was what Christina Grere thought when she enrolled into the Azure Royal Academy. She declared her thoughts out loud like Eris would, right in front of the entrance. Hearing that, the aristocratic students sniggered as they walked past Chris. However, those reactions did not register in Chris's mind at all. She was simply overwhelmed by the stunning scenery in front of her eyes. Trees swayed in the wind along the brick-paved pathway leading from the entrance to the school building. Flower beds lined the side of the pathway in a beautiful sea of colors. The school building itself, built in elegant ivory white using Asuran architectural techniques, exuded an aura of nobility. Compared to the rundown buildings in the Magic University that reeked of the countryside, this was indeed a polished and classy school building. Beside the school building stood the dormitory, whose beauty too, couldn't be matched by the likes of the Magic University. Every single room was much more spacious and even came with a balcony. It was almost like living in a castle, just like in Chris' dreams. Furthermore, the students moving from the dorms to the school buildings were refined, as expected. Even though they were all wearing uniforms, unlike in the Magic University, their appearances were neat and polished. Some of them weren't as polished, but they didn't enter Chris's field of vision. Everyone was good looking. There were good-looking people in the Magic University too, but they don't hold a candle to the people here in the Royal Academy. That goes without saying. Real princes and princesses attend this school, after all. And from today onwards, Chris is also a student here. I am so excited. Overcome with excitement, she started spinning around and bumped into a tree. As a result, a large number of caterpillars fell onto her and made her scream. Male students in the vicinity laughed out loud at this amusing scene. In any case, Chris finally was able to attend the school of her dreams. Wanting to live a life of royalty, Chris attended the Azure Royal Academy. Yet, the first friend she ever made was neither aristocrat, nor royalty. Chris' first friend was a commoner from the Fido region's countryside. She obtained exceedingly good results in the newly built school in the region, and was enrolled in the Azure Royal Academy by recommendation. Not just her parents, but the whole village were proud of her. The village chief also came to celebrate her achievement and even organized a fundraising campaign to finance her travel expenses. The village girl was extremely grateful to her village. I will do my utmost to learn at the Royal Academy, serve the Fido Lord and further the development of the village that raised me. Or so she swore. For ma, pa, and all y'all at the village, I'll do my best. 1. But the girl was
Hold
too
up,
talented for a mere
no,
commoner.
translator, the bot did not do that justice. For my pa and y'all at the village, I'll do my best. There you go.
The taste is good.
Fuck!
I am relieved.
No! 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 Go! Go! There you go. Wait.
I am so excited. But the girl was too talented
10
for a
out
mere
of 10,
commoner.
thanks. Thank
The
you.
Azure Royal
Thank
Academy
you.
labels
Thank
itself
you.
as a school that accepts any student that has
Thank
eligible
you.
results, a completely meritocratic system. It is a place where competence and performance are properly rewarded. Yet, reality proves to be different. More than half the students were of noble pedigree or from similar backgrounds. As such, differences in social standing naturally formed within the student body. For students that had experience interacting with the nobles, they acted as if there was an unspoken agreement to acknowledge this difference in social standing. For example, even if a student were more competent in an area than a certain noble, he would allow that noble to get a better score.
Christina's a
The girl was unable to
parasite.
do
She
that.
shouldn't have hung out with
Consequently,
her.
a target board was painted behind her back in the eyes of a certain someone of the high aristocracy. The bullying then started. Bullying may not properly capture the full extent of the malicious deeds done to this common village girl. With their higher social standing, the bully treated this girl like a slave, ordering her around for trivial things so that she couldn't afford any time to study, banning her from entering the classroom for minor things so that she couldn't attend class, burning her textbooks, recommending that she leave the school. The village girl had no one to call her ally as everyone pretended that they saw nothing. The bully just was that high up on the social ladder. Even though she came to study, she was prevented from doing so. The girl spent her days crying to sleep almost every night. The firm resolve she held when she made that oath to help the village slowly crumbled into despair. The desire to return to her warm and kind village welled up and grew stronger with each day. Out of nowhere, on a fateful day, someone came to her rescue. It was Chris. Chris noticed the bullying that was being done by the high aristocrats. Good day, everyone.
All right.
Such conduct is not fit for a school as elegant as this.
All right. You started off great, Chris. So how do we get to the point where you start cheating on tests and doing like mad pranks? Is she just based? She could just be based. I think she's probably based. She might be based. All right. Starting from this origin story, I can assume that she is based. And I doubt that she turns into somewhat of a bully similar to that person bullying the village girl. So, with that in mind, so far, my assessment, Christina based. All right, let's continue.
She was completely ignored. However, that did not stop Chris. Getting worked up, she started arguing with the nobles, but eventually lost. Maybe due to the frustration of losing the argument, she started a fist fight
Oh
with them.
my gosh, you fucking asshole. Maybe we'll get lucky and they'll go into detail about making and eating chicken nuggies. Fuck you. I mean, that's like the author, because apparently he likes introducing plot points like that are seemingly very interesting and then cucks you and punches you while you're down. Kicks you while you're down, you know? And it's like, you thought you were getting something interesting, huh? Fuck you. This is redundancy we're talking about. Nothing important happens here.
Was one against many. Chris won, perhaps due to the special education from her parents. Losing an argument and then punching them was something that ran in the Boreas bloodline. Anyway, although it was nowhere close to being elegant, the village girl was saved. With a swollen face and blood dripping from her mouth.
I might have to make a meme about like my time reading Redundancy. Honestly, I might have to make a meme just a timeline of me reading through Redundancy and my experience with it. Just constant torture and a few light spots. With all the effort of writing and good quality writing going into a very cursed set of chapters.
Smiled and said, I will protect you from now onwards. Hearing that, the village girl cried. For the first time since she attended the academy, she cried tears of joy. From that day on, she was friends with Chris.
Man.
The same day, war started in that school for Chris. The conflict between Chris and the higher aristocracy continued. Every single time, they would try to make Chris submit to their demands,
actually.
and they would always fail.
I could probably do
Chris
something
was not
like
a citizen
that.
of the Azura Kingdom, and above all, there was the teaching from her parents. Never bully the weak. Staying true to that teaching, Chris stood against the high aristocrats. The village girl was not the only one she helped. The oppressed in the academy were not a small number. One by one, Chris reached out her helping hand to them. Frankly speaking, the life Chris led in the academy deviated completely from what she imagined. In her mind, the aristocrats were a group of people who were elegant and wouldn't do something as foolish as starting fights. In practice, the elegant bunch were few and far between, while most of the nobles were blinded by their desires and ambitions. The pent-up frustration led Chris to shout, "This is not like what I imagined." Her life went exactly as Rudius predicted, but Chris did not back down from this arduous journey. Because at that point in time, she had already gathered a large group of allies. Indeed, she was not alone in her fight against the high aristocracy. Every person helped was another ally gained. And every time Chris tried to help a new victim, her allies would assist. Numerous times, she only got out of trouble because of her allies. Two of them were especially notable as Chris' support. The first one was the village girl she initially helped. Owing a debt of gratitude to Chris for being her savior, she saved Chris from a pinch countless times with her excellent intellect and abilities. The other person was a certain male student. Unlike other allies, he did not receive the help of Chris. However, for some reason, every time there was an incident, he moved to help her. Sometimes from the top of a tree, sometimes from outside the window, sometimes from above the stairs. At the most unexpected times, he would appear to save Chris from the quagmire while uttering sarcastic remarks at her. Initially, Chris had the impression that he was just an annoying bastard. Their first meeting was when Chris was screaming from the caterpillars falling onto her, where he laughed uncontrollably as he saw the scene unfold. Several times after that, He was always there to laugh at her when she made stupid mistakes, making sure to add in a line or two of sarcastic comments. With that said, every time he appeared to help, a faint glimpse of his kindness and manliness could be seen through his playful and immature facade. Slowly, Chris became attracted to this weird guy, and unsurprisingly
He's
so,
a
because
alpha
this guy was his
male
son.
taking.
Furthermore, it was revealed later
Hold
that he
up.
was a prince from the kingdom. That weird.
He's really taking notes from the what is it, the Bible of Andrew Tate. He's learning how to become a true alpha male, swooping and jumping from trees to save people. Every day I lift 520 pounds at the gym, bench press, squatting a fucking 800. My legs are thick, my biceps are big, my chest goes through the fucking shirt and expresses my manliness as I jump from the tree and land on my face, trying to help Chris in whatever situation she's in. But don't worry, I have Riz. Don't worry. I have Riz, so it's all good.
Guy who kept making stupid remarks while helping was actually a real-life prince. For Chris, who had fairy tale delusions about princes and princesses, learning about this fact would inevitably lead to the development of romantic feelings.
I don't know. I just find the concept of this guy fucking stupid.
With her best friend and the prince by her side, along with support from all her comrades, Chris marched on into a turbulent school life.
Hold up, did I miss something? You said it's Luke's son? We'll see if it's Luke's son. We'll see.
Chris marched on into a turbulent school life. Her enemies consisted of the high aristocrats that were bullying her friend. For these young nobles that tried to create their own factions in school, Chris was not a welcome existence.
I mean, I assume that's just like a meme.
She was the ultimate
just saying that it's Luke's son.
To use their factions to gain power in the future.
Hold up.
Recognizing her as an enemy for real.
Like how would Luke ever get a son? That's what I'm wondering. Family tree picture set everything. Hold. Ariel. Yeah, I remember now, but I did not notice that. Like, what? Okay, how is this not a bruh moment? What the fuck? Christina and Edward? Azura? How is this not a bruh moment? What the fuck are you talking about? It came full circle. Look. They're not that far apart. Luke and Rudius, they're not that far apart. This should definitely be a bruh moment. I guess they're only labeling bro moments as like, wait, no. The marriage over here was also a bro moment. Okay, so it's not just like children. Or wait, no. I'm fucking stupid. No. Yeah. It's not. They label offspring as white. No, the marriages are labeled blue. Fuck, I'm dumb. Anyway, but like, yeah, this should be a bro moment. Direct relation, yeah. Come on, dude. Like, this is ridiculous. Technically don't know he's Luke's son. Shut the fuck up. He's got Riz. In Chris's eyes, he's manly. Come on. I'm just not used to having like I'm not used to having freaking characters in Mushoku Tensei being described as having manliness. Andy Kaufman would prank audiences who came to see a comedy show by doing nothing but play a recording of the theme to Mighty Mouse on a loop for hours. Meme. That's like listening to Redundancy.
It wasn't just all enemies though. There were nobles that found Chris'
Fucking
actions
hell,
interesting and
dude.
took her side. Especially the ones who were elegant, carefree, and would not resort to fighting.
That's
just like how Chris imagined nobles to be. Anyways,
that's not like Redundancy. To be fair, there are some good content in Redundancy. That is basically the Nanahoshi chapter, okay? Don't get confused. Don't get confused. All right. And there was actual content in the Aisha chapters. It was just shit. Again, Chris's parents are cousins. What do you expect for them not to fall in love with family? I mean, I guess they just they set things up to play out like that, I guess. That was the breaking point. Eris and Rudius was the breaking point. That right there, that shit set everything awry, bro. It normalized it, bro. It fucking went off after that. Nothing more important than family, bro. True words from Vin Diesel. From Vin Diesel, yeah. True words from the Fast 10.
These nobles that helped Chris were not interested in joining the power struggle between factions in the first place.
Fucking hell.
Most of them were students from foreign countries that already had the fate of being politically married off somewhere else. For them, things like joining the power struggle had no benefits to speak of. Instead of arguing about which faction of these greedy nobles to join, it was simply easier and more convenient to follow Chris. It was too troublesome to take part in the power struggle even though they had no interest in it. Before they knew it, Chris supporters grew and grew into a huge group of students. The formation of the ostracized faction was finally complete. Most of the enemies didn't do anything in particular to Chris and her faction. This was due to the fact that most of its members had low social status. Thus, even though they were gathered as a group, a mob of mere numbers without ability or authority could never really pose a threat. However, one person was different. She especially hated Chris as an enemy and would attack her with any chance she got. That person was Elizabeth Topcoat.
Bro, they
daughter of
took
the
I've
Topcoat
Got
house,
Family to
belonging
another
the high
level. Yeah,
aristocracy of the
dude.
Azure Kingdom. Excellent grades, extraordinary beauty, and top of the class for both magic and swordsmanship.
No, it's not just I've got my family. Some just prefer to say I'm in my family. Like physically.
All-rounded genius who appears only once every 100 years. The Topcoat house stood in the lower middle tier, in terms of the high aristocracy's peerage. But this difference in status was made up by Elizabeth's sheer talent and ability, so much so that it went without saying that she would become the graduate representative. There is a reason for her hostility towards Chris.
I'm cursed.
Well, it isn't that big of a deal in hindsight. When Chris just enrolled, Elizabeth was the one who got pummeled in that first fist fight. While she was exceptionally gifted, Elizabeth was also exceptionally conceited. Even though she appeared cordial in public, she really viewed her peers as either trash or toys for her amusement. The gifted village girl was, out of all her toys, an especially rare and amusing one. That special toy was robbed away, all because a country bumpkin suddenly appeared. It all started from there. Meeting a mere foreign country bumpkin who didn't respect her, losing a fist fight against her, and getting a bleeding nose after losing that fist fight in front of others. It was utter humiliation. Unforgivable. Thus,
Fuck, I
Elizabeth
can't
swore to
pay
God
attention.
that before she graduated, she would completely crush the existence known as Christina Grere. And so started her journey of attacking on Chris at every turn. Yet, perhaps due to bad luck, every single one of her plans stopped a step short of destroying Chris. It would always go smoothly up till the most critical moment, and help would arrive for Chris, or she'd find an item randomly laying around that would bail her out just as she needed it. Whenever that happened, Elizabeth could only bite her handkerchief and grind her teeth in frustration. The drawn-out war against Chris continued for a year after her enrollment. To be exact, about 11 months. It continued till around the end of the first academic year. This battle of attrition culminated just as they were entering the second year. The stage was set in a small country to the north of the Azure Kingdom, in the Topcoat's territory. It was Elizabeth's hometown. While it is a relatively small piece of land, it has a highway connecting to the north, enabling trade with the Magic Triumvirate. This indispensable role of being the link between the Azure Kingdom and the Magic Triumvirate fell on the Topcoat house. One of the programs in the Azure Royal Academy involves bringing students to every single territory of the Azure Kingdom. There, the students observe and learn about the various industries each area specializes in. In other words, it was a sort of field trip to gain insights into how society works. Experiencing firsthand how influential nobles governed their territory had proven to be an extremely effective way to learn about management of people and land.
Okay. If Rudius wasn't there, Eris would marry her cousin Luke. It would still marry her cousin Luke. Yeah, I know. So I guess the problem is with Eris, but I'm just saying that the fact here that marriage set things off terribly. In a terrible way. It triggered a domino effect.
Field trip destination had just so happened to be
It should have just been Sylphie,
with home
man.
ground advantage, there was no way she wouldn't plan an attack on Chris. This will be where that wretched bitch Chris dies. Not to that extent, but a plan would be put in place to humiliate Chris and brand her as a laughingstock. Unfortunately, this scheme backfired. As they say, when one curse is placed, 2 graves are dug. Elizabeth dug her own grave with this plan. It all went as planned initially. Chris fell into the trap laid by Elizabeth. Leaving out the details, Chris was trapped in an old, dried up well near the Topcoat main house. What she did not realize was that this well held a sinister secret. That the Topcoat house was illegally producing narcotics without knowledge of the kingdom. It turned out that this well hid a secret passageway to the holding area for these drugs. With the help of the sarcastic prince and the village girl, this nasty secret operation was brought to light. Currently, the Azura Kingdom officially allows production of certain narcotics and aphrodisiacs. Only after permission is sought and granted will the production of such goods be allowed. It goes without saying that producing it in secret is a serious crime. The massive scandal that ensued was akin to poking a beehive with a stick. After the dust settled, the Topcoat house had its territory confiscated and was déclassé to the ranks of the middle aristocracy. Elizabeth's place in the school hierarchy plummeted to the ground, and she was ousted from being the leader of her faction to becoming just another
I
underling.
don't know what the fuck.
Any attempts to destroy Chris stopped after
why
this.
the fuck it said
And
that,
thus,
but
the long
whatever.
battle in the Azura Royal Academy came to an end for Chris. Or so it was supposed to. Indeed, this was merely the beginning. By defeating Elizabeth, Chris became the leader of the largest faction in the academy, both in name and reality. This meant that she would be thrown right into the center of the power struggle between the academy's factions. That is why Chris, who spent every day of her life fighting for the past 3 years, did not appear flustered at all in the face of Viola's accusations. She was calm, still slowly taking her time to chew on the food in her mouth. She then proceeded to drink a glass of water, wiped her mouth with a handkerchief given by a friend nearby, brushed off the food crumbs that landed on her chest, and then finally cleared her throat. Sounding like she was still distracted, she shouted in reply to Viola. "Just what might you be saying, Viola-sama? That is a most cruel accusation." On top of that, she made sure that everyone in the venue could hear it. Her tone sounded like she was offended, behaving like she was brought to court. "It is unthinkable that I would do such a thing. If you didn't do something, you had to declare it clearly and with dignity. This skill is necessary for surviving in the Azura Kingdom. This may go without saying, but actually doing it is not easy. That is because there are cases like Viola's accusations, where some truths are mixed into the lies. For example, the accusation that Chris was keeping a dog in school premises. As it wasn't a complete lie, people might hesitate when trying to deny them and appear to be shaken. If they mumble or stammer in their speech, they would play right into the enemy's hands. Exploiting this opportunity, they would pressure the speaker for answers and instantly gain the favor of the crowd. If the support of the crowd is lost, then the case would also be lost. In the Azura Kingdom, the facts are often twisted to fit the circumstances of the speaker. Therefore, even if what was said was completely true, some doubt would still remain. To remove that small amount of doubt, a liar would have to put in many times more time and effort. When defending against someone who's lying, playing more and more cards to drag out the battle would tip the scales in your favor. That's the reason for denying the accusations. Deny all of them without hesitation. In cases where the accusation is spot on, backed with evidence, an apology should be given. This time, Chris has chosen to deny the accusations. Viola-sama, today is the graduation ceremony, a joyous occasion. Her Majesty, the higher aristocracy, your father, and my father are all here to celebrate. Why would you tell such lies? On top of denying accusations, Chris made sure to impress on the audience that Viola was lying. This shifts the blame away from Chris to Viola. With that, she can go on the offensive and try to level the playing field with Viola. However, since Viola was the graduate representative, their playing fields were far from being level. Some people would believe Viola simply because she was the graduate representative. Chris' disadvantaged situation remained the same. At least now, she isn't one-sidedly being attacked. Why? Towards Chris' reply, Viola adopted a confident pose as if it was natural. If she were so easily stopped just by being asked why, she wouldn't have set up this attack on Chris. Action was taken to completely crush Chris because all of the preparations had been completed. Do you even have to ask? It is because I can no longer bear seeing an incompetent and evil student like you naming yourself a graduate of the Azura Royal Academy. Though this declaration was loud, it wasn't in a shrill scream. Her voice emanated from the bottom of her diaphragm, with a pleasant echo that resonated in everyone's ears. As if it was scripted,
She
her demeanor
sung
allowed her
those
words to carry a
words.
majestic weight to it.
Viola sung those
Most of
words,
the audience
bro.
agreed with Viola's words. If Chris were really an incompetent, unscrupulous villain that only caused trouble, then she should immediately
Do
be
you
expelled from the
have
academy.
to ask?
Such was the atmosphere of the audience hall. That can't be. Even if it was not on the level of Viola-sama, I tried my best to study and make friends in my own way. Chris cast down her eyes in sadness. Without getting too emotional, she again denied Viola's accusations. Seeing that, people, especially those from Chris' faction, would come to believe her words. Chris was definitely not the embodiment of a model student in the academy. But during these 3 years, it was undeniable that she had put in effort towards her studies and in socializing. It was a common sight to see Chris wearing a white hakimeki too, furiously studying in the library before tests. For someone who stole the exam papers to cheat, as everyone knew, her results were weirdly mediocre. As such, there were students that began suspecting Viola instead of Chris. Won't you stop this, Viola? The first student that stepped out was a young man. He had a well-defined nose, with slightly drooping eyes and unique platinum blonde hair that one can never get tired of looking at. An unquestionably handsome guy from every angle, his name was Edward Azura.
Andrew
Prince of the
Tate.
Azura Kingdom, he was someone who helped Chris on countless occasions. Standing in front of Chris as if he was protecting her, he spoke in a strong tone. Take back what you said immediately and apologize to Christina. Your Highness Edward. You would take sides not with me, your fiancée, but with Christina. Fiancée. Even though the romance between Edward and Chris was slowly blooming, Edward was actually engaged to Viola. Well, in the end, it was decided on by their parents. A political move to allow the Yellow Snake House
Man.
to obtain closer ties to the Azure royal family. Edward did not harbor anything like romantic feelings towards Viola. While that was the case for Edward, Viola's feelings were another story. Ever since the day they were engaged, Viola was interested in Edward. Unlike a certain magician wearing a red-colored robe
get
somewhere,
cucked.
Edward was not a dense person.
Oh,
He
get
had already
cucked.
noticed Viola's feelings towards
Oh
Ed.
shit, get
Frankly,
cucked.
he thought it was fine to leave it till after
Oh,
graduation to
Viola's
reciprocate her
cucked.
feelings,
Oh
to fulfill his duty
shit.
as royalty. Yet he
Oh
came to a sudden
fuck.
realization today that leaving it till after graduation would be too
Oh,
late.
she cucked her
Because what
hard.
gave rise to the situation was definitely her
Hard.
jealousy towards Chris. All of this was a result of his indecisiveness. That was why he decided to take
Ooh.
responsibility and protect Chris.
It was
If what you said
arranged
was
to.
true, I would not have done something like covering
Oh.
for Christina. But what you said just now, aren't they all false accusations? He spelled it out clearly that it was all false accusations. In the presence of Ariel, his words as a prince hold a lot of weight. This backing is definitely something Chris needs at the moment. That Edward would cover for Chris was all within Viola's calculations. She knew that he was always close to Chris, even without him mentioning anything about dating her. False accusations, you say? Which part of it was false, may I ask? You may have mentioned a long list of evil deeds, but do you have solid evidence that it was Chris that did those? Evidence. The moment she heard that word, Viola's face twisted into a demonic smile. Though it was just for that moment, the slightest
Evidence,
fraction of a
Keck.
second. That
Look at
expression
these
lasted so short that
DMs.
most people never noticed. Unless you were
They
Buddhist,
definitely
who got used
weren't
to people that forced his
photoshopped in
expressions
any
on a daily
way.
basis, you would have missed it. Someone of that level, there was no other person around Viola except one. Please wait. It was Chris. Before Viola opened her mouth, she stopped her with that loud statement. She then joined her hands in front of her chest, like she was making a prayer. Hey Viola, please stop this. Right now, you can still turn back. Can't we leave this as a joke? Chris is my best friend, I just wanted to play a little prank during my graduate representative's address. Can't you say that? In an earnest appeal, Chris said that. As if she knew what Viola was about to do. As if she were trying to stop Viola from doing something unthinkably self-destructive. In a way that hinted, you're already the graduate representative, isn't that enough? To the audience, that appeared to be the case. A part of the nobles took it the wrong way and were like, so as
Have her
expected, she
revenge.
really did do something. Even if Viola passed
The
it off as a
cuck-
joke, they would
the
suspect that Chris was
cuckery
the party
ends
responsible somewhere
now.
deep in their heart. If you could do that, I would let this be water under the bridge. I beg of you, please. To the words that sounded a little condescending, a wicked smile creeped up on Viola's face.
Do
A
it.
smile that a hunter would have if his prey got caught in his trap and couldn't escape. A smile full of sadism, to sneer at this loser that would humiliate herself at the most appropriate stage. Without a second's delay, her facial expression became calm again. Maintaining that emotionless face, she turned her head to the side as if telling Chris that it was all too late. Elizabeth. Viola called out to a familiar name. A name that one would definitely know if they are present in this audience hall. Elizabeth Topcoat. The unquestioned favorite for the position of graduate representative when she enrolled, who then fell and vanished from the front lines of the faction wars in less than a year.
Yo, it's
From the edge of the audience hall,
Elizabeth.
a figure moved. The audience parted as that person moved towards Viola slowly, forming a road for her. Looking at her, she was close in age to both Chris and Viola. Gleaming, long golden hair with drills at the side. Unlike her gaudy appearance, she walked with steady and confident steps. As for her clothes, it was a dress that looked considerably cheap and much less flashy when compared to Viola. When she arrived next to Viola, she lifted the ends of her dress slightly and performed an elegant bow towards the nobles with an unfazed look on her face. My name is Elizabeth Topcoat. Ah. From that Topcoat house. As soon as that name was heard,
That house,
chattering broke out within the audience.
that house.
Topcoat was a name that was fairly well known in the Azure Kingdom.
Yeah.
Well, needless to say,
It's not the
it was only
house.
2 years ago that the Topcoats fell
That
from grace and
house.
had their territory confiscated. It would be too soon to forget about such a big scandal. With the edges of her mouth just slightly raised up, she asked Elizabeth. Elizabeth, please enlighten us as to exactly what was done to you. 2 years ago, I was scorned for being from a disgraced house and treated as a slave. Furthermore, I was under the threat that my house would fall further if I tried to resist. Elizabeth said that in monotone. However, her facial expression was far from that. Her lips were pursed tightly together, like she was grinding her teeth. One could see unspeakable regret and frustration in her eyes. For someone born into high aristocracy, it must have been extremely difficult to bear with such humiliation. That look on her face was testament to the truthfulness of her words. Elizabeth is not the only one. As Viola said that, students could be seen coming out from the audience. Although most of them were girls, there were also a few boys within that group. A total of 10 students came forth. They arranged themselves to the side of Elizabeth and started to introduce themselves one by one. Most of them had low social
Well, this is
status.
simply word of
The
mouth.
highest of them were middle-class aristocrats, with the rest being either
Can't
low
prove
aristocrats or
any
commoners.
of this is
Everyone
real.
here as well, enlighten us to your plight.
It could all be
It is your last
lying.
chance. Hearing those words, with resolute faces,
on.
the 10 students told of their plight one after the other. Amongst them were people who had needles in their dance shoes on the day of a ball, had her textbooks torn to shreds, were forced to steal test answers from the faculty room, had his feelings made use of, to be ordered around and thrown aside when he was no longer deemed useful, had her precious pet killed as a joke. All of them, like Elizabeth, spoke in a tone like they were trying their hardest to remain calm. Yet the feelings overflowing from their hearts could not be completely contained. The frustration, despair, and regret. And finally, the feeling of relief for being able to let it all out. Reacting to the accounts made by the group, the aristocrats became enraged, some of them yelling unforgivable. Though almost all of them used to do the exact same thing, calling someone else out on their evil deeds when the opportunity arises is exactly what an Azura aristocrat does. Of course, the ones that led a noble life were angry for real. Everyone, I thank you for your bravery to step up and talk about your painful experiences. While confirming the audience's response, Viola said that with a meek face. She then glared at Edward. This is the proof, Your Highness Edward. With this many witnesses, do you have anything more to say? That's... Edward's face twisted into a painful expression. He did not expect Viola to set up such a grandiose scheme. She was the graduate representative. Just using that position to incite the high aristocracy would have been enough to get Chris expelled. Yet, she even had evidence prepared. Everything was set up down to the last detail.
She even had evidence to her claims. Oh, fuck.
For example, some evidence that proved Chris was innocent. But he let his guard down this time. It is the graduation ceremony today, and Viola is the graduate representative.
Oh,
no. In other words, Viola was already the winner. The idea that the winner would still pull such a trick was simply inconceivable to him. Even if he tried to do something, it wouldn't prove Chris' innocence. He was stuck thinking about what he could do in this situation. Thus, Edward could do nothing but stay silent. No, even so, I cannot bring myself to believe that Chris would do something like that. He squeezed those words out. Even though the evidence was shoved to his face, he spent 3 years with Chris, laughing together and crying together. He helped out with her studies, ate terribly made lunchboxes with her. Because he knew Chris so well, he simply could not believe the accusations. Even with proof that Chris was secretly behind all these atrocities. I see. What a foolish person. Viola replied in irritation. Frowning, she took her eyes off Edward and stared at Chris. Taking a step forward, she declared. Look. This is the evidence, Christina. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Since it had come to this, no one here would not look at Chris without contempt. She had committed unforgivable atrocities, so she should stop making excuses and apologize. Such an atmosphere was floating about in the audience hall. Even the ever-doting parent Rudius was making a difficult face, gripping his fist tightly. He had matured enough to refrain from shouting something like our child would never do something like that. On impulse. Standing beside him were Sylphie, Eris and Roxy. They each either held
Bro, I like how in my thumbnail I had like a head pat for Chris, like, not sure if that's worth
she looked at Viola in resignation.
her
Viola, I did tell
deserving.
you to stop. Standing alone, she muttered so.
Oh no.
She raised her head to look straight at Viola. There was no sign of panic or fear in her eyes. Some could say she looked extremely calm. Others who saw her face could also put it like this. That it was a cruel and cold-hearted look. She did not glare at Viola, nor did she raise her voice. Not towards Viola, but the students beside her, she simply said in an indifferent tone. Hey, everyone. The horrible things that happened to you. Who was it that did them? The witnesses all pointed their finger towards Viola in unison. Viola couldn't understand. Why were the surrounding students pointing their fingers at her? It wasn't just her.
Spice?
Everyone in the audience hall was clueless as to what was going on. As if to shatter that confusion, Elizabeth stepped forward. Her eyes narrowed and the edges of her mouth turned upwards. With a sinister, snake-like smile, she declared. All the atrocities that Viola-sama eloquently described were done by none other than Viola Yellowsnake-sama herself. Elizabeth proudly declared for all to hear, as if she was announcing her triumph over Viola. And all of us standing here are witnesses who can attest to that. To those words, the students standing by her all nodded in agreement one after another. That's right. I was treated like a used rag. Same with me. Viola-sama's grip was slowly strangling me to death. Me too. My textbooks were ripped to pieces by Viola-sama. The dazed Viola couldn't comprehend what was happening in front of her.
Oh no.
Like a fish out of water, her face warped with dismay as her words got caught in her throat. All she managed to squeeze out was a measly. Why? Hearing those words, Elizabeth snapped.
Hold.
What? Towards me whom you treated like trash for 2 entire years, you ask why? With such force behind her voice as if to grab Viola by the shirt, she shouted. I was waiting for this moment. This moment, to reveal everything. You did to the masses. Not just me. Everyone here was waiting. For the chance to destroy you. Why you? So you betrayed me. Having caught up with the situation, Viola's expression changed.
I was waiting for this moment, right now, to reveal everything. Everything you did to the masses, not just me. Everyone here was waiting for the chance to destroy you. Viola. Emotional damage. The fucking meme. Uncle Roger, emotional damage.
You did to the masses.
Oh no. This really is emotional damage.
Having caught up with the situation, Viola's expression changed. Gone was her calm and composed demeanor, along with any shred of her overflowing confidence. Her face transformed into that of a man-eating demon. One by one, Viola pointed her finger at the students who betrayed her and glared at them. You, all of you. Pulling such a stunt against me. I hope you do understand how badly all of you are going to end up. That is exactly what you would call an outrage. A situation that was originally not supposed to happen, that couldn't be allowed to happen, had occurred. Even when confronted directly with such a threat, Elizabeth maintained her composure and made sure to return a wide grin to Viola. My, what is going to happen to
Viola's
us?
going to
Have I
reincarnate
no
as a
choice but to explain in
villainess at
detail?
this rate.
The top coat family owes a
True.
huge debt to the Yellow Snake
She
family.
already is,
That
though.
means that
Come
if I feel like it,
on.
all of you could be turned into slaves, let alone forced into servitude as servants. Viola directed those words towards Elizabeth in a loud voice. Debt. In fact, those words weren't just aimed at Elizabeth. The students that were brought forth as evidence against Chris were there for similar reasons. Not all of them were there due to debts. Some of them had other weaknesses which were gotten a hold of. In any case, Viola kept a firm grip on them. They were what allowed her to turn them into servile pawns, to use as she pleased. Yet, even in the face of those words, Elizabeth didn't back down. In fact, it was almost like she was waiting for them. Debt. Her reply was calm, even monotone. Looking at her expression though, it was a wicked smile. With a face truly reminiscent of an enormous, she retorted. It's that, it was fully paid off as of yesterday. Ed. Viola was dumbstruck by her answer. For what it was worth,
Get
Elizabeth took
checkmated,
out a piece of
bitch.
paper from her
Debt.
chest and handed it over to Viola as proof of payment. This is the proof for the full settlement of the debt. The Yellow Snake family crest. You can see it here, right? I am possible. How? It was supposed to take 10 years to fully settle. Hearing that, Elizabeth's expression returned to normal. Then, with a defeated smile, she looked towards a certain girl. It was because Chris lent her strength to me. Chris? That Chris that you hated so much. Indeed, that girl, towards someone like me who scorned her so, benevolently bestowed her tender loving hand to save me. In a trance, Elizabeth gazed into the distance as if she saw a goddess manifesting there.
Ah,
Seeing
Viola.
Elizabeth's expression, Viola sneered.
Viola got
I see,
cucked
so it's that.
and deserved
You
the
borrowed from Chris to
cuck.
pay off the debt owed to me, and that is
Oh,
why you betrayed me. In the end, you merely switched masters. What a fool.
what a
I'm afraid you
fool.
are wrong. I no longer owe any debt to anyone, because Chris enlightened me to a new way of doing business. With that, Elizabeth started describing the new source of income that Chris suggested to her. This new source of income wasn't anything like a regular part-time job. Since we are talking about debts owed between aristocracy, it's a huge sum of money. To raise this huge sum, a new business had to be started. Put simply, it was a legal advice firm aimed at merchants. As a house that was put in charge of lawmaking in the kingdom, many of the retainers in the top coat house were well versed with the law. On top of giving merchants work, they also provided richer merchants with advice on how to pay lower taxes. Thus, the profits within Asuran territory increased for the merchants, with some of the cut being paid to the top coats. Although making a business out of cutting taxes was detrimental to the kingdom's finances, it wasn't too big of a deal, since said taxes were being squandered on the nobles' frivolous expenses anyways.
Another
Hence,
mafia, yeah. The cucking. There can only be one. Yeah. I need to use the restroom. I'll be back. Oh wait, I forgot. I need music. I think this one. This one's good. And let's do a different one. Yeah, sure. All right, I'm back. And I think someone messaged me on Discord. Okay, my friend wants to play Madden eventually, but I'll do that after the stream. All right. All right. All right. Now let's do this.
Was simply a matter of trading one evil for another. In the grand scheme of things, the damage done to the kingdom was negligible. Thus, by doing this and that with the merchants, the top coats somehow paid off their debts. It is not just me, but everyone here. There no longer exists any weakness you can use against them to do your bidding. The students around Viola vehemently agreed, saying that's right. The only reason they didn't cuss was because they were in the presence of Ariel. These weaknesses that you thought could never be overcome even with great effort, were resolved by Chris. Painstakingly, problem by problem, like crushing ants individually. It was now that the audience caught on to what was happening. In summary, Viola used her underlings' weaknesses to force them into playing along with her scheme to destroy Chris at this graduation ceremony. What she did not expect, was that Chris would preempt this move. Thus, all the evidence leading up to this reveal in the ceremony was corrected one by one, and was instead used as a counter to this trap. How underhanded.
How
I wonder
underhanded.
who the underhanded one really is. Even though Chris was considerate of your stupidly inflated ego and didn't mess with you before the graduation ceremony. She even worked behind the scenes to give up the post of graduate representative to you. Towards the matter of giving up the seat of the graduate representative, Chris made a face as if to say it. But no one noticed. If they did, they'd come to realize that she really did try as hard as usual but came nowhere close to the top. Anyways, other than that dubious turn of events, everything else was true. All of the surrounding students agreed. The nobles came to understand the truth, and started to cast cold gazes onto Viola. Among them was Edward. Feeling disappointed and resentful,
Fucking
Viola,
treasure.
lied, and
Fucking
also himself,
accountant,
couldn't stand up
bro.
against such lies,
Ew,
glared at Viola.
disgusting.
Committing such despicable acts, are you not ashamed
You.
of yourself? Having been told that by Edward, Viola appeared agitated for just a moment. However, she clenched her teeth strongly and shot back to him in defiance. I feel nothing close to being ashamed. There is nothing that can be glossed over at this point. Viola bared her feelings and let out her true thoughts. Losing to that plebeian from out in the sticks of Renoa, and letting you get snatched away is more of an embarrassment to an Asuran noble. To her words, Edward could only gawk in response. A plebeian from Renoa? How disrespectful, her father is a sworn friend of Her Majesty. While it is true that he was not given peerage in the kingdom, he is treated on the same level as royalty. Do you not? No matter how great they are, if they are from the sticks, they are from out in the sticks. Mere Neanderthals to me. Anyways, I have hated Chris since the very beginning. Viola had detested Chris ever since the first day of school. Entering the school as a friend of the outstanding Elizabeth, though the surrounding people thought she was a mere follower, and being able to make friends with Prince Edward whom she had always admired, she was looking forward to a dazzling school life fit for a high aristocrat. And then Chris came and ruined everything. That airheaded brat who emerged from the Bunas, reeking of soil and dirt. Getting the attention of Edward, orchestrating Elizabeth's downfall, and thanks to all that, even putting Viola's own status at risk. It was hell since then. The days where no one would respect her continued. While her family name had gone to the trash, Elizabeth was still as competent as ever. So by using her effectively, Viola was finally able to graduate at the top of the school. Yet, she still couldn't forgive Chris for snatching away Edward. It didn't matter if it was all untrue. She wanted a story to frame Chris and make Edward hate her. Even better if she could be expelled from the academy and erased from history forever. To think that you are this foolish. Hearing Viola's words, Edward clenched his fist tightly. Just as quickly, he relaxed his fist. There was no longer any anger left in him. Beyond that, he was simply amazed and finally understood Viola. Hearing her words, Edward's patience had exceeded its limits. Enough. In all honesty, Edward was never interested in the girl named Viola. There was nothing to gain from being with her, and she wasn't particularly competent in anything. Furthermore, everything that came out of her mouth was heard elsewhere before. Even after she enrolled in the academy, she only got close to the excellent Elizabeth so she could join the school's socialites. Someone who thinks that she is superior just because she's part of that group. From Edward's point of view, out of 100 ladies that come from Asuran noble houses, 99 of them are the same, boring archetypal girl like Viola. Yet, she was his fiancée even if it was just something decided on by their parents, therein laid the duty of a royal. He had intended to give Viola special treatment, appropriate to the arrangement. Now, however, at this very moment, Edward's perception of her had changed. Viola was not a run-of-the-mill noble girl. She was a person that wouldn't think twice about kicking someone down just to achieve her objectives. A cold, calculating fool that didn't treat people like human beings. Edward had come to hate Viola. Therefore, as a prince, fulfilling his duty as a royal, he raised his head. In a voice loud enough to be heard by everyone around, he announced. I am someone who will be interacting with foreign powers in the future. I cannot possibly marry someone who would publicly disparage an important figure from a foreign country as a country bumpkin. I hereby request that our engagement be annulled. All the blood left Viola's face when she heard the sudden declaration. Annulment of engagement.
No.
He wouldn't do something like that, right?
No.
Was what she thought in the bottom of her heart. He doesn't have the power to, was what she thought. However, this was a public setting. Yes, a public setting. A place with individuals from all sorts of backgrounds and statuses, the absolute best stage to completely destroy Chris. A place she personally picked herself. And ironically, this exact place
Publicly
was where all her
dumped.
escape routes were sealed.
True.
That.
It's
Can't be.
over.
About that matter. And so Viola tried to steer the conversation in a way that she could escape from. Using the excuse she thought of just in case this matter got brought up.
It's
See, this is not
Grover.
something that we can decide on our
It's
own.
all Grover.
That's why. Indeed, strictly speaking, anything concerning marriage is not something that they can decide on their own. That is because the engagement was decided between their parents. In other words, the current heads of their houses. The house heads, with the future in their minds, decided that the marriage would bring both families to greater heights. Unless valid reasons were presented to the house heads through proper channels of discussion, and provided they are convinced by the reasons, annulment would not be allowed. Moreover, one of the house heads involved this time was the Queen of the Azura Kingdom. As the Queen's schedule is constantly packed, even a house from the high aristocracy governing financial matters of the country wouldn't be able to get a meeting with her at a moment's notice. Time would be required to execute or call off any plans. Viola was a cunning girl. As long as there was time, she could move to push circumstances in her favor and make the annulment void. She was confident that she could do that. As long as it wasn't now. As long as it wasn't here. As long as it wasn't right after the moment she failed. I see, you make a convincing point. Here, at this very place and time, all the key individuals were present. The two parties involved in the engagement, Edward and Viola. The current head of the Yellow Snake House, Carter Yellow Snake. And finally. Is that fine with you, Mother? Queen of the Azura Kingdom, Ariel and Azura. Ariel, in a rare display, gave the surrounding people a soul-chilling gaze. Without her barely lifting a finger, she exerted so much pressure on the auditorium that all the chattering died down into a solemn silence. Viola. Hearing that voice, the once heated atmosphere instantly froze over. Do you have anything to say in your
Do
defense?
you
It was Ariel.
have anything to say in
Those
your
were words from
defense?
Her Majesty, the Queen of Azura.
Question mark.
Spoken in that powerful voice that had mesmerized people since her youth. Viola's face had now gotten so pale that she was.
All right, bro. All right.
On the verge of passing out. Her face bore a mess of emotions, making her eyes spin. Anxiety, confusion, anger, resentment, sorrow, pity, entreaty, disgust, worry, fear, self-blame. Perhaps, if she were a stronger person, if she had the heart to honestly admit that she was wrong, or if she had the guts to look for a way out even when cornered, things might have turned.
Maybe if she was a better person, maybe she'd get out of this. Nah. Nah, sorry. Nah. Maybe if you were a better person back then, but I don't know. I don't know about this one, Chief.
Out differently. Even if she was being fired upon, if she focused on minimizing the damage taken, she might have been able to escape. However, making a move while being in such a predicament was something Viola lacked the experience to perform. Born into high nobility and without any talent, she was pampered even when she did not put in effort. Nearly all of the people she met were of lower social status. It did not matter when she got into trouble, because things would go her way if she were to just complain a little. Having lived most of her life having things served to her on a silver platter, it was impossible for her to find a way out of this quagmire. The words that came out of her mouth next were simply painful to listen to. I have done nothing wrong. I was framed by Christina. So that I would be publicly shamed at the ceremony. She abused their weaknesses and made them spout lies. Despicable. I do not approve of such dirty tricks. Christina is the evil one. I have done nothing wrong. What followed was an incoherent jumble of words. Lines like they are all spouting lies were repeatedly and hysterically shouted. Outright denying what she just said. Piling lies on top of lies, like how Chris' atrocities were so numerous that it was hard to talk about all of them. That her own actions were righteous in comparison. I am guiltless. She continued to scream in a shrill voice. In any case, it was outrageous that mere low nobles and commoners would dare to frame a high noble like her. They should be punished for lèse majesté one, was what her arguments devolved into. Viola's pitiable state was unsightly from anyone's point of view, and definitely inappropriate for a graduate of the Azura Royal Academy. That brilliant demeanor which everyone recognized as fitting for a graduate representative had disintegrated into the air. It goes without saying that in Ariel's eyes, such was also the case. Ariel did not entertain the likes of Viola. As no words could get through to her, she shook her head and summoned two individuals before her. Have the principal and Carter come over. Immediately, two men emerged from the audience. The principal of the Azura Royal Academy and the current head of the Yellow Snake House, Carter Yellow Snake. The principal was drenched in cold sweat, and Carter had his eyes wide open, his body audibly trembling. Both of their faces had lost all their color. Looking at both of them with a piercing glare, Ariel turned over to the principal and opened
I got
her
a
mouth.
text message, sorry.
Principal of the Azura Royal Academy. Yes, Your Majesty. A
This is
person such as
important.
this is not fit to be deemed a graduate from our Azura Royal Academy. It is exactly as Your Majesty states. I declare in my name of Ariel and the Azura, that this person shall have her graduation annulled and given the punishment of expulsee dash.
Allow me to redo that one. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. No. There you go. It was at this moment she knew she fucked
The
up.
moment Ariel made that declaration, Viola gave off a thundering scream so loud that it cut off Her Majesty Ariel's orders. It was an act that no student who learned about etiquette in this school would have done. On top of all that, she started charging towards Ariel with both her hands raised in the air. Of course, she was immediately subdued by Ariel's guards. Viola was pinned to the ground in an instant and had her hands pressed towards her back. Completely ignoring that, Ariel
Better
shifted her gaze to the
masterpiece.
Yellow Snake
Yes,
house head.
thank you.
Carter Yellow Snake. Yes,
Voice
Your
acting
Majesty.
superb.
I have planned to let Edward represent the royalty for diplomatic matters after his graduation. Main purpose being
Yowie
the northern
wowie.
regions, with the magic triumvirate. Would someone who disparages the Renault Kingdom, one of the magic triumvirate as the Styx, be fit as wife of this representative? As a matter of fact, I would think that she would
Yowie
not be suitable.
wowie. Some massive
Then,
spice
as per
is
Edward's wishes,
happening.
the engagement between
Ooh,
Edward Malaysia and
boy.
Viola Yellow Snake shall be annulled. That is fine with you, yes. Yes, Your Majesty. Carter's head remained lowered. Unlike his daughter, he was a sincere and loyal man. Whatever his daughter did was also the responsibility of the house head. Throwing mud at the prestigious graduation ceremony of Azure Royal Academy, causing a huge ruckus and being arrested in public. It was the ultimate shame and humiliation. So much so that he honestly wanted to act as if she was not his daughter. But Carter was an honest man. He intended to bear full responsibility for any transgressions committed by his daughter. Now, at this moment, he was prepared to serve any sentence passed on to him. Of course, Ariel was well aware of Carter's personality. It was the reason why she arranged the engagement between their children in the first place. Although the engagement was annulled due to the daughter's foolish actions, the father was sinless. If anything, it was his failure in her upbringing. Either way, no matter how one was brought up, children like Viola, who grow conceited and try to control all of their surroundings due to their peerage, would still appear. Even with extremely thorough education, issues such as this will remain unavoidable as long as there exists differences in social status. To berate someone for something that is unavoidable goes against Ariel's pride. For the loyal, rewards should be given out over punishment. As thanks for the undying loyalty they have shown till now. I do not intend to lower my opinion of the Yellow Snake House based on this one isolated case. Speaking of which, there was another person here that needed mentioning. A girl who lost everything because out of nowhere, she was blamed for crimes she did not commit. And that girl's father was someone Ariel knew
Chris
very well.
ended
His face is
Viola's
still
whole
blank now, but
career.
malice was seeping out of his
Not,
facial
not,
expression.
no, 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 no,
Once he
no.
understood the situation,
Not career. Life. Life, not career.
face was dyed in intense anger. It was very possible that he would draw closer towards
Marriage
Ariel in
is
rage and grumble to
done.
her with an unpleasant look. I'm okay with complaints.
The
but I have to
person
hand
that
out some
she
punishments even in
loved,
name or it'll be a disservice to her.
not marrying
Anyways,
them. No.
However, I forbid any resentment on the participants of this revenge plot. Accept it as an insult to your family name and live with it. I am grateful for your extreme leniency and consideration. In addition, you are to re-educate your daughter thoroughly. Yes, Your Majesty. The one deserving of punishment is not the family head, but the daughter. And it is not to the extent that the queen herself has to deliver the punishment onto the daughter. Thinking like that, Ariel left the responsibility of his daughter's punishment to the house head. If it was the honest and loyal Carter, any punishment he gives would be appropriate. That is all. You may step down. Understood. After giving a bow to Ariel, Carter took his daughter from the guards and promptly left the venue. As one would expect, the looks of pity given to his back were piercing. The graduation ceremony where his daughter was the representative. He must have felt extremely proud. In fact, he was even showing off a little, talking to people who sat beside him. Even to Rudius, he was like, my daughter was a sore loser who didn't have any drive before enrollment, but it seemed like she gave her best in school. And you know what, in a happy turn of events, she even got the post of graduate representative. While he was sheepishly talking about his daughter's success, she suddenly self-destruct and made a fool out of herself. There was a need to find out exactly what she was thinking in the depths of her heart.
Oh no.
Phew. After seeing off Carter, Ariel shrugged her shoulders exaggeratedly. For our much-awaited special occasion, to suddenly have our graduate representative go missing is unprecedented, isn't it? With a somewhat comical demeanor, she surveyed the area with her eyes. She posed as if she was saying, I am not mad that an incident happened, let's continue the party. It was quite out of her character, but if she didn't take that pose, it wouldn't have been strange for the entire ceremony to get cancelled. It is the graduation ceremony today. Most of the students here were merely bystanders. She couldn't let the ceremony get called off because of an isolated incident. Without our graduate representative, who in the world would give us a toast? Hearing that, Luke, who hid himself beside Ariel, suddenly came forth and gave a proposal. Perhaps the next in line for the cohort. I see. The next in line for valedictorian position.
All right.
Come forth. And right in front of
All
Ariel.
right, hold up. I gotta check. Is the bitrate gonna lower if I decide to download something? If I decide to download Madden 22. Let's see here. All right. Is the bit rate going crazy right now? Let's check. Okay. Good luck with that, Carter. Yeah, true. Viola said it should have been me. It should have been me.
Someone took a step forward. It was Edward. Mother, I am the next in line for the role. I see, it was you. As expected of a prince of our Azure kingdom.
Okay, this
I
sound
shall
will
give you
take
praise for
15
that.
minutes. Cool.
A blessing I gratefully accept. Then, graduate representative Edward, a word as the valedictorian our graduating cohort. Ariel said in a slightly dramatic fashion. That little hint of happiness in her tone might have been because there weren't many accidents like these happening in the palace recently, or maybe because the plan she had given up on ages ago had unexpectedly gotten back on track to success. Understood. However, Mother, there is someone who is more fitting to be the representative than me. That person had saved countless students from various circumstances, and even turned past enemies into her comrades. Someone that embodies the very ideals of our Azure Royal Academy. Edward. That person that you are talking about, the one that had saved so many of our students, who exactly might that be? Acting like the answer was so obvious that it goes without saying, Edward pointed his finger to a single girl. Of course, it is her. Exposed to the laser-pointed looks from the entire auditorium, she only showed a blank face. Some translator notes. 1. An offense towards the dignity. I hate this. So embarrassing. What a blunder. Having done her congratulatory toast, Chris came to my side muttering those words. Her face was completely red. Well, that's to be expected. She was, after all, suddenly foisted by the prince into giving a stuttered speech in a flustered state, a demeanor completely unfitting of a graduate in facing the public. Putting that aside, the contents of her speech were great. It was regarding Azure Royal Academy itself, a school that was supposedly a place where the competent and talented are able to obtain higher education. Yet, it was overrun with the culture of putting peerage above all else. Chris openly criticized that aspect of the schooling experience in the academy. Even though she personally entered the school through her family and parents' power, it is those that had shown their abilities that really deserved her spot. Even now, there exist people who are smarter, more passionate, and would produce more results than Viola, Elizabeth, and even herself. If the academy were to recognize the abilities of those people, enough to even give them the valedictorian position, it would greatly surpass the Renoa Magic University and become the best educational institution in the world. Such were her words. This speech wasn't something that the Asuran aristocrats took to kindly, though. Among them were people who felt
Oh
that being noble in itself
no.
was a form of status.
Oh no, criticism.
several
Oh
of them showed
fuck.
irritated
Ah, we
faces in
can't take
disapproval.
this shit. Ah,
Ugh.
fuck no.
I never expected that I would be giving a speech, and to ask me to do it so suddenly. There's no way I could have done it well. Not really, it was good.
But
Despite all that, I was
politics,
moved.
bro.
I
But
may be looking at her with the
politics. You
rose-tinted
can't.
glasses of
You
a doting
can't.
parent.
You can't.
But when I
Come
think about how my
on.
little crybaby who couldn't tell apart delusions and reality became able to think in such pragmatic terms, I am moved to the verge of tears. Really? Yup, how should I put it? You've come a long way. Honestly, I thought you would be more childish and immature. Like finding out how different the Royal Academy is from how you thought and come back home crying to me levels of immaturity. Hearing my brutally honest opinion, Chris gave me a blank look. She then scratched her face and slowly shook her head. No. I really was a kid. As Papa said, I actually grumbled a lot about it when I found out how different it was. So, you did, huh? When I said that, Chris nodded and replied with a yeah. I thought that the Azure Kingdom was a much more amazing and wonderful place than my imagination. The scenery, and the people. Yeah. I revered everyone living here as gods. Upon uttering that, Chris turned her head and looked straight into my eyes.
Gods. Oh
But they weren't
no.
gods. I was completely and utterly mistaken. My dream world was completely shattered, leaving me paralyzed, panicked, and not knowing what to do.
Paralyzed?
But then I realized
Paralyzed,
immediately
bro.
dash.
What the
Yeah,
fuck? Why
people
why
living
did
here
it read
aren't all that
paralyzed like that?
The things we have to do are the same, the things we think about are the same. We share the same worries and painful experiences. 3 years, huh? Time flies. Really, really quickly. To realize the same thing she did, took me more than 10 years. Compared to that, she was more than early in coming to this realization. I knew that I had to put what Papa and Mama taught me to use here at the academy. With that, I somehow made it through. But during these 3 years, I couldn't do things that were above and beyond what I was taught. Even with what happened just now, to Viola, if it were to be Papa, I think you would have done it better and smoother than what I did, something like reforming her. Papa would have wrapped it up nicely without putting her through such misery on a special day like today. You would have made her reflect and gotten along well with her. I wonder about that. Saying that, I felt a little shaken in my heart. If she was putting it like that, it means that she knew what was in it for Viola while she performed that skit just now. Coming up with a plan, moving behind the scenes to set up the downfall of a single girl. I just couldn't do it. Those words sounded as if she had the ability to do it but chose not to. Maybe Chris wouldn't have to go this far and could have settled everything before the graduation ceremony. Why couldn't you do it? I couldn't forgive Viola, not to mention the envy I felt. That girl called Viola, just what exactly did she do? I couldn't possibly know that. From the events happening just a moment ago, I could grasp the gist of it, but not completely. Sure, that final scene where she got dragged out was indeed pitiable. However, Viola had most probably looked down on and inflicted pain upon many people. Enough to make Chris declare that she was unforgivable. Such that it was almost natural to set up her downfall on a fine day such as this. If it were me who attended the Royal Academy, who saw Viola's actions up close and were to be harmed by her, I might have also not forgiven her and done what Chris did. No. If it were me, Perhaps I may not have escaped from her trap and got expelled?
I think Rudy would probably eventually give in and shoot a stone cannon in her face, but that's just me.
In either case, making Viola turn over a new leaf would never have crossed my mind.
Of course,
So, you felt-
of course, her head would be fucking gone at that point, but you know, whatever.
Envy. Why yet? You see, Viola, if she were to properly put in the effort, she had the potential to really become the top student. In etiquette, dress, art appreciation, calculations, and allocating resources to the upper limits of efficiency, she was top class in all these even during lessons. Yet for the subjects she was weaker in, she never put in effort and cheated to get the top spot. Even obtaining the valedictorian position through cheating. Somehow it started sounding like she was making excuses halfway through. She must be hiding something. Could it be a relationship with a guy? No, it can't be. Yet, all around Chris were handsome guys. That random guy Edward who looked like he was an exquisitely carved piece of artwork might have something to do with it? No, calm down. Now as a father, I am in the position that should say things that are grounded in truth. Well, it might be strange for me to say so myself, but I think it's true that
Is there going to be any marriage that Rudy's kids have that like go along smoothly? Is there going to be any like that? I don't think so, right? They're all going to be weird. They're all going to be cringe. Let me look at the time. Let me look at the family tree again. Let me check. All right. So, okay, Sieg still has yet to have anything. Same with Lilia. So far we're batting like 100% here with cringe marriages. You're either married or you're either not married or you have a cringe marriage in Rudy's family. So, yeah. Can we just have like a single wholesome one? Not the wholesome that's weird, but like normal wholesome one, you know? With a W. We don't do that here. Yeah, okay. Fine.
Had changed the hearts of many. Blue Mama, Red Mama, Zanaba, and even Cliff. Many people had said that they changed after meeting Papa. However, it wasn't like they changed
That's
their way of
big
thinking
Sag,
because
bro.
Papa took actions to change them.
For real?
After all is said and done, the reason why they changed, even I have no
Thanks
idea.
for subscribing.
Somehow, they realized their shortcomings on their own. My existence might have become the spark that sent them on their way, but that's all there was to it. Even if forced at gunpoint, I would never say that I was responsible for the change in them. Because they only changed because they themselves felt that they needed to change. Certainly, it might not have worked for Viola. But who knows? Maybe she'll have a change of heart after what happened today. Isn't there anyone around you that changed over time like that? I wonder. As she muttered that, Chris slowly turned her head to peek behind herself. Standing there was the figure of a lone girl. If I am not wrong, she was the child named Elizabeth. The girl that acted exceedingly triumphant when she turned the tables on Viola. That girl is now having a friendly chatter with the students around her with a carefree expression. Viola did say that Elizabeth was Chris' enemy. In other words, it's that. The solution to pay off that Elizabeth's debt was impressive. Did you come up with that? Huh? That idea was a suggestion from Aisha Nissan. So it wasn't necessarily me that came up with it. As expected. I
Of
thought that this
course,
would be the
Mafia,
case.
Mafia.
I realized it while hearing the plan, but for something that Chris came up
No,
with,
no,
it was a tad bit too sophisticated.
Pause. She is
Well.
not the goat. She is not the goat. Stop. No. Hold. How can I ban you? Can I ban you? Hold. Can I? Is it possible? Hold. Where the fuck are you? Fuck. All right. We're gonna put you in a timeout. Wait, how do I untime out them? Fuck, I didn't mean... I have no clue how the fuck this shit works. No. Oh, fuck. No. was doing that as a meme. I was gonna untime out them immediately after, but it's not showing me the option. I can put him in timeout again. He has been banished to the Shadow Realm for calling Aisha the goat. Sorry. Sorry, you're not going to be able to chat for a little bit. I don't know how long you were... Oh, I don't know how long you were fucking timeout, but I don't know. Fuck. I didn't want to do it. I didn't mean to do it permanently. Oh, fuck. Let's just continue. That's what happens when you call Aisha the goat.
Yep. That's exactly it. Chris made an awkward face, but then immediately shook her head. However, Papa, just so that I could do that, I needed the help of various different
A small price
really,
for
so many of them.
salvation.
Not only that, while I was in school, things that I managed to do by myself amount to almost nothing. As expected, I am still a kid. Maybe more suitably, I am still naive. Certainly, it may be that you are naive. Even so, that girl called Elizabeth, at the very end, came to your aid. Why do you think that is the case? Because she hated Viola more than she hated me. Haha, that could be one of the reasons. But, you becoming cordial and helping her pay off her debts could be one of the reasons too, isn't it? Well, I actually do not know the exact reason. No matter what transpired, Elizabeth ended up becoming an essential piece of the puzzle in the fight against Viola. Not knowing the full details, I can't say for sure, but from her position, she probably could have easily orchestrated the downfall of both Viola and Chris at the same time. That is because her debts were already fully settled. Yet, she stayed as Chris' ally till the end. That was the result of Chris' efforts. Chris, you may feel
Oh,
that
it's
your
for
abilities are
5 minutes.
inadequate, well,
Okay,
that is fine.
okay. He's only
No
banned
matter
for
how
5.
far one
He's
goes,
only time
you
out for
cannot
5
possibly do
minutes. All
something
right,
perfectly
it's
alone.
all good. It's all good.
Receiving help when one is in need,
He'll
and
be
providing
back.
help when others are in need, such is the continuous repetition of this cycle that is life. In these 3 years, you have become capable of doing that. Chris saved the
Go
students
sit
who
in the
suffered under
corner
the oldest tyranny.
and reflect
Still
on your
admiring the Azure
actions.
Royal Academy, yet not getting tainted by its atmosphere. She did what she thought was right through her will alone. The result of that was her becoming the most adored among the graduating students. Maybe most is the doing of my rose-tinted glasses of a doting parent. Even so, you are already a splendid adult. Graduate with your chest held high. Hearing that, Chris' expression broke down and she started tearing up. In the past, she would run to me, crying for a hug. Expecting that, I held out my arms. A few seconds passed in silence. And Chris, with tears building up in her eyes bit by bit, immediately wiped off the tears. Yes. She nodded. It was an excellent reply. I was happy that she became able to give such a resolute answer. But, where should I put my now extended arms? After that, my wives who were silently listening from behind came forward and talked to Chris for a while. It was about her life in these 3 years of school. While there were many tough times, there were also many happy moments. They talked about her friends and things that occurred in between merrily. Hearing the story of how the first bullied girl was saved, Eris had no other expression but her classic look of satisfaction. At first, Sylvie was unaware of how Chris was talking about the management of the student factions. When she came to realize what she heard, her face was full of shock. Roxy was really pleased when the topic came to how Chris followed her teachings and learned how to manage factions from the royalty of foreign countries.
They will be alive soon. They will be resurrected.
Saying, now then, we're going to make the rounds with the greetings. Just as I was thinking about how it's not good for me to have Chris all to myself.
Philip will be
Suddenly,
resurrected.
I realized that there was a girl behind Chris. Just as I thought, is that a ghost? I realized it was a girl I had seen before. If I recall correctly, she was the one that wiped Chris' mouth before all hell broke loose. She has a timid aura around her, hesitating and wondering whether to cut into the conversation between Chris and I. Hello, young lady. I'm Rudius Rere. And so, I started talking to her with a smile. She is Chris' friend after all. If her friend had gotten the impression that her father was a dark and gloomy person, it would have reflected badly on Chris as well. As much as I can, I want to play the part of a fun and sociable father. I meant to be sociable. So why did she tremble and hide behind Chris? Strange. From this past 10 odd years,
You are
I
the
should have gotten good at
7th
smiling.
great
I
world
even
power,
practiced
bro.
smiling in front of the mirror
Like,
every
what the
other day.
fuck?
Papa, I'll introduce her to you, said Chris as she noticed the girl's presence. She spun her body around and brought the girl to her front. This is Belle. She's my best friend, and will be taking on the role of a civil official under the feudal lord in the Fido region. Be pleased to meet you. The girl named Belle was fidgeting from her desire to hide behind Chris. Lacking enough power,
hold up. Do I need to ban this person? Do I need to time out this person again? You're asking for it, bro. Worth it. Worth it? You think it's worth it calling Aisha the goat, bro? Oh my gosh. It's better to not give you attention.
Letting her
I'll
eyes
leave
wander
you
around while
alone.
putting her head down. Belle is actually a huge fan of Papa. What? Wait, Chris, stop. Why did you tell him that? Why not? You even said that you absolutely want to talk to him
Fucking
if you ever
hell.
meet him. It seems like Belle is my fan. Perhaps due to me being famous within the Azura Kingdom, kids like her appear once or twice every year. Though, they had almost always been boys who were into magic-related fields. Girls like her were quite rare. Now I feel somewhat embarrassed. UUMM. My name is Belle. Your paper regarding lightning magic, I read it. To be able to create a new form of magic in this day and age, you're amazing. I totally respect you. Ah, yes. Thank you very much. A paper about lightning magic. I recall writing such a paper. No, it wasn't me who wrote it. It was just something I wrote when trying out note-taking, to which Roxy said, "This is amazing." And then proceeded to edit it and published it as a book. So, to be honest, about more than half of the material was written by Roxy. Although I had an intense desire to take all the credit and show off in front of Chris. That turned out really good, right? Yes. Well, more than half of it was something written by my Shishao after all. Shishao? You're talking about Roxy-sensei, right? I have also read her paper. Fundamental elements of magic usage in close combat. Is she also here today? She's not someone that would skip her own daughter's graduation ceremony. Look, she's over there. Where? I can't see her. Well, that's because she's small, she's hidden in the crowd. She's definitely there.
She's too small.
UMM. Is it okay if you introduce me to her later? Of course. I see, this girl understands Roxy's greatness. As expected of my daughter, her choice in friends are excellent. This girl named Belle, I shall commit her to my memory. Graduates from the Azure Royal Academy are the cream of the crop. But at the same time, many of them have low social status.
Midget.
There may be times where they have no other choice but to leave the Azure Kingdom. Yes, just like how Lilia-san was before. When that happens, our company will welcome her with open arms. Chris. As I was talking to Belle, there was another person who was approaching us. He has a considerably handsome voice. He probably sounds cooler than he looks. Just as I thought that, the one who appeared in front of me was Edward, who had annulled his engagement earlier with Lady Viola in the chaos just now. You're so cruel. Didn't you promise to introduce Lord Rudius to me?
I salty cruel.
It seems like he wants to become friendly
You're
with
so
me.
I salty cruel.
Perhaps due to the nice atmosphere exuded from the conversation between Chris and I am relatively popular today. It seems like the older I get, the happier I am to be popular with the young people. Ed. Didn't I tell you to wait? You say that now. But in the end, you always sweep it under the rug, don't you? I won't do that today. Please, just a moment, just give me a little while more, okay? As I was feeling the joy of being popular with the kids, they suddenly started flirting. The conversation itself is normal, but they seem to be really close. I have no issues with flirting or whatever, but doing it in front of your parents is a little. While it is indeed a heartwarming scene, Papa would still prefer it if you introduce him to me first. What am I going to do with you, Chris? Looking at the situation, you hadn't even talked about that matter yet, right? That's why I said there is a thing called a proper order to doing things. That matter. The moment those words slipped out from my mouth, both Chris and Edward snapped their bodies to face me. Seeing at how anxious Chris looked, this matter is probably something considerably important. That's why I said. Ah. Gosh. Chris waved her hands as if all that she prepared up to this moment was wasted. I don't know what it is about, but well, it is probably something that requires my approval. That's why it needed some lead up to it, and she most likely wanted to bring it up mid-conversation. In other words, she was setting up the mood. It is similar to how I would say you look prettier today to compliment Eris. I like Eris's hands. They are the hands of a hard worker. While I hold her hands. Ultimately leading to, can I grope your boobs? And getting a yes from her. Aram, I actually wanted to bring this up properly after the party ends. Okay. Chris then coughed, cleared her throat like how Roxy did, and straightened her back to reset the mood. With a deep breath, like a proper lady. No, like would be rude to her. With the disposition of a proper lady, she turned to face me. In response, I also straightened my back. I desire to stay in the Azura Kingdom after I graduate from the academy. Ah. So it's that. I see. Papa may not approve of this. But living here for 3 years, I have become attached to the Azura Kingdom. Papa will never do something like disapprove of it. Of course, I would have preferred if you came back to Renault and stay with us all the way.
Okay.
I wanted you to stay as the small and cute Chris. However, that is not a wish that can be granted. It can't be granted. People will grow. Growth means change. People will slowly change as they meet new people and face new situations. Though, changes are not limited to good ones. As I see it, it is possible that the change is in a bad direction. I might have an angry outburst saying that she cannot stay here and forcibly take her back. But that should not be the way. That is because a bad change may not always lead to a bad result. There are people who only grew and matured because life took the worst turn for them. That was the case for me. It was only because I was a vile, degenerate NEET in my previous life that I could obtain what I have in my current life. Leaving aside whether I am a good person now, I would personally like to believe that I have become more upstanding compared to my previous life. Staying here and living in the Azura Kingdom might be a bad influence on Chris. She may also grow in a way that I wouldn't want her to. Despite all that, I am fine with it. Chris' life is her own to lead. If it was where she wanted to go, how she decided she wanted to change, then I am in no position to prevent her from doing that. But as a parent, there was something that I had to ascertain, the truth. Was it really Chris who chose this path from the bottom of her heart? I had to confirm this myself. As we know, it has been 3 years since I met Chris. I am aware that she is no longer the same Chris that fantasized about and worshipped the Azura Kingdom. This is just in case. Didn't you like it here since you were young? Yes. But as I said earlier, my like in the past was merely towards the country in my delusions. But now, after spending 3 years here, I experienced the real Azura Kingdom, interacted with real Asurans and came to like it in the true sense of the word. The people who are living here, the climate, the culture.
The culture.
Even though there are so many people who were like Viola just now. Of course, there are bad places and bad
The
people here.
culture.
In fact, even more than other countries. But Her Majesty Ariel, the citizens of this country
I
are all
love
working
the
hard to make this
culture
country a better
here.
place. I want to
It's
live here, work
great.
here, and if possible, be able to assist them in some way. Assist them, huh? How would you plan to do that? As a civil official, I have gained the right to serve in the palace. I would be working under Luke-sama for the time being. Well, I would merely be an apprentice
She's
at the start.
cultured, indeed.
Wait a moment, Luke-kun. I haven't heard anything about this. I stopped Luke-sama from sharing this matter to you, because I wanted to be the one to tell you this. I see. About this, I shall talk to Luke about it another time. I see, working under Luke, huh? He's a close aide of Ariel and is the de facto prime minister. Working under him would mean being placed in the center of the government, even as an apprentice. Seems like a career where she would end up as an advisor to Ariel or other royalty in the future. This is completely like an elite course straight into the upper echelons of the society. I don't have any complaints about her workplace, and if things go well, she can do what she's passionate about. In her own way, she has constructed a solid life plan. That Chris, building a proper plan for her life. Just that would have been more than enough for me. But one last time, let's hear her determination. It will definitely be very tough. Can you handle it? Yes. With the most serious face in her life, she replied so. I see, an instant reply. That's a little worrying. Waiting in line for her would definitely be something that is unimaginably challenging for her. Even more so than what she experienced here in these 3 years. These thoughts remind me of the time when I worried about Chris before she came to the Azura Kingdom. But it's good that she is so passionate. This passion can make all sorts of things possible. Just like how in these 3 years, Chris has become able to reply me with such resolve. Rudia-sama. A voice came from behind me. Turning back, a person of peerless beauty appeared. She was older than me, and you would think that she'd have had aged considerably, but her enchanting appearance is seemingly timeless, almost even more attractive now. Does she have long-eared tribe blood running in her veins? Nah, unlike the long-eared tribe, she probably had some method of maintaining her looks fitting of her age. It was Ariel. As usual, she has Isolde and Doga by her side. While Isolde was dressed in her easy-to-move informal attire and sword by her side, Doga was in his movement-limiting full-plate armor. Behind that mask hid his face that was far too gentle. I somehow knew that he was definitely smiling at me. Looking carefully, Luke was also behind Ariel. And behind him, were a group of students looking in this direction at a distance. The students were indecisive about whether to approach and talk to us. Keeping their distance, there was an air of restlessness. I have heard of the circumstances. Well, you probably didn't just hear it, but already knew about it in advance. With that, you chose the best timing to appear in front of us. I understand Rudia-sama's concerns, but from this academy, Chris has gained skills that are more than enough for her to handle living within the Azura Kingdom. Her results just now are proof of that. Isn't that so, Luke? Indeed. Christina is suited to live in the Azura Kingdom. That's fine, but it's not what I'm worried about. In any case, if these two people who spend most of their days deep in the heart of the Azura Kingdom say so, it is probably okay. I pray that it isn't mere lip service. Ha. Even so, that Chris is. I see. Papa. What do you think? Chris is looking at me with resolved eyes. Looking at her, thoughts of the past flooded my mind. Long, long ago. When it hadn't even been 10 years since I've came to this world. I met a single individual. He was extremely resourceful and efficient, and was always having fun watching me move behind the scenes trying to do something. He had an enormous ambition smoldering within.
Why did
setting
my
his sights at taking his fight to
why
the
did my
Azura
microphone
Kingdom.
disconnect for
In
a
the
short
end,
bit?
due to the occurrence of the metastasis event,
I
his
just
ambition
reached
was
out
left
to
unfulfilled.
move
Chris
it.
now, in her figure or maybe her aura, resembles that person somehow. That person that I can never meet again. She resembles Philip Boreas Grere. If you think about it, it's only natural. Eris is Philip's daughter. And Chris is Eris' daughter. The blood runs deep in their veins. Having my mind filled with those thoughts, the answer materialized within me. Nah, my answer was there since the beginning, it's just that I needed that one extra push. Ariel-sama, Luke-sama. Yes. Please take care of my daughter. Those words left my mouth as I was raising my head. Coming into view were the radiance of the warm smiles of both of them. Of course. When I once again turned to face Chris, she was looking at me with a face full of surprise and expectations. Chris. Do your best. Yay. I love you, Papa. After doing a guts pose, she came running into my arms. When talking about something serious, I would like her to maintain her serious attitude till the end. But well, it's fine. My arms, which had lost their destination, could finally arrive at Chris back, their promised land. Moreover, to be able to embrace Chris, this may be the last time.
I like the idea of
Just as I was
Chris
getting drunk on
rebuilding the
touch and warmth of
Fatar
my daughter,
region,
I
Royal
heard someone
Castle.
clearing his throat from inside Ariel.
That's just your
Shifting my eyes
mind
there, I
making
see an
up
insanely handsome guy.
fantasy
Well, isn't this Edward Hunt?
fake
Chris,
fake
it
shit.
looks like you are finished
Fake
with
shit.
that matter.
Fake
Hope you
shit.
introduce me soon. Yeah.
It will never happen.
That's right. Sorry. After
Your
separating herself
dreams
from me,
won't
she went
become
right next to
reality.
Edward, with his naturally fake archaic smile, approached me. At the same time, Chris referred to him with her hand. Papa, this is Prince Edward. He is my classmate and had helped me many times when I was in school. Also, I am Edward and Mayajura. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Our handsome Kun had given a perfect greeting. I have to return a greeting somehow. I may be considerably used to Luke, but dear me, I still get nervous when it comes to a young handsome guy. For the time being, he's a prince and towards a youngster, I should properly use honorifics and give a greeting appropriate towards royalty. My name is Rudius Grere. Prince Edward, it is an honor to meet you. I should be the one who's honored to see you. I have always been wanting to meet Lord Rudius. Like Belle just now, and Edward too, it seems like there are many students who are interested in me this year. Goodness me, I'm gonna be overwhelmed. HOH, that's flattering. But topics about me shouldn't be that common in the Azure Kingdom. I heard it from Chris. Lord Rudius is an amazing person. While listening to stories of you, how should I put it, it felt like I one-sidedly had memories spending time with you. Having a carefree smile plastered on his face, Edward started to talk about stories about me that he heard from Chris. Stories like how my eyes were sparkling when talking to Roxy about magic. I never miss out on physical training like swordsman even though I am a magician. I was lazing about together with Leo in front of the fireplace on off days. I often lose consciousness after getting beaten into a pulp by Eris. It's a little embarrassing. Oh Chris, you didn't need to tell him about these. When I stared at Chris with these thoughts in mind, she averted her eyes while whistling. Seeing that, I decided to start my counterattack. I am going to make that Chris embarrassed. I see. So, what is your relationship with Chris? It was meant to get back at her. A statement to make Chris blush in embarrassment. But Edward, after a moment of dumbfoundedness, suddenly switched into an extremely serious face and said. He actually said it. With Chris, I would like to date her with the intention of marriage. It went without saying that my smiling face instantly froze over. What did you say? My vision started blinking rapidly between darkness and light in response to those words.
It's
I
official.
am familiar with this feeling. It's a punch. It feels just like how I lose consciousness whenever Eris punches me. What a punch. What does that mean? Does that mean that I've been punched? Furthermore, a punch so fast that it far exceeds my reaction speed. Even though I wasn't using my foresight eye. I should have gotten used to seeing Eris punches. Yes, up till just now, because I was engaged, I held back and only spent time with Chris in moderation.
Fucking hell, truism, true. Edward is truly an impressive individual. He is possibly the only person to become a Hitokage level threat in Rudius's mind in less than 5 minutes. That is true in every sense of the word. I think it took him 2 minutes, bro. He's such an intimidating alpha male, dude. And for the person who said that there were no more Chads in Mushoku Tensei, bro. It's like, oh yeah, I want to have a marriage with a Orson in Volume 6 could never. True. Dude, like, yeah, I know. Yeah, dude. Orson, not nearly as big of a threat to Rudius in less than 5 minutes. Come on, it's Edward here. Come on. Just immediately, just comes in, introduces himself. All right, I'm Big Chad. I'm manly. All right, let me go talk to you. It's like, oh, I've heard so many stories about you, from your daughter. It's like, oh, what's your relationship with my daughter then? And then he's like, I propose incest. Red flag.
But I will say it clearly with conviction here and now. I am in love with Chris. I won't go as far as to have it now, but please allow me to go out with Chris with the intention of marriage. This time it's a body blow. Right into my stomach. I suddenly feel pain in my stomach. See Chris. What do you think? I looked to Chris as if asking for help. Even if you ask me what I think. She replied, covering her fully flush red face with both hands while squirming. There is no saving this. It's the pose she does when she truly falls in love. The same pose she did around me when she was about 5 years old. But it doesn't count until you say it out loud. It seems like Chris hates you though.
Let me see. At least Rudius could hit Orsted with a stone cannon and call it self-defense. Hit Edward with a stone cannon, and now Rudius is arrested for murder. True.
Stop being mean. I like him too.
This is a situation where he's actually
there's really no
defenseless.
saving this. When I hear it directly from Chris like this, somehow the damage dealt to me is insanely higher. Like getting hit by a chair thrown by my cornerman. Anyone? Won't anyone be my cornerman? As I looked around, I found a certain queen right beside Ed that could support me. Help me, Ariel. Rudia-sama. It goes without saying that, as I proposed before, the Azura house should form a connection with the Grere house. This too, would be a good opportunity.
No!
This isn't good. She's completely on the enemy's side. Her
True!
position is similar to that of a referee, but she's the type that would pretend not to see when I get hit with a lethal weapon. At the moment it looks like she has an emotionless mask pasted over her face.
Endorses it. Fucking hell, no.
Sylvie is. She's part of the audience. She's looking over here like she's watching something interesting. Eris is happily wolfing down a piece of chicken nugget, completely oblivious to what is happening over here.
Ah, the chicken
Roxy is
nugget.
hidden within a large crowd and can't be seen. She mentioned that she would receive all sorts of comments on the color
Food
of her hair
channel.
color when she's alone, but does she always have to be so aggressive about it? 1. I have no allies. I've been driven into a corner. No, this fight is one that I
You
have
have
to
to
take on alone.
beat me first
not,
if you
your
want
rest
my
student 2 won't be able to
daughter.
go home in peace.
I don't
Remember
think
it.
that's gonna
Wasn't it
happen,
always my
bro.
dream to say I won't hand over my daughter to someone like you?
He
To a
pulls a
good one who says he wants
Luke.
to marry my daughter.
He fucking pulls a Luke. He's like, you're gonna have to defeat me before you get Sylphie. Fucking dead. And if Edward wins somehow, Rudy can always go Orsted.
But in actuality, to do it in a situation like this requires a considerable amount of courage.
Fucking hell.
The courage to say someone like you to my colleague, Ariel's son. The courage to say someone like you to the person my daughter likes. The courage to say that to this guy, who's capable no matter which angle you look at him from. Do I have it? Nah. If it were some hooligan sporting a mohawk with nose piercings rampaging in the streets on his modified bike, then maybe. But not to this serious and upright young man. That. I knew Papa would hate this way of doing things, so I told him to take it step by step. No, it's fine. I know. Long story short, part of the reason why Chris orchestrated the fall of Viola was due to her jealousy towards Viola's engagement with Edward. From what I heard, the one who struck first was Viola, but the annulment of the engagement was outside her expectations. Well, I'm quite hazy about the details there. But I suppose that's fine. This is the Azura Kingdom. Stuff like this happens all the time. If you couldn't at least do that, then you would be destroyed in an instant and sent fleeing from the country. Numerous employees of our company were also ex-Asuran nobility. If one is to live in the Azura Kingdom, one needs to be capable of that level of scheming, at the very least. However, with regards to that, I would like to hear what Edward thinks. Edward Kun. Yes. Mere moments ago, you just annulled your engagement with Lady Viola. Despite that, you immediately turned around and announced that you are jumping ship to Chris. Isn't that somewhat too frivolous of you? Yes, I think so too. But, as it seemed like Lord Rudius had guessed my intentions, I decided that instead of making up a half-baked lie, I should answer with my true feelings. Even though the situation may not be appropriate, I took the liberty to say it. I guessed at. What? Did you not probe my relationship with Chris exactly because you knew how I felt about her? How the hell would I know that? Yet, I see that's how it is. It was me who started asking. Well, of course. Of course, it would appear to be that way from Edward's perspective. Thinking that at least for today, he should leave a good impression on me to seal the deal and feeling like he had been seen through. He merely stated his honest thoughts in response to that. Well, isn't that surprisingly manly? Furthermore, I am a royal that has come of age. If my engagement had been annulled, another partner would be chosen immediately after. Before that happens, I wanted to express my own will in this matter as soon as I could. Here, where mother also happens to be present. Marriage is a duty for royalty. However, that duty did not include having feelings of love towards the marriage partner. Having said that, he probably wanted to be married to someone he loves, if it was possible. Since it has come to this, Ariel would probably pick Chris as Edward's partner, even if she has to resort to somewhat forceful means. Well, Edward wouldn't know anything about that. His engagement with Viola was probably decided without him knowing, because he didn't particularly state his intention to be with anyone. To prevent that from happening again, he probably judged that stepping up and clearly stating his wishes was the best thing to do. This is rough. The atmosphere is so tense that my stomach hurts. That body blow from before really did a number on me. Why did I ask him something like that? Someone, please teach me time travel magic. I would return to a few minutes ago to punch myself right in the face to stop the question. Nah, there wouldn't be a point. It's only a matter of time.
This is
Even if it
dragging
didn't
on
come to
for a
this
little
today,
bit.
Chris would have just brought him over to meet me on another day. If that happened, I would have probably met him without knowing what moves he'd make. Compared to that, being able to talk to him now would be considered lucky. Do your best, me. Sylphie is watching. So you think you are a suitable partner to Chris? Yes. I don't necessarily have the confidence to say so like that. But these 3 years, helping her, and learning so much from her, I have come to realize many things about myself. If it is with her, no matter for how many
Sword
decades
duel.
to come, helping each other, teaching each other, I am confident that we can live
It's
like that together.
time to
Such a refreshing and perfect answer to my question. Would the me from 20 years ago have been able to deliver such a response? If there is anything that you feel unhappy about me, then by all means, please test me however way you want until you are satisfied. Oh, well said. Then, defeat me in battle. It would be cool if I said that. But even if he defeats me, it's not like that would add points to his attractiveness to Chris. Let's say I was childish and beat him up in my magic armor, that would only make Chris hate me. It's not like I have the hobby of beating up people Chris likes. I merely wanted him to show me that he has the power to protect Chris. I wanted to see his resolve to make Chris happy. It's not that. It's just that there are alarm bells
Petty
ringing inside my
Rudy.
head.
True.
That Chris is no longer that weak-willed crybaby that I've always known. In the raging maelstrom that is the Asuran aristocratic society, she has matured into an iron-willed woman that can take charge of the helm. And Edward, recognizing her abilities, wanted to share his life with her while helping each other out. Living in the Azura Kingdom
Girls
requires
ready to
strength different
fight.
from the ones used in fistfights. At the very least, Chris has that type of strength. And, just moments
He
ago,
out here.
she had shown me proof in front of my eyes. Ariel had also given her seal of approval. It's not appropriate to declare boldly right after his engagement was annulled. But I was the one who asked. Edward merely gave his response to my question. Like a man, boldly, and with sincerity. Rather than saying, today's not a good idea. And sidestepping the issue, knowing full well that he would take blame and experience hardship due to what he said. He sensed that I was stepping in to test him, and came on the counter-offensive. He's handsome not just in looks alone. Even his actions are handsome. If he didn't have a fiancée mere moments ago, then this situation would have been perfect. Damn it. What's with kids nowadays? These kids left and right, all of them having such good looks that it's creepy. If only they were more flimsy and weak-willed, I could have come on
My
more
PC
firmly.
finished downloading Madden.
Calm down, Rudius.
Wow.
This isn't the first time you're marrying off your daughter.
Insane.
I was also this distracted when it was Lucy's time. That time, because I consulted with Nanahoshi, my mind was prepared and it went along great. This time I didn't have that mental preparation. Well, it's fine. It's fundamentally the same thing. Isn't it? What did I say that time? If I recall, it was date in moderation until you graduate from school. And what did this guy say just now? We have been dating in moderation up until now. And the graduation ceremony is today. Oof. I can't use the same line I used before. Okay, I've calmed down. In the first place, is this guy even an appropriate partner for Chris? If Chris is in trouble, would he lend his hand without feelings of it being bothersome? When push comes to shove, would he stand and fight beside Chris without running away? In the first place, just what kind of person is this guy? Let's start from there. So, can you tell me more about yourself? In the end, that's all I asked. Of course. Looks like it's gonna be a long story. After that, I had a long talk with Edward. Not in the way you'd think. It wasn't a threat disguised as a talk. I was merely questioning the origins of a person who said he wanted to date Chris to my face, and matters regarding their relationship. Questioning him may sound a little like I'm interrogating him, but I can't not do that to someone who said something to the effect of please give me permission to marry Chris. If I know nothing about him, then there can be no permission to speak of. It was a long, long conversation. I ended up hearing him out for the whole duration of the party. I felt bad towards him and other nobles that wanted to get close to him during this party. As a result, I managed to get to know him pretty well. How they started to like each other. How he was always there to help out Chris. How at the very end, he fell short of being able to help her, but still tried to do so. He was an exceedingly high-spec human being, but that doesn't mean he was perfect.
High spec.
All around. Towards people he was interested in,
His
he would go out
stats
his
are
way to approach them
inflated.
from the front. Towards people he wasn't interested in, he couldn't be bothered to care about them. He is such a callous person, and he admitted as much. For example, it seems like he never really interacted seriously with his fiancée, Viola, at all. That could have been one of the factors that incited this incident. For a weakness, that callousness may seem inconsequential. But this might cause problems down the road. After all, he is a prince. There's definitely no shortage of people vying for his attention. But that is something that Chris already knows, and believes that she can help out
Holy
with.
shit, this
Bringing out the
is
good
taking
points
a
of people Edward
while,
isn't interested
bro. What
in,
the fuck?
helping him get interested,
Dude, just
keeping tabs
go.
on people in his place,
Go.
becoming a buffer for him. By knowing each other's weaknesses and covering for one another, such weaknesses can be overcome. He might be a cold person, but towards me, he was straightforward and sincere. Even though he was fully aware of how I handled people around Chris and on her a lot.
Dragging.
The talk after that, he didn't try to dodge the
Dragging.
topic, and I couldn't feel any fear from him at all. He did
Dragging.
not run away. At the very least, regarding this topic, I could feel his enthusiasm. He isn't a perfect person, a rather flawed one at that. A fellow that could say something like he wants to date another girl with intentions of marriage on the day he
Come
rejected his fiancée.
on.
I do not like that at all.
Say yes already.
Of course,
We
I'm
know
not
you're
perfect
gonna
too,
say it.
myself. Despite telling Sylvie that I only loved her alone, over and over again, I was a good for nothing that married 2 more wives after that. I do not have the right to call others out on their shallowness. Even so, I want my daughter to be perfectly protected, by a perfect guy and live in.
Rudy, are you gonna
happiness.
kick his ass or
Alas,
not?
I
Yeah, true.
understand.
Just answer the
A
fucking.
perfect person does not exist.
Just give
A seemingly
him
perfect person
something,
is just
bro.
someone who is really good at hiding his flaws. And whether it's my son or daughter, even while dating that seemingly perfect person, they will have to protect themselves and become happy by their own efforts. For now, after speaking with both Chris and Edward, I understand that their relationship isn't simply a matter of liking each other. I understood that they were by each other's sides when they needed each other most within this 3-year period. In terms of ability and personality, they are extremely compatible with each other. With all these in mind, it isn't all that bad. Although I can't just give him a giant seal of approval and say, if it's this guy, I can leave my daughter with him without worries. But he's good enough. That is why I allowed him to continue dating Chris. However, what lies beyond, is something that they will have to discuss and decide between themselves. I let them know that if it was something decided after much discussion between themselves, I would not object to it. And I
Alright.
hammered down the point that I would greatly worry Edward if he decides to be unfaithful towards Chris. Of course, it will probably never come to that. After all, Chris isn't all that well put together as a person either. She always simple-mindedly goes wherever she's able to reach, at the moment. That's what it means to be young. To move on without hesitation. It seems like the next time I step into the Azura Kingdom would be on Chris' wedding day. Ha. We are now on the way back home from the party. Not to the mansion we have in the Azura Kingdom, but to our home in Sharia. Somehow, it's amazing. All the while on the way home from the party, I kept mumbling these words. Maybe it's already more than 10 times. The wives that nodded and gave their comments at first were all giving wry smiles and replied, yeah. By the way, for missing the scene where I was stumped by Edward, Roxy is currently making an extremely regretful face. That Chris getting married, huh. I thought it would take a while longer for Chris, but all of a sudden, and all at once, she became independent. A lightning fast pace. Amongst my kids, there wasn't one that matured that quickly from the Azura Royal Academy. Most of the time, right after they graduated from the academy, there was a period of time where my kids wouldn't know what to do. In spite of all that, the one child that I thought had the worst compatibility with the Azure Royal Academy, when actually put into it, was the one best suited for it. You never know what happens with children. Now, Rudy, that's all you've been saying since just now. Even if you tell me that, I just got a huge volume of information about Chris slammed right into my head. No matter what I do, I just can't think straight. Despite thinking about this and that, what came out in the end were still those words. It can't be helped. Alright. Once we get home, let's drink the night away. Whether this is an occasion to celebrate, or to wail over, or to continue arguing that I won't hand over Chris unless that rascal transforms into a transcendent super life form. To make a correct judgment on that, I first need alcohol to cleanse my mind. Everyone, let's drink when we get home. Who's up for it? Isn't that nice, once in a while? In that case let's open the wine.
All right. To answer your question, wait, I just realized out of the 3 kids he let get married, they're all family, so why was he so shocked with Aisha? All right, let me pull up the family tree again for this. Okay, so we have... All right, so first we have Lucy and Clive. All right. Actually, no. The reason why is because the first time that he had one of his kids do something like this, like attempt to get married, was with Aisha and ours, which is just beyond cursed. That is like 26, 12, 26-year-old pregnant, 12-year-old ran away with her for a year. Like, and like they were having sex behind his back and shit, and it's like, ooh. So like, you're wondering why he's freaking out with Aisha and less so with Clive and Edward. I don't know what to say there, bro. I don't know what to say. All right. Get back.
That we got today. That sweet wine I procured the other day is good. It seems like everyone had indicated their interest in participation. Awesome.
Like
then
they're
four
the
of us shall
same
drink after
age
such a long
too.
time.
Like,
Yup, just the 4 of us. All of the children had already become independent.
seems pretty
No,
fair
there's still
if
one
you
remaining.
get over the
While she's doing
incest
research at
fact,
the
which
university, she
apparently
always lazes at home
the
on her off days
Rudius,
and lives
the
her days
Grey
like a
Rat
caterpillar.
household
We
is
still have one
gotten
not so
over a
independent child
long
at home.
time ago.
Well, we can take our time with that. Though we really don't know what she's thinking, meagirds have a long lifespan. Given enough time, it will work itself out. Forget about that, let's drink with Sylphie, sleep on Roxy's lap and grope Eris' breasts before getting beaten up tonight. When I regain consciousness in the morning, it will be a great morning. While having these thoughts, we've reached home. Just as we were saying we're home to beat, who had coiled himself onto the gate. And let's drink. One. 1. Grr. 1. We heard Leo's loud barks from within the house. Furthermore, it was a very agitated and impatient kind of barking. Almost as if he was rushing us, who were outside to quickly come towards him. After a moment of glancing at each other, we moved immediately. With Eris as the vanguard, Sylphie and me in the middle and Roxy as rear guard. Eris drew her sword and I activated my foresight eye. Upon Eris and my signal, Sylphie put her hand on the doorknob. And pushed open it. Rah. Eris rushed in head first, with Sylphie following closely behind. I stuck to the sides, looking to do a wraparound. What are you guys doing? Upon hearing Eris' monotone words, everything stood still. There stood Leo. And also Lara. Both of them were clutching onto a single bag, and froze in that position. This isn't a strange occurrence. Sure, Lara and Leo are close, but they do fight from time to time. Though, most of these fights end up with Leo backing down. But there was just one thing I couldn't understand. Lara Grere. My second daughter. A child who inherited the meagered blood strongly, and looks like a 14-year-old. The one that, just a moment ago, I wasn't thinking too fondly of. An unreliable daughter. She, for some reason, was carrying a huge backpack. One that would conjure up images of a long journey. One on her back, one on Leo's and the one that they were fighting over, 3 backpacks in total. Yes, that shut-in daughter of mine, was for some reason in travel attire. Lara. What's with that get-up? Towards Roxy who blurted out those words. Lara. Wore an extremely annoyed expression on her face. Lara showed a face of extreme annoyance. Even though I went to such lengths to leave unnoticed, I was found out at the very last moment. A face like that. Maybe she pulled off something strange again. Something that would get her a spanking from Eris. Are you going somewhere? Yeah, for a bit. As Lara said that, Leo circled around in front of Lara, lowered his waist and growled in a voice that he didn't usually use. You. Alright. I get it already. Such an unusual sight. Leo is seriously angry at Lara. Did our daughter do something bad? If that's the case, then this is definitely her trying to get away under the cover of darkness. Lara has the habit of escaping when she causes trouble. Although that was when she was much younger. Even though she pulled pranks, she was afraid of the heiress spankings. I keep telling her, you should be prepared to receive punishment if you do something wrong. Well, if she could learn her lesson just from me telling her, she wouldn't be doing it again and again. As they got older, our kids received fewer spankings from Eris, but Lara was the exception. Apparently it got so painful that she couldn't even sleep facing up. I wonder what she did this time.
Oh, fuck.
Could it be that she broke Sylvie's favorite porcelain ware? No, it couldn't be something as trivial as that. Even when she left a mysterious threatening letter on Orsted's desk and ran around in town, she didn't try to escape at night like this. Papa, Mama. Lara had a pitiable expression, but immediately changed to a calm one to face us. She then raised her hand. I will be going on a journey for a bit. And so she declared. So going out for a bit turned into going on a journey. Where to? I saw a particularly strange future, so. Here and there. Strange future. We turned our faces to meet each other. Lara was a prankster that always did outrageous things for her own amusement. So much so that there was a time where we thought she might actually end up becoming the leader of a gang of rascals and bullies. She somehow mellowed out over the years, and before we realized it, she mellowed so much that she was just one step short of becoming an eccentric, divination-loving shut-in. It's not like we were particularly fussy about how we wanted our kids to turn out. After all, it looked like Lara was having fun spending her days in her own way. But to find out that she was trying to sneak off on a journey by herself is also worrying. What happened all of a sudden? Did you do something so bad you had to run away this time? I didn't do anything. Then, why? Explaining is a pain. Hey now, don't be like that. Reluctantly swayed by my words, Lara let out a sigh in frustration. As if she was saying, even if I tell Papa. Hey, why not tell us about the matter without making that kind of face? We might be able to help somehow, right? As it is now, I will lose. Lose.
This is the beginning of the actual hero's story. Everything until now has just been backstory. He will never write Laura's journey. Don't be crazy. Or if he is, it's like, again, 80 years from now. Big different. Big time gap. Big.
Who exactly will she lose to? Is she competing with someone? Is it Lily? Or even Sieg? Lara's expressions were never easy to read. Perhaps she could sense impending danger somehow. The next time I come home, it will be with a guy. A guy? Ah, maybe she heard about how Chris will be getting married from somewhere. News reaches her really fast. Even though Lara looks like that, she has an independent intelligence network of her own. Maybe she got anxious after she heard about what happened in the party. So that's the case. That Lara is anxiously leaving on a journey for marriage. She has matured. Has she? She has, right? I would like to think that she has. That, you can't do that somewhere close to home. Impossible. The density here isn't optimal. Density? You mean monodensity? Right. Ah, I see. After all, depending on the environment's monodensity, a man could grow up differently. A man who grew up in places of high monodensity would be reliable, have green hair, hold a white spear and love children. But that's Norn's husband, so you can't go for him. And also, various experiments. 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 Meaning her goal is not just finding a guy. If those experiments are dependent on monodensity, then it makes sense that they can't be done here. Wasn't she just going boyfriend hunting? You're not making sense here, my daughter. In other words, Lara, you divined your own fate using astrology and saw a disconcerting
She's supposedly
future.
going to be the main
Thinking that it
character,
cannot go
yeah,
on like
but
this,
she's.
you plan to continue your research
But
in the faraway
it'll be
land,
well
and at
within
the
her
same time find
journey.
a marriage partner. Is
I
that
guess
right?
this is
Roxy summarized the
backstory,
contents of
but
the
like,
conversation. Straightforward and easy to understand. As expected of Sensei.
it's a
Pros to
sequel. It's
indeed
not
do things differently.
backstory.
I guess, that's not far off from the
This
truth. Though Lara wasn't totally satisfied with
this
the
is
answer.
not a Vinland Saga season 1 situation here. Okay, this is just going from one story to another. Seamless transition. Not seamless really, but a transition.
It looks like Roxy generally got it right. However, I can't help but think that something is fundamentally wrong here. It doesn't make sense, does it? I don't know what kind of future Lara saw in her visions, but just because you're performing experiments in a foreign land, it doesn't mean you can get a guy, does it? A more surefire way would be for me to find one for her. No need to worry. I'll definitely bring him back. It seems like we don't have to worry, but I'm worried. Really worried. For the guy that will get caught by this weird daughter of mine. Well, even so. If it's something that she is interested in and determined to do. I am not one to stop her. Let's wait. Wait and see just...
The experiment. All right, time to get that last guy who has yet to be isekai'd. Oh, hey. Marry me. Oh, shit. It's like, bruh, like, who the fuck is that last person that has yet to be isekai'd? I'm pretty sure the flash forward had like, with like Hitogami like beaten, had like Laura laughing with some other dude, that was supposedly someone, I forgot the name, Akihito. I don't know, but there was someone left. Yeah, I don't know. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Hold up, Discord DM. I've been installing it and it's not done yet. Okay. So my friend's also installing Madden at the same time. Okay, cool. I'm not the only one. Nanahoshi's BF. Ah. Okay. Let me get everything set up. Nanahoshi's gonna wake up one day and found out she's not by Laura. Okay.
What kind of guy Laura will bring back? With long necks. White mama and blue mama can look forward to it. What about Papa? Papa is already dead. 1. Hey, don't say something straight out of Fist of the North **R. But what's going on? Would I be killed just by meeting him? Or is it just that she doesn't want to let me meet him? Could it be that I am actually already dead, and am currently a wandering spirit? No way. Though it's true that I retained memories from my past life and died once, I'm not dead now. Why isn't she going to let me meet him? Up until now, being against any of the marriages that my children plan to have.
Holy shit, she's good, bro. Dude, she could see the future so far from now. Holy shit. It's like, all right, nah, I don't think Dad will be able to see him by the time it happens. Same with Eris. You're not gonna tell us how we die? No. What, won't that help? Yeah, but I don't really feel like telling you how. Just give us some advice, Laura, please. All right, fine. When Eris turns 80 or something, or 80 or 70, don't let her train. I told you Chris is a shoujo manga protagonist. The reason Hinagami tried to prevent her birth. You gonna give us any advice, Laura? Yeah, no.
Done that. But just hours ago, I allowed the relationship between Chris and the weird prince. That's why, I want to at least meet him. It's impossible for Red Mama to. Why is that? Eris asked the reason for me. Finding him is not easy. It would take time. AHH. I see, so that's why. It's regrettable that I would never get to see Lara's husband. Eris seems convinced. I also understood the reason why. It takes time. It is impossible for Eris to. That would mean. About more than 50 years later. Around that time, Eris and me would probably have passed on. Just to find one guy, it takes 50 years? Wait, if it's her, then maybe it wouldn't be weird if it takes that long. Or is it that the experiment that has a 50-year span? Wait, Lara-chan. As calmly as I could, I called out Lara's name. With my brain being close to punctured from Chris matter, talking with Lara here far exceeded my mental capacity.
So this is the last time he's gonna see Lara? Jeez.
That's why I want to cool it down even more. There is no such thing as a perfect guy in the world. That's why, you have to compromise, or feel it dash. Ha. Just as I was about to give a grand lecture about how to find guys, she heaved an exaggerated sigh. What? At least listen till the end. Good grief, Papa is always like this. Lara took 2 steps towards me, opened up her arms and for some reason, prompted me for a hug. And so, we hugged. She has a small body like Roxy. When she lets down her hair, her figure from the back looks exactly like Roxy's. I might have mixed them up maybe once or twice. When I called out Roxy, and I got a reply from behind me, I had thoughts like an afterimage. There. It's about time to let go of your daughter, yeah. Lara patted me on the head. I feel like she's making a fool out of me. As if I was throwing a tantrum because I don't want Lara to leave. If that's not how it is going to be, I'll tell on you about the second time you mistook me for Mama. Not that, please. I am really reflecting on that one. Because of that mistake, I stopped sneaking up on and embracing Roxy from behind and started calling out her name instead, just to make sure it was her. Lara was like, well, things like this happen sometimes and forgave me, but I couldn't forgive myself. I let her down on the floor. She dusted off her clothes, smiled and imposingly put her bag on her shoulder. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I won't let Papa's accomplishments go to waste. Then, striking her coolest pose and putting on her game face, she said. I'll go change the future for a bit. My daughter is already past 20 now. She's not some 14-year-old boy. From a prankster, she became an eccentric, and she's finally evolved into a Chuyunabu.2. Nah, maybe this is just her way of manifesting her will. That she should no longer be lazing around and living off her family in Sharia. To leave one's hometown, become independent and find someone nice to get married to. Then, keeping that guy under her thumb and resume lazing around. That might be what she is trying to say. Perhaps. I don't know. What do you think? Forcing those thoughts into my head, I turned to the wives for their opinion. They were also making troubled faces. Maybe more than troubled, they looked like they were baffled. Phew, so I wasn't the only one that didn't get what's going on. Well, if she says she wants to go, there's no reason to stop her. Sylvie was mumbling her words. Though she was the one who looked after the children the most, it seems like she also did not understand Lara all that well. It's not like children are easy to understand, anyways. Eris was the only exception. She looked like she understood everything. Isn't that good? She should go on a journey while she's young. Alas, she merely looked like she understood, meaning she did not actually understand what was going on. Her answer surfaced from reminiscing her own experiences. That's why, even though the reasons are unknown, it is a good thing to go on a journey. It's nice that
I mean,
Eris
it's
is
very
so easy to
similar
read.
to Roxy
That's right.
in her
Lara should go out and
childhood.
explore
She
the world
left
a
pretty
little.
early.
Otherwise, letting
So,
her continue
meh.
staying at home like this is hopeless in various senses of the word. Roxy agreed with Eris's opinion.
Just the
Marriage might be
difference
hopeless for
is
Lara.
that your
Such
parents
was the
won't
weight
be
behind her
alive
words of
next
agreement.
time you try to
In
visit.
fact, there were numerous occasions where Roxy tried to matchmake Lara, but all of those attempts were smashed to pieces by Lara herself. I see. For now, it seems like no one here is going to stop her from leaving. Honestly, I still don't understand what this trip is for. But if she is leaving, I should see her off. I understand. But if you don't have the intentions of coming back for decades, then you should at least say goodbye to everyone in town. I was told that by Leo as well. He got really mad when I said such farewells were unnecessary. Saying that I would definitely regret it and not allowing me to leave. Ah. So that's why Leo was mad. Good boy, you've done well stopping her. I'll give you some high-grade meat later on. No, Leo will be leaving as well, so there won't be a later huh. Even though I told Lily, and even left a letter in the living room. Lara might not know, but Papa really hates farewell letters. So if I saw that, I would have given chase immediately, at full speed. Don't think you can run away from Papa. So you hated farewell letters. That's something I didn't know. I've had enough of receiving shocks from farewell letters. While thinking that, I sneaked a glance at Eris and she was making a face like she was saying I'd give chase to. Your expression looks like you've got nothing to do with this, but do you know that the reason I came to hate farewell letters is because of you? Not like I am mad about it.
Yeah, he
Well,
does hate
leaving that
farewell
aside.
letters.
Lara, do you have anything you need? Nope. She says that, but she does not look like she is fully prepared. Her backpack is fine, but her clothes aren't well suited for
True.
traveling. Technically,
Yep,
she did try to prepare what she thought was needed for journey, but it's lacking in various areas. Then, perhaps I shall get some stuff ready for her. No, she'll figure out what she really needs while traveling on her own. I guess it's fine then. From the way she's phrasing things, it seems like this is my last farewell with Lara. If that's the case, then just a little, I want to give her something special. Something to remind her of family every time she looks at it, even though she might be away for decades. Looking at the wives with that in my mind, well, it seems like we are all thinking about the same thing. Wait here for a moment. Okay. Exchanging looks with Sylvie and Roxy, I made haste to the study. If I leave her there for too long, there's a good chance that Lara
Don't
might just
give
vanish
her
right then
the
and there.
holy relic,
She
you
always had a
fucking
habit of doing that.
dumbass. Don't
On the
give
surface,
it to her.
she looks honest and
No,
always in a
no,
daze, but somewhere
no,
inside her is a
no,
shrewd
no,
prankster.
no.
Now we have Leo keeping an eye on her, so she probably won't disappear. Oh, here it is. Holding the item I dug out from the study, I returned to the entrance.
You better
Sylvie and
give
Roxy
something
also came back with their
tasteful,
own
I
gift.
swear.
Eris was already there by the time we arrived. As expected of her speed. Lara. Here, take this with you. Saying that, Eris handed over a single knife.
The
If
relic's
it's
in
a
the
knife,
basement.
I have
Oh,
one too.
true, yeah.
It's something of a protective charm.
It's a knife,
Use it if you
okay.
happen to fight beings on the level of Orsted.
Whew.
It will work with you with your
Alright.
vital spots. Understood. Though I won't be fighting Orsted. Then, Roxy walked to the front.
Yeah,
In
the
her hands
relic
was a
when he
worn-out
died.
hat.
Dude, I
couldn't
don't
prepare
remember.
anything given the short notice, so I don't have anything other than this. This hat was the one Roxy wore previously. A hat that evokes many fond memories in me. It's probably made with really good materials. It has worn out considerably, but still looks very usable. A hat. It may not be significant in Sharia, but blue hair stands out in human majority countries. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it would be good to always put on a hat. Is that so? Understood. Saying that, Lara dusted off the hat and put it on. This is from me. Sylvie handed out a few stacks of paper. What's this? These are our home recipes. You are a girl, so if you are going to find a guy, you have to at least know how to cook. Well, you have a point. Understood. I'll practice. I'm the last. I handed what I was holding over to Lara. Seeing what she received, Lara was shocked with her eyes wide open. This. Could this be? Saying that, she removed
You're
the gray cloth
super
covering the
late
top of
gonna
the
try
rock.
catching up with the
Arrogant water
VOD.
dragon king, Aquahardia.
Whatever, man.
With trembling hands, she gripped the staff tightly,
You'll-
and looked at me straight in the
You don't need to catch
eyes
up.
again. Can I? People can tell with a single glance that it's expensive, so make sure to always cover it with a cloth while carrying it. Yeah. Understood. Thank you. Fufu, looks like she likes my present the most. Yay. She probably wanted to have it since a while back. However, Lara was not looking at Aquahardia, but the gray cloth that I took from her. Cloth. Rather than that, it's actually clothes. Worn out clothes. A gray robe. Lara merely stared at it silently, and after a while, put it on. What she wore was a robe I wore long ago. Naturally, it's too baggy for her. If she goes on walking like that, the hem will drag against the ground, and
Wait,
her
what
hands
the
can't even be seen if
fuck?
the sleeves aren't rolled up. Pairing this with Roxy's hat, she looks no more different from a child role-playing as a magician. Hey, Laura. That doesn't seem to fit you. It has several holes as well. I'll patch it up later. It hasn't been washed in a while, doesn't it smell? Yes. It reeks of papa. I'll wash and sundry it later. Ah, alright. Well, if she's taken a liking to it, I don't mind. Laura took out another cloth from her bag, and wrapped the staff in it. Then, she stood up and got on Leo. Then, I'll be going. Ah. Be careful of monsters. Understood. Just like that. From the way she said it, it looks like I won't see her again in my lifetime. Well, it also feels like she might reappear at
The
home
one
after
with the
3 days.
donut? Yeah, the
If
one
it's
with
our
the
last
donut.
farewell, maybe I should say something. Shouldn't I leave her with some wise words? Be careful of scummy guys, alright. Understood.
Yeah.
Remember to take baths. Understood. Brush your teeth too. Understood. And wash your face. Troublesome. Do your homework. Don't want to. Rudius.
True.
Because I started hosting the questions and answers corner before 9 p.m., I was stopped by Eris.3. Oops, this isn't good. Just because I couldn't think of witty things to say, I shouldn't be spouting pointless stuff. Let's think a little more carefully, and give her my proper parting words. Yup, let's do that. As I take a step back, the wife stepped forward. Given how sudden it is, I couldn't think of anything good to say. Remember to eat your meals, okay? You tend to forget your meals when you aren't careful. Okay. I'll remember to eat. Laura, traveling is a surprisingly fun thing to do, but please do not let your guard down. Death comes in an instant. Alright. I will be careful. A word from both Sylvie and Roxy. The contents are relatively light. They have long lifespans. So they are probably thinking that they would meet Laura again. Lastly, it is Eris' turn. If what Laura says is true, this would also be Eris' last time seeing Laura. I wonder what Eris would say. I don't really understand it, but you found your path in life, right? Yup, I found it. Then there's nothing more for me to say. Do your best. I'll do my best. Ah. As expected of Eris, so cool. I want to be cool like that as well. Then I have nothing more to say. I want to say something to the effect.
Bro. How the fuck did Eris pull off the best like advice out of all of them? What the fuck, bro? How did Eris pull that off? What the fuck?
Of that. Isn't there something like that? Finally, Eris turned towards
Rudius,
Leo
you
and
shouldn't.
said,
You need to
Leo,
say
we are
something
leaving Laura in your
about
hands. 1.
to that
Leo
level.
barked with
Come on.
pride, like he was saying that he's finally able to fulfill his duty. The straight, disciplined look of a soldier. Somehow, Lara's dreamy-eyed face also looked tenser than usual. Seeing that look, it somehow came to me. There's definitely something she set out to accomplish in this journey.
Hold
I
up.
don't-
Hold. All right. Pull. How do I do a pull again? Fuck. Start a pull. Timeout Zim. Yes. No. All right. There you go. All right. We're putting it up to the test here. Hold. I'll stop at 11 votes. All right, it's a no. Satch. All right, we'll end the poll. You survived, bitch. Iris with the freaking normie take. Okay. Back.
Know what that is, but it's significant enough that Hitagami wanted to kill her. Which means that whatever she's trying to do would be vital key in defeating Hitagami. That is why this journey is necessary. Is what I would like to think. Since she is being targeted by Hitagami, maybe it might be better to not let her do as she pleases and keep her close for her own safety. But that might stop her from doing what she's supposed to do in the future, and everything I did till now might be for naught. If she is just someone who's living her life, it is unlikely that Hitagami would do something to her. I wonder what it is, though. That's why, I shouldn't think like that. Laura has a destiny she was born to fulfill. She is being targeted by Hitagami and protected by Ursa.
Yes,
But
or said
Laura
best
isn't a mere
girl.
tool to be
Yes,
used in defeating
yes,
Hitagami. At
yes.
the very least, I should not treat her like one. With those thoughts, once again, I stepped in front of Laura. Laura. What you're thinking, honestly, I still have absolutely no idea. But it is your life. So live it your way till the end. Yes. I understand. Her reply was in a rare formal tone, while she meekly nodded. Seems like I was able to say something useful. It may have overlapped with what Eris said a bit, but they are my true thoughts. Well, for now, let's see her off. Then let's go meet and explain the situation to Orsted tomorrow, and if there's anything we should do, we'll do it. Maybe secretly assigning some guards to follow her might be good as well. Alright. Then, have a safe trip. I'm off. Lara replied in her usual absent-minded tone and stepped out of the door riding on Leo. Leo slowly walked paw by paw towards the gate of the estate. Then, he stopped and Lara turned her head around. For several seconds, she glanced at us and the house. Her expression, as usual, was in a daze and you can never tell what she is thinking about. But after a while, she got off Leo. And facing us, she bowed her head deeply. Thank you for taking care of me until now. With that, Lara Grere left on her journey. An hour later, we were in the living room. In the comfortable heat of the furnace.
I don't know how the writer's
some...
going to write a sequel with an MC having knowing how the future will occur. I don't understand how that's going to work exactly. So I don't think it'd be a good decision to have Lara as the main character. Because you'll be hearing things from her perspectives like, oh yeah, this is going to happen and all that shit. But like, I don't know if you could pull off a story like that. I don't know. Strange. It'd probably have to be like, it'd have to be from a different person's perspective. She'll probably be supporting. Yeah, that's what I think. So that's what I think too. Don't think it's possible she'd be an Orsted like character. Probably. Yeah. If I had to guess, it'd be someone else. Someone that Lara meets. And to be able to do it, dude, like, Rifugion's just, he at times is just really bad. But when it comes to serious stuff like this, he's good. So I don't know.
Warm tea. It was already late at night, but none of us felt like sleeping. We were ready to go all out drinking, but that urge has also died down. Somehow, it all came so suddenly. Sylvie blurted out alone. Chris' graduation, employment, and engagement. Followed by Lara's journey. Especially the latter, it was so sudden that I understood none of it and am still somewhat shocked. That child, she didn't have to leave this late into the night. Could she be using the teleportation circles? At this time, the town gates should be closed, so that's probably it. It's worrying. I wonder if we should go and
yeah, but I'm talking about like okay, so it's not just like the main ending, like that's fine. You can build a story around that and still know how it's going to end, but the situation is with all the small things, cuz apparently she knows like the results of, she knows like the end of all the small things too, or at least all the major small things, like certain people dying in the future and stuff. So like I don't know how that's gonna turn out, man. I don't know.
Has been repeatedly glancing at the window worriedly. In all these years, the one that worried about Lara the most was her, after all. For this child that had always been incomprehensible, Roxy would set her up in matchmaking sessions or even introduce jobs to her. Although, those efforts didn't seem to have had an effect on Lara. She'll be fine. Something was different about her today. I felt some sort of determination from her, after all. Thing is, that determination is what she usually lacks. Conversely, Eris and Sylvie weren't all that worried. To be frank, I am not that worried as well. Lara might have the vibes of a shut-in, but her way of being shut-in was fundamentally different from how I was in my previous life. With all that said and done, she is an observant person, capable of understanding everything happening around her. Yet, she still possesses strong curiosity and loves doing experiments. Ever since she was a brat, she loved to pull pranks. And perhaps due to how often she got reprimanded, her body could somehow sense when it wasn't okay to cross the line. She lived as she pleased, while making sure not to cross that line. That's how I saw her. So no matter where she goes, I think she will do well. Maybe not everything will go her way at first, but since she obtained the ability to see where her
still
boundaries
don't know
lie,
what she did with those metal rods,
and maybe
though.
make some mistakes, but it will all work in her
Like,
favor
what the
in the
fuck
end.
did she do with those?
I'd like to think about it that way. Speaking of which, her actions this time round are quite unusual for what she'd been doing in recently. Her divination must have been considerably strange for her to take such drastic actions. Regarding her divination research, it's so out of my depth that I have absolutely no idea how it works. At any rate, it looks like everyone has left home. Such lonely words escaped Sylvie's mouth. That's right. Lucy got married and moved to the Holy Mealy's kingdom. Ours was taken in as Orsted's subordinate and is traveling the world with Aisha. To come to the aid of his friend, Sieg became a knight in the Dragon King kingdom. Lily is under full-time employment of the Zanaba company as a magic tool researcher. She's nearby but she tends to coop herself up in her personal workshop and doesn't come home often. Then, Chris found employment in the Azura kingdom, and most likely her marriage partner. And with Lara leaving on her journey, our home no longer has any children staying here. It feels like the house somehow got spacious. Again, we were speechless in response to those words. Sounds of the bonfire. Without even winds blowing outside, everything is dead silent. Within the house too, it feels kinda lifeless and still. Just not too long ago, this house was filled with people and even felt a little cramped. That has reduced to only the people here. Going up to the second floor, there's also Lilia and Zenith, but even that adds up to only 6 people. As expected, it feels a little lonely now. What shall we do from now on, then? Sylvie muttered alone again. What to do? Those words, I guess it is only because it's her that she can say it. As Orsted's subordinate, I still have to go around the world doing the missions he assigns me. Eris often comes along as my escort on these missions. She also serves as an instructor for the Rude Mercenary Company. Roxy is a school teacher. And she was boasting about how she got promoted to a position responsible for an entire year's students. With everyone working on various things, Sylvie was the only one specializing in raising children. She basically stays at home for all of us. With all the children leaving the nest, she is left with nothing to do. Do you have anything in mind?
Oh
Dad,
my
I can't really
gosh.
think of anything right now.
Dude, accompany Rudy on his missions. You are a good healer. You are a good healer. Just like in Honkai Star Rail, you always need a healer on your team. Sylvie, you're perfect for that role. Rudy does like barely any healing. You need a main support here, okay? She's a chantless healer. Exactly.
I probably had several things in mind. But for now I will continue the housework. Lilia-san's age too. She would get mad if I say that, but I can't be leaving it all to her now. If Sylvie says that, we are really grateful for that. Talking strictly about taking care of the children, that had already stopped several years ago. Since we are talking about Sylvie here, if she has free time, she'll probably start something of her own. While she appears meek and obedient, she is unexpectedly curious and active after all. But, I guess that's the case. I had children. And they became independent.
I don't know what you mean by villain, but it makes me interested
already
into
come this far,
Ablage.
Thinking back, I really feel like I've come a long way.
Whatever.
When I first reincarnated into this world and decided to take life seriously this time round, I never would have thought that this would happen. Not, even at that time, I believed I would be able to live a decent life. However, reality indeed turned out really different. There were times where everything was smooth sailing, and times where it wasn't. Times of convenience, times of trouble. I've been forgiven for things that I thought were unforgivable, and the converse as well. I tried my best at the time, and maybe occasionally slacked off. And it ended up the way it did. 3 wives and 6 children. Working hard at my job and taking care of my parents. If my past self saw this, he might quip about how unexpectedly shabby my situation now is. He may think about things like how I could have gone further and reached for greater heights. But I am satisfied as I am now. Studying, traveling, making friends, creating art, researching, falling in love, marrying, raising children, working, fighting to win, to be defeated, to gain, to lose, and to gain again, and while doing that, slowly building up experiences and things. I never thought that I'd be able to live like a proper person like this. I thought about living life seriously, but I had absolutely no idea where to even begin going about doing that. Yet, I've done well. Nah. This is just the beginning, huh? As the kids have become independent, we have more room to breathe now. So now, we can start something new again. Me too, I think I'll start something new. Rudy too? Then let's do it together. What will we be doing? Ah, me too, please let me participate in that too. Naturally, I will be part of that. The wives drew closer and we started thinking. What we would be doing next. Not what we should do, but what we want to do. Maybe there's nothing much
Go
that we really
with
want to do,
Laura, I
but something
got
that'll
him.
be interesting once we start would be good. My life will still go on for a while. How many years of age will I live to be, I still have no clue. But I'll continue working hard as I do now. That's right, then let's. If I do that, then this time round, I will die peacefully, having lived a satisfying life. Document outline. Cover.
Well, that's the end. That is the end. Nice. 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 All right. So, nice end. Nice end. It was decent. It was decent. It was decent. The Chris chapter was good. The last chapter with Laura was interesting, but like, we'll see it when we see it, I guess. It's not gonna happen for a while, right? So, I'm interested in the Sieg stuff. Chris chapter was your favorite? Okay, I could see that. Yeah, I could see that. To me, the last chapter is my favorite, but like, it's not the best in the series. I'd say it's like about as good quality as a good chapter from the normal series, which is good, really good for redundancy standards. In the anime, when Lara leaves, I can imagine saying Lara will return, like in a movie. Yeah. It'll probably just say Mushoku Tensei will return or something. And then like with like a still frame of like Lara and all the equipment and shit. Um I imagine. I imagine how that's gonna be. Um yeah. It's interesting. It leaves a lot open to the table. Like there's a lot of stuff that you can expand on in the sequel, but like I'm not sure if I'd be that interested in it, to be honest. Like you'd have to add something to the story to make it really interesting, in my opinion, because like Lara's a few Lara can like fortune tell basically very accurately, and like so her as a main character probably not a good idea. If it's Nanahoshi's boyfriend, then maybe make another isekai thing, which all right, but like I don't know. It would really depend on that character's personality or not. I mean, I assume it's probably that. I assume it's Nanahoshi's boyfriend that we're probably gonna see as the MC in the sequel. If I had to guess. It's like, man, this Alara girl's cringe and weird, but whatever. Do Rudy and his wives conquer a labyrinth like they promised before they had kids? Or is, I'm really hoping that Refugee can somehow rewrite this stuff better, because I feel like the ideas are mainly here, but the execution is off for a good chunk of it. No, Hoshi chapters. Yeah. I hope he can rewrite most of it. I hope he'll rewrite most of it. I think the execution is trash and shit on a few of them, with the exception of like Chris's stuff. I think Doga's stuff was all right. The sword sanctum stuff was cool. Orsted needed rework hard. Orsted needs a rework bad. And same with Nanahoshi. More so Nanahoshi. Oh my gosh, bro. The fucking Food Network. Well, he will be rewriting. I think that's what he meant. I think that's what he meant by rewriting for the. He probably meant for the. Zim probably meant for the light novel. Laura leaving with a bow is reminiscent of Roxy leaving in light novel 1. Yeah. I mean, with a bow. Fuck. Bow. I'm fucking dumb. With a bow. It's with a bow. Yeah. I'm fucking brainless right now, bro. What the fuck? Yeah. I think it's more reminiscent of I mean, I'm sure when it's adapted in the anime, it'll reflect, like, it'll be like reminiscent, like you'll be able to like see like the shots composed in the same way. I imagine that's what the director would choose to do. But I see it more as like Roxy leaving her parents, sort of like out to go on her own journey, doesn't plan on coming back for a while. No ambition of coming back, like almost ever. But she knows that she will, so she tells him and said, "No, it's gonna be the last time I see you two, but you two I'll see though." I wish that Isa chapters didn't involve incest for her to her out the officer refuses to change that. Yeah. I'm glad he's getting rid of the pedo shit, but yeah. Yeah. I don't know why the author's really into the incest shit. I don't know why he always writes things like that. Like literally every single one. Laura's probably going to be the only person that doesn't have a marriage that involves incest. Some redundancy chapters should have been shortened. Yeah, but if they shortened the Nanahoshi chapters, it would have been 2 pages long. If they did some like fixing there. I mean, that's why the chapters are no longer officially canon. Are they not? I'm pretty sure they are. Oh, you're talking about the Aisha chapters. Yeah, the reason why they're not canon is that he's gonna polish it up a bit, make it more digestible. But like, there's a lot to do to make it digestible, dude. I'm sorry. You got a lot of work to do. Yeah. I don't expect him. I expect him to take probably like at least a year to fix this. To fix those ISA chapters by themselves. Like, ooh, yikes. No, he said that he would change their relationship, but would only change their age. He would not. You probably mean that he would not change the relationship, but would only change their age. I don't know why he's into this incest garbage, but bro, quality writer, but bro, what the fuck, these tendencies. Yeah, I don't know. I just hope that C doesn't get into an incestual relationship shit. Like, bro, come on. And same with Laura. More than likely won't, but geez, so please don't marry a fucking gray rat, please. Yeah, he doesn't. Jobless Oblige is goated. I'll read it eventually. I'll probably be in a different place, but eventually. Yeah. I got DMs here. Okay, so my friend's not gonna be playing with me. He's not playing Mad with me tonight. Shit. Okay. I can stay here for a little longer without being too like worried. Yeah. He doesn't show any interest in a romantic relationship. Yeah, but he has a long lifespan, bro. I'm sure that'll change. Seaga's awesome. I'm so looking forward to finding more of Pax's counsel. I don't know what that means. So yeah, I'm gonna close redundancy here. So I'll leave, since we have a lot of people in here right now, I'm gonna do a poll. Which one first? ODT JO. Boo. All right. I see one person is really excited for Old Dragon's Tales. And so am I. I'm really excited about it. It's one of my favorites. It's not one of my favorites. Sorry. I'm looking forward to it. So I have no clue what the fuck it. It's about Laplas, right? Yeah. Jobless Oblige or whatever the fuck. Okay. Kind of disappointed in that answer, but sure. I mean, hey, I'm pretty sure it'll be alright. I'm sure it'll be alright. Joseph was kind of short. Let me check. So Google Drive. I'm pretty sure I have a link to all the content in my Google Drive. On stuff. Here it is. And best for last since ODT's lore heavy, I guess. I guess it's good to leave like the best for last. Bro, only 9 votes. Guys, come on, vote. Let me look at this PDF here. How long is it? 200 pages. Okay. It's around a third as long as Redundancy, which is fine, I guess. Let me download it. Fucking hell. This is long. The author announced that he made plans to create a follow-up from Mushoku Tensei that would take place 80 years in the future. Heard that. But interesting, they won't label it as a conventional sequel. What do you think? I mean, like, I assume not. I assume it follows a new protagonist, more than likely Nanahoshi's boyfriend, and maybe contains the similar characters. I think it's probably the best. If I had to compare what, like, a series that the sequel will probably follow, it's probably similar to JoJo with its parts, I think. Like, part 1, Rudius part 2, like, whoever the fuck is the MC, but you'll see characters carry over. So, like, for example, you'll probably see Roxy appear. You'll probably see Sylphie appear occasionally. You'll probably see Ellen Elise. You'll more than likely see Nanahoshi. Stuff like that. It's probably not Lara. The fact that she could tell the future, like, it throws off everything in terms of writing. It would make writing the story way more difficult than it needs to be. They have some Easter eggs that mention Mushoku Tensei only that much. I mean, I assume that there will be some chapters with Lara, like with a Lara POV, and those chapters will be like a special occasion, but I doubt that it'll happen too often. Okay, I'm gonna end the poll. Okay. They have some Easter eggs that mention Mushoku Tensei only that much. Okay. I think it's probably best to compare it to JoJo in its parts. Like transitioning from part 3 to like part 4, or not really. Probably like part 2 to 3. Part 2 to 3. Yeah, probably part 2 to 3. If I had to guess. Like the main villain will the main overarching villain of the series will be demolished at the end of this next sequel thing. Hitogami specifically. But if he decides to not go through the Hitogami shit and decides to, you know what, let's do a whole different story here. Hitogami is a non-factor. We know how that's ending, so let me write about something else in the universe. Then sure, I'm down for that, dude. I could frankly give less of a shit about Hitogami at this point because I know how he's going to turn up dead. And then maybe like we go through a whole JoJo Part 6 resetting of the universe once Hitogami is dead. But you know, I don't know how that works. I could see a lot of things happening with a lot of similarities happening with JoJo later. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's interesting. But yeah, I hope that he gets over his incest fantasies. I really hope that the writer just stops with this garbage, but I don't think he will. I think it'll still be a problem, and it will continue to persist and be annoying. I can't wait for my grandkids to read the sequel. Can't wait for my grandkids to read about the sequel. Yeah, I don't. Fucking hell, man. It's gonna take a while. Like, to be fair, the main series of Mushoku Tensei was written in a short amount of time, but the author had nothing else to do. And now he's probably more busy and can probably afford not to do stuff like that. So I don't imagine that he'll put as much not as much time, like crunch. I assume he's not going to put as much crunch into the sequel, so I don't think he's going to release it in the same amount of time. I think as soon as he starts the sequel, I think it'll probably take at least 5 years to finish, instead of the 3 that it took Mushoku Tensei. And that'll be in the light novel format, or web novel format, and then translated into light novel, and then you can imagine how long that'll take for English speakers and English readers to consume that. So see you in 8 years, probably. Yeah, he's got games to look over, and there's an anime to review, and the manga as well to write. Yeah. Bro, like, I don't understand how you don't get burnt out over this shit. Like, writing about the same story for such a long period of time. Like, same goes for, like, the Berserk writer. Same goes for, like, the freaking JoJo writer. Like, bro, like, how the fuck do you stick to the same story, like, for such a long period of time? Same goes for One Piece, bro. Like, how the fuck? You gotta have some variety, bro. Like, what the fuck? Some variety to keep yourself mentally sane. Hold up. Commitment is insane. Yeah, I don't understand. As long as we don't get a ReZero light novel release schedule, I'm happy. What? Hopefully, it'll be good enough by then. We don't have to wait for 7 Cs. Oh, language learning models. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, probably. It'll probably be decent by then, but like, fucking hell, dude. Yeah, probably. We'll probably have flying cars by the time this fucking season starts, or this sequel starts. He's releasing Orc Erotica at the moment. Oh my gosh. Okay, dude. All right, bro. Let me look at this. I hate this guy sometimes. I actually hate this guy sometimes. Like, why the fuck are you spending your time on this? Holy shit, bro. What the fuck is happening? Oh my gosh, why the fuck are you spending your time on this shit? bro. I can't, bro. Why the fuck are you spending time on this? No wonder he's fucking into incest shit. No wonder he's so fucking horny. He's trying to get it out of his system right now. If this helps to get it out of his system, fine. I'll take it. Fine. Get it out of your system. Put it all into this. Get it the fuck away from Mushoku Tensei, and then we can focus on the good shit. Who knows? It'll probably contain like 50% less filler if he's not into the fucking like. Who knows? Maybe he'll be an old man and he won't be nearly as horny by the time he writes the Mushoku Tensei sequel. Who fucking knows, bro? Who fucking knows? ReZero light novels take twice as long to release in English than Mushoku Tensei light novels. Also, they come with lots of translation errors. Yeah, I've heard about the tragedy of ReZero. Oddly enough, I do like the Orc manga, but not enough to delay anything else. Yeah. I read volume 1 of this, and it's okay at best, but the main character is actually Guts, but an orc. Dude, it's an erotic manga. Like, why the fuck would it be anywhere, like, above okay? Like, I don't understand why you would spend your time wasting your time on a orc erotica, other than the fact of getting all of it out of your system. Yeah, this shit's fucking bad sometimes. Anyway, yeah, I think I'm good here. I think it's about time to stop the stream. What do y'all say? I think it's about time. Yeah. I think we're good here. The whole point of the light novel is for the main character to find a mate. Yeah. All right. Well, that's it. If you're not a normal person in this channel, I plan on doing Mushoku Tensei season 2 episode reviews or discussions when the season airs, which will be in early July on Sundays. Cool. But I'll probably have a job by then. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'll be on Elite Code for like a super long period of time, prepping myself to do coding interviews well. So maybe not, but I don't know. Maybe I do have a job by then, and then things happen. I don't know. I have no clue what the future holds for me. Am I scared? Yeah. Fuck. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. So we'll see. We'll see how things turn out. I don't know how my good luck with a potential job. I haven't started the job search, bro. I don't know how things are going to go. We'll see. Like I interned at a place. Like it was like I was. You saw me living at a different place when I was doing like the final. When I was doing the readings for like the final volumes of the main series. Yeah, that's when I was interning. So I hope they bring me back, but I don't know. But yeah, so like schedule, I have no fucking clue how it's gonna turn out, but like it releases on a Sunday, so at least I know I'll be able to like write a script and record myself within the same day. When it comes to editing it, I don't know. It depends on how highly edited you want the reviews to be. I mean, I assume I don't have to try nearly as hard as editing because I think like my input on Mushoku Tensei will be like valuable enough to make up for like less quality editing. Like, I don't think I need to try nearly as hard as I did with Oshinoko's editing to make the video that good. I think my input on the episodes will be worth watching, and I don't need to freaking appeal to TikTok maniacs with short attention spans. It might be out Saturday night if it's Japan Sunday morning. Yeah, probably. But if I remember correctly, I don't think I had access to the episodes until like Sunday morning. In where I lived. So, probably if I had to guess, I'd probably have the entirety of Sunday to work on the videos, but I don't know. So it'd probably be like be able to spend half the day working on the episode reviews, but I don't fucking know, dude. Like, I mean, I'm sure it'll be easier to do as I like get through like 8 episodes. Like, I tried doing it with Chainsaw Man, and that's kind of what I was trying to. That's kind of the purpose of the Chainsaw Man reviews, trying to get used to an like a weekly scheduled thing. But the problem was, like, I had like school and shit, and those episodes were released on weekdays too, so it was just like kind of sucked. But I don't know. It kind of sucked having to work on that shit. I don't know. I hope I can do day of video releases, but we'll see. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what else I would say. I think like I'll probably make a video before about like expectations for the season, because like I think my expectations, like the expectations for some people are insanely high. Like they're expecting like really high quality animation for this upcoming season. And I'm like, and then they see like Ariel having 6 fingers on her hand, like in the trailer, and then they're like, "Oh fuck, dude! Oh shit! The quality is, oh my gosh! I can't get over these like small nitpicks." It's like, bro, that's literally like 1 frame. Get over it. It might be polished. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. This season's gonna be weird because like you see a lot of people like having extremely high expectations for it, and then like we all know that once the episode airs, like we know what's gonna happen in it. It's volume 7. Like are you gonna be like that enthusiastic about volume 7 being like animated? Like, no, you're not gonna be nearly as excited as until like moments happen. You're going to be excited for moments happening, but like first episode of season 2, like it's not going to start on a high note, guys. Like it's not. It's not really going to start on a high note. It's going to be like an average episode, and we're going to see average episodes until like maybe episode 4. People need to complain about something. Yeah, true. Yeah, it's the red worm looks cute. The fucking dragon? The fucking dragon, really? I still can't wait for people to see reactions to his ED problem. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see people's reaction to certain things in season. But like I don't know, man. Like it's not like witnessing, like it's not like watching like an anime you have like no like background knowledge about. Like it's not nearly to that same level. I don't think the experience I'm gonna have watching Mushoku Tensei season 2 is gonna be on par with something like crazy good like I saw with like Cyberpunk Edge Runners or Chainsaw Man. when I was watching it. It's just like it'll be interesting to read because like I've never been this invested into a show like post anime, like ahead of the anime. I haven't been nearly this invested, so I've never experienced something like this before, and I don't know how I'm gonna be like watching these episodes. I can't imagine liking the episodes nearly to the extent of season 1 when I first watched when I was first exposed to the series. I think people just hold up. I can't see the entire comment here. This season brought to you by Blue Chew. Is that the fucking like? Is that the fucking like It's that one fucking company that gives sponsorships to freaking freaking like YouTubers and shit. I don't know, bro. I think people can reduce that by the PV because the PV does spoil things. Yeah, the PV does spoil things, and I think like the problem is like if you just watch the trailer by itself without light novel people analyzing the trailer frame by frame, a normal average anime only would not be able to understand what the fuck's happening in a trailer. But when it comes to fucking like what but when you include someone who knows what each frame like goes into, they know what scenes to look for. They share the specific frame that's like really spoiler heavy. So like in the moment of watching the trailer, the anime only wouldn't notice that like the freeze frame is like really spoiler heavy, like for example Paul losing an eye, like that signifies something very bad. And like we see that, and the same thing with like Roxy hugging Rudy and shit. So like we see stuff like that, and we have like, oh, these anime onlys, they're gonna be so they see frames like these, and the moment it's a split second, they don't know what's happening. But as soon as someone who knows about the light novel, as soon as they share these frames, they'll be able to look at it, analyze, and then like a freaking like piece together what the fuck's happening and what caused like that scene to happen. So it's like I don't know. It's fucking strange. It's fake Viagra for Rudy's ED. Yeah. Also, one last thought on the PV of the opening is a bit too upbeat for the first part of season 2. I imagine they'll probably change it. I think like it's to match the shonen-y vibe of volume 7. And I don't think each episode will open in a sad spot in volume 7, especially with that opening. You understand what I'm saying? Like it's like I feel like all like the emotional bits will happen near the end of each episode. So the OP contrasting the vibe of the show, I don't think is a problem. Because I think every single emotional bit will be resolved by the end of each episode. So I think it definitely matches the first few episodes, but then when you get in a relationship with Sarah and Rudy finding prostitutes and shit, and then like all that confusion, I think that'll happen like mid-episode. So the OP contrasting the vibe is not a problem. And plus the OP is a pretty decent song. It's a normal anime opening, but like it's good. It's good. I liked it. So yeah, I think that's probably it for the stream. All right, that'll be it. I'll see y'all later. I have no time. I have no clue what time I'll start Job of Sublime, but we'll see. I don't know. All right. Oh yeah. For those of you who are like watching this, I doubt anyone's watching at the end of this VOD, but for those of you who are, just comment down below in the VOD which one you want me to read first, Job of Sablage or Old Dragon's Tale, and I'll consider that into the poll. I'll keep track. 9 votes. 9 votes, 6 votes, Job of Sablage, 3 votes, ODT. So yeah. I think that's... And that song is for when they are in school. It's for the entire season, right? And like in season 1, they changed the OP like halfway through each part. So like after 6 episodes, they changed the OP, sometimes 4. So like I think it's for volume 7, my guy. I think it's for volume 7. Anyway, whatever. See ya. Nah, they at least 3 they have 3 songs at least. I don't know, man. All right, see ya.